Imagine waking up in a world where your favorite story character has become you, and of course, you're not the hero. You're the most hated villain on the planet. Congratulations, your nerd dream has finally come true, in the worst way possible. You try to make sense of what happened, but all you've got is a weak body, a pile of enemies, and an ability that drains energy faster than your phone without a charger. And to make things worse, the hero of this world is basically an influencer with superpowers and an ego bigger than the Empire State Building. As the world collapses under monsters, dungeons, and contracts with cosmic gods, you realize the real game isn't about surviving, it's about rewriting your own fate. An epic tale about redemption, power, and the choices that define who we truly are. Now tell me, if you had the chance to change the ending of your own story, would you have the courage to face the hero? Currently, Seoul has pinned its future on one person. Jang Shiwan, the boss of the Zhonghua Guild, was throwing down with a dude surrounded by fallen bodies. The crowd couldn't believe he was actually losing. Shin Ganghu, the world's biggest villain, claims they're the last one standing. He says it's all because of a pointless fight he kicked off. Activating his power, he smirks, saying it's all thanks to a villain like him. Grinning, the other guy laughs it off. He asks if he really thinks he's some kind of hero. Shiwan fires back, questioning how he dares to even mention justice. He yells that he's fighting for everyone out there, yet he's always in his way. He wonders what that young man is, if not a total jerk. The crowd starts chanting the hero's name. Hearing the hype, he gets pumped up. He says as long as they're cheering for him, he's unbeatable. Then he charges at the young man. The attack zooms straight for him. Kanghu tries to shield himself. The energy blast goes off, causing a massive explosion that shocks everyone. Now on his knees, he sees the hero coming closer. Amidst the smoke, it's just the two of them. Shin spots the silhouettes of people celebrating his downfall from a distance. They shout that they always believed in him. Everyone yells in unison to take out the enemy. Shihwan says not a single soul wants him alive. Using his power, he claims it'll be the end for him. Quickly, he fires a burst of energy at the young man still down. He gets hit and sent flying, crashing onto the brittle ground. After that, the hero stands tall. Grinning, he tells the crowd that all his plans have finally paid off. That now, perfect freedom is about to rain down on the land. The crowd starts crying happy tears. The hero uses his power to shoot a lightning bolt into the sky. A massive circle forms above everyone. From it, a giant hand comes down to grab him. Below, the crowd starts freaking out at what they see. But the hero keeps smiling. The hand comes down with such force that they start running for their lives. He says that as the Demon King descends, peace will follow, but is cut off by Shin saying all they'll get is tyranny. Noticing he's still alive, the hero calls him an insect and tells him to watch, to see the world his creation will build. That's how the world came to be. Fingers typed away on the keyboard. The reader's expectations must have been shattered. Since the protagonist Jiang Shiwan was a supporter of the Demon King, he and the 13 stars were high-level, long-standing evils, but fiction is just a mirror reflecting reality. The theme of that novel was based on his own life as a student. It was during that time he saw the true face of the world, a power that could overshadow school violence and flip good and evil. For that reason, he threw that reality into the novel, but the reviews were brutal. There was nothing more to be done after all. He decides to close the comments tab and flops onto the bed in the messy room. Lying down, he starts reading more savage comments about the book. He decides to let it slide and catch some Z's. But then, he's jolted awake by a loud noise. When he opens his eyes, he sees a bunch of guys with pickaxes trying to break through the ground. He feels the ground and realizes it's solid stone. In front of him, a young man is getting wrecked while accused of messing with the Eclipse. Seeing the young man, he remembers someone from the past. He wonders why he's popping up in his dreams. A guard yanks the young man by the collar and tells him to get back to work because this is getting out of hand. He was about to throw a punch when something catches everyone's attention. The guard turns his focus to the writer and starts swinging at him while he wonders why a dream hurts so much. Another guard jumps in and they start bickering. Hearing all this, he wonders if it's really a dream because everything feels way too real. As he leaves, the guard says he'll choose him for a beating. In front of him, the boy getting pummeled asks if he's okay, calling him Kanghu. Looking at his hands, he starts feeling disbelief. He bolts out and drops to his knees. With his hands on the ground, he feels mana flowing through them. A massive surge of energy bursts out and spreads everywhere. He had the power to absorb mana at will, which was a natural hypersensitivity to mana. Placing his hand on his forehead, he sees his reflection in a puddle in front of him. That meant he was Shin Ganghu. Laughing, he wonders why it had to be him of all characters. If his colleague was still breathing, that meant he was 5 years before the epic finale. If he had taken over Jiang Shihuan, he would have been the ultimate hero in that world. But at this rate, he was headed straight for the Demon King's downfall. Only the Demon King's crew would make it out alive. He'd have a lame exit if he didn't switch up the ending. The good news? He knew how to bounce from that place. As expected, after taking over someone, it felt like Shin Gang-hoo's past and vibes were his now, even though he was still stuck at level 10 and had 0 constellations. After grinding for a bit, he was totally wiped out. His stamina was in the gutter, and he started regretting giving him mana hypersensitivity just because he was a villain. With a crystal in hand and sketching his escape plan on the ground, he said it was the only way. His colleague came running, calling out his name, and when he got closer, he asked if he was good. Shin said he was chill, and the boy asked if he wanted to take a breather. Grinning, Kang-hoo said if the guards had let them chill, they wouldn't have dragged him to this dump. In the detention center run by the criminal squad Eclipse, novice hunters who could use mana were stuck mining mana stones like they were in a bad video game. Turning to his buddy, he told him not to sweat it and just keep mining those stones. To the boy's shock, Shin said he was plotting an escape, but he told the other to forget that and just work before the guards caught wind of it. He warned him not to do anything dumb, and the other nodded. Back to work, he thought he had done all he could to give him a heads up. That guy was the character he made up as a theme for the boy he met. He couldn't change the story just yet, not if he wanted to make his escape. The guys were hustling and hauling mana crystals. Glancing over, he saw one of the guards had grabbed a kid. As soon as they were distracted by the newbies, he tried to make a run for it. Another guard popped up, telling everyone to pay attention, leaving the kid shaking in his boots. Taking out his sword, he said to watch what happens to those who try to dip. Then, right in front of everyone, he stabbed the sword into the kid's stomach. All the boys were frozen in fear at the sight. Fuming, the guard kept hitting him, splattering blood everywhere. Shin was shaking with rage at what just went down. Seeing the body on the ground, he called him an idiot and said he had warned him. The guard showed up and told him to act like last time since no one was watching, or he'd be next. Kang-hoo said he didn't care about the kid's death. He asked to hit the bathroom because that was way more important, leaving the guard confused. He sarcastically asked if the kid had wet his pants. Since Shin didn't answer, the guy gave in. Then he told him to follow him. When they got to the door, the guard said he had 1 minute. If he took longer than that, it would be his tomb. The boy stepped inside and saw a bunch of bodies on the floor. As he walked deeper into the bathroom, the guard was counting outside. A few seconds later, Kang-hoo found what he was after. At 49 seconds, he started drawing with blood on the ground. With only 18 seconds left, he had already finished the symbol. A bright light began to glow from the drawing. Shin started reciting that he knew he was being watched, that he knew it drove him crazy with tragedies, trials, and depression. Outside, the guard yelled that the boy had 10 seconds left, so to pull up his pants and get out. Turning to the symbol, he asked if he wasn't curious how a low-level dude summoned him. If he stayed a little longer, the entity would show up, just like in the novel. To convince him, the entity would say that 1 more second waiting would be the end of the world he wanted. Since he had become the entertainment he sought, he would use that to respond to his summoning. Shin said he was the most efficient one to use the ability. As the light got brighter, the boy grinned and said he knew it would show up. The main constellation that made the contract with Shin Gang-hoo in the novel was the Dimension Raider. He called her insolent and said he'd lend her his power for a second since she caught his eye. He then asked her to prove herself to him, and Shin told her to sit and watch. Outside, the guard started banging on the door. He managed to break in and shouted, asking if they were messing around. But looking around, he realized no one was there. A ton of dust is swirling around, and a shadow in the middle of it totally freaks him out. Shin gets powers from the constellation. Pretty epic, right? He bolts at the guard, full speed ahead. But poof, he vanishes the second the guard tries to grab him. The guard spins around, but all he sees is the door. He swears the dude was gone, but surprise, he pops up right behind him. With a metal rod, he smacks him right in the neck. When the guard figures out what just went down, he starts cursing up a storm. Then he stutters out a question, totally flustered. In a flash, Shin yanks the rod out of the guy's neck. He drops to the ground. No chance to recover. Looking down, the young man gives a grateful nod. It was all thanks to him that he decided to bounce from that place. The constellation thinks Shin's pretty interesting and seals the deal. With that, Kang-hoo finally gets his revenge for the young man. He snags the knife and stashes it in the compartment he swiped from the guard. The system chimes in, saying a weapon's been registered. From this point on, he wouldn't look back, no way. When night rolled in, Shin got ready to roll. Grabbing gas cans, he starts splashing it everywhere. To make his escape, he first needed a second-class guard uniform. Next up, he planned to set the criminal ablaze. Then he'd make a run for it through the front gate, no less. The other guards start sprinting as the fire spreads. They're all wondering who did this and yelling to call the firefighters. One of them shouts for everyone to follow orders and head to the crematorium. Everyone hops into a van and speeds off. Spotting the second-class guard catches his eye. He asks if he replaced the guard who was supposed to be on duty. The guard nods, saying someone had bolted from Building 18. He mentions the fugitive took off through the northwest fence. Then he asks why they hadn't left yet. Nervously, they start flooring it in the van. The path leading northwest from that fence was Mount Chungmyeong. At first glance, it looked like a solid escape route since it was dark and sketchy, but in reality, it was packed with traps set by the Eclipse, turning it into the most dangerous path ever. Shin was going to use that intel to make his getaway. He tells the other guards they'll catch him on the escape route, and since he's heading to the mountain, they just need to grab the body. Driving, the guard nods in agreement. They punch in the code to get through. Finally, he's breaking free from the prison grounds. The van cruises down the street at night. The driver asks what's up in Building 18. Getting into character, Shin says it'd be way easier to take out the inmates since they wouldn't hear a thing. He says he's right, they're just a bunch of losers. Noticing how the driver talks about the prisoners, he gets a bit annoyed. He asks how long the guy's been working in Building 18. Shin replies it's been 2 days, and the others chime in that he should have been in Unit 9, which he agrees with. But the dude says Unit 9 doesn't even exist. Still, the van keeps rolling. Grinning, Kang-hoo says he's right. He pulls out his knife and swiftly strikes the young man in the front seat. With a serious vibe, he starts taking out the 2 young men, saying he's going to finish them off. With one of them down, the car starts to wobble. After stopping, he chucks the body out the window. Using his powers, the other guard starts cursing and lunges at him. His strength is so wild that when the young man dodges, the van's ceiling gets a hole. Seeing that, the guard starts sweating bullets. He then demands to know how he dared to trick them and charges again. A beam of energy blasts another hole and sends Shin flying. Smirking, the guard says he's worthless. But when he glances to the side, he spots the young man's reflection in the rearview mirror. In that split second, Shin jumps out of sight. At the same moment, Kang-hoo appears next to him, using the sword to slice his neck before he can react. They lock eyes as the young man pulls out the sword. The guard's body gets tossed out the window. Shin starts feeling queasy from using too much mana. When he looks over, he sees a bright light coming his way. A car's rolling up. He didn't expect patrols and grins, saying more obstacles are coming. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man slides down the slope to escape. After a wild ride down, he hits the ground. But then a dude shows up, saying he can't believe he took out 2 guards and got away. This guy's got an axe and calls him a worm. The red mark above his head shows he's got a contract with a constellation. Shin was curious about what his power was. His constellation was a solid connector that could track mana. With that skill, he found him super easily. Grinning, Kang-hoo said it was awesome, leaving the other dude confused. He could see the constellation he had a contract with and the red mark above his head for a reason. Taking out another hunter could let him loot their contracted constellation. The system said he could totally loot the kid. Reading that with a grin, he thought he could use the constellation loot for the first time. If he made a contract with a constellation, it meant he was at level 100, so he should dodge a direct fight. Then he bolts off, planning to lure him in and attack. Grinning, his opponent calls him a pathetic worm. A rustle is heard in a bush. The guy tells him to do his best to hide, because he could see everything that was hidden with his eyes. In the middle of the forest, the boy starts searching for him. Using the skill to scan the trees, he wonders where he might be lurking. Looking closer, the infrared points to someone behind a tree. He runs over and chucks the axe at the tree, shouting that he found him. When he gets closer, he sees the whole tree has been chopped down and there's no one there. He wonders where he vanished to. His question gets answered when he notices something that freaks him out. Below him, Shin swings the sword straight at his neck. He couldn't believe someone attacking in close combat would ditch their weapon. Finishing the cut, he says it was his fault for underestimating an opponent. The system pings a notification saying he killed the target and snagged the contract with the solid connector. He was now under the control of the dimensional looter and couldn't escape unless through extinction or contract termination. All his abilities were now Shin's. He starts checking out the abilities he just scored. After reading, he feels pretty stoked about what he got. Using night vision, he scans for more pursuers around. At that moment, he puts his hand to his mouth as he starts feeling queasy. Kneeling on the ground, he looks at his hands and sees he's spitting blood. Worried, he wonders if it was from pushing himself too hard. To cover his tracks from the kid, he suppressed his hypersensitivity to mana and hid. He poured all his mana into a stone. If he left it as is, it would absorb all the mana from the surroundings explosively, so he had to quickly suppress his mana hypersensitivity and toss the stone away. Thanks to that, he managed to lure him in and take him out. But to get close, he had to use the short-distance jump. That put his body in that state. If he pushed himself a bit more, he'd end up toast, so he had to find a safe spot. Walking a bit, he hears a noise on the street. It was the truck that transports the sand that purifies the mana stones. Running to the edge of a cliff, he jumps to the street, quickly landing on the sand. Lying there, he thinks he took out 3 guys, and that hadn't happened in the novel. He had to make sure the future wouldn't change while he was leveling up with his knowledge. Considering his weak sauce status in that world, there was no way the future would change because of that. As the truck rolled on, Shin starts to laugh. Feeling more chill, he begins to gaze at the sky and the view in front of him, which was annoyingly beautiful. In the company, the man says they had a bunch more to extract the mana stones and to get back to work. Behind him, his employee nods in agreement. After he leaves, the man calls the one who escaped from prison clever, for he caught them off guard and strolled confidently through the front gate. Shin arrives at his destination, feeling wiped out and thinks it was killing him. Due to overusing mana, his stamina wasn't recovering easily. The man comments that he was a level 10 assassin whose stamina was nowhere to be found, having taken out a level 45 and a 55 with a constellation. Kang-hoo, in a phone booth, calls someone. He says he's in front of the Dejon station. Leaning on the phone, he asks if he could ask for a favor. In the company, the man comments that it would be an interesting hunt. Shin was at Han Soyeon's house getting bandaged up. He thanks her for helping him when he asked for help out of nowhere, and she asks what went down. He tells her that the Eclipse captured him, making her nervous. Soyeon asks if he went to the mana mines, and the boy says yes, since they needed low-level hunters like him. Despite that, he totally trusted the girl and hit her up. He knew she still had feelings for Shin Gang-hoo, and right then, Han starts to apologize while tearing up. The girl says she should have stuck around because after the breakup, she was just a rookie hunter, even though she was a level 150 pro with a constellation contract at that moment. If she had been with him back then, she would have ended up in the Chungmyeong Detention Center too. Raising the boy says they shouldn't get too close because of the Eclipse, and she's all, with her level, she was basically untraceable. Turning to Shin, she says he didn't need to stress about her. She asks to use her powers just for herself. Soyeon packs him a bag with cash and a phone set up to avoid being tracked. Without even looking at her, he mentions that his guild was tiptoeing around like they were walking on eggshells. Back when they were dating, and even now, she was vibing with a guild. Nervously, Han asks if he had no plans to join a guild. She starts to suggest they could team up, but he cuts her off. He tells her not to get stuck in the past. Hearing that, tears start streaming down the girl's face again. Regaining her composure, she says she kinda expected that response. Han explains he had everything sorted out. He had a buddy who was a leader, and the deets were on the phone. Still with watery eyes, she tells him to take care and stay safe, and he smiles back saying the same. Hailing a taxi, he tells the driver to head to Dejon station. The driver asks if he can turn on the radio, and the boy says go for it. When it turns on, the news breaks that the Yonghwa Guild wiped out everyone from the Pink-White Corporation. They also mention that the Day of Judgment had arrived. In the car, the driver tells his wife things feel off because there are no cars on the streets and gets worried when she doesn't respond. Looking over, he realizes her face is just a skeleton and freaks out. When he looks up, there's a massive scythe at his neck. Above them in the sky, all sorts of elements are flying over the burning car. A reporter is talking about the sky turning purple, getting worse by the second. Before she can finish her report, she gets dragged away by monsters no one can identify. In the chaos of open dungeons and monsters roaming the streets, those with powers were called hunters. That wild situation made everyone think divine judgment had dropped. The hunters battling the monsters started hunting people in the name of the gods. But then they flipped for no reason at all. However, just when it seemed like it was all over, something crazy happens. A woman gets cornered by some guys. One of them says he'll end it all in one hit. Then, the world's savior shows up. Zhang Shiwan snatches the sword with one hand before it can hit the woman and asks if she's okay. The Yonghwa Guild, the people's protector and healer, was born. Because of that, everyone wanted to get to the so-called safe soul. Hearing the radio, Shin realized the Pink-White Corporation wasn't a terrorist group. The terrorist attacks weren't their doing either. In fact, it was all Zhang Shiwan's doing. In the car, the taxi driver shares that his son dreamed of joining the Yonghwa Guild. If he went against the man revealing what he did, he'd be labeled a villain. With that, the outcome would be as clear as day. That's why he asked to be introduced to the Mercenary Corporation, because the guilds could be within his reach. Minutes later, he rolls up to his destination. Being a commissioned worker who only takes jobs from the Mercenary Company was the best gig for him. Lee Yaren shows up, greets him, and introduces herself. He thinks about keeping his name under wraps for now and introduces himself as Young Sung-kyu. They shake hands, and she says it's a pleasure to meet him. Taking the papers, she mentions she has a sweet collection job lined up for him. Shin says he wants the tough ones first, which would score him a solid reward. Yaren laughs, saying she heard he was level 10, and he nods. Hearing that, the woman bursts out laughing. Wiping her tears, she says it's hilarious. With a threatening vibe, she asks if he wants her to clean up a corpse. He asks if being a mercenary isn't about having the skills regardless of level. Lee Yaren was a mage and buff support who made a contract with a high mid-level constellation, a character she created to one day face the 13 stars. Shin knows he's gotta earn her trust. He asks her if she wasn't a mercenary. The woman says reality and spirit are totally different vibes. As she walks past, she throws in that truth and prejudice are also on different levels. Grinning, Lee decides to make an exception and asks to see what she's got. So, they stand face to face, ready for action. Activating her ability, Yeren says she'll judge just one thing: if she can dodge his power. All he wants is to know if he can protect himself and dodge to set up an attack. She starts conjuring mist puppets that can track him from miles away, called tracking fog. Since it's not an attack skill, he won't bite the dust if he gets hit, but dodging is key to keep the test rolling. Ready, he shouts for them to kick things off. The woman sends the tracking fog flying his way. A wave of energy erupts when it hits something, but she can't see what went down. To her shock, she spots the boy running up the wall to her right, which is wild, since at his level, even jumping a meter is a struggle. She thinks he's got mad skills with that short distance jump. Smirking, she figures Shin is just a loudmouth. Launching her skill again, she asks if he can dodge this one. She charges at him with speed and strength. The tracking fog reaches out to grab him as she closes in. When he glances back and sees her grinning, once again the tracking fog closes in, sending a massive wave of energy until it finds him. Looking up, she notices he dodged again. She wonders if what she saw was a cross teleport when he pops up behind her. To her surprise, a sword is suddenly at her neck. Shin says they should wrap up the test there. Seeing the blade so close, she smiles. She thinks the kid is faster than she thought. No wonder she's a mercenary. Turning, Yeren asks if he's had any training before. With total honesty, the boy says he hasn't. Touching the blade, he says those moves aren't what a level 10 would pull off. Kang-hoo asks if he passed, and the woman says yes, but she could only hire him if he was level 50. Putting the sword away, Shin says that was solid. In that case, she's looking at the boy through the mirror. She asks if he's interested in the bulletproof glass since there's a shooter behind him. When he says he gets a lot of love from the Eclipse, he realizes it's a turf war. Opening a paper, she says that's the commission to track down a wanted criminal. She hands it to him, saying it'll be super useful. In the abandoned ruins is Kim Moo-kyun, a level 50 mage with a request to recover the third-class Vastaro shoes. Reading it, Shin asks if he needs to bring him back alive. Yeren says she could take him out right there since he's responsible for a lot of civilian deaths, and the security agency would be cool with it. Excited, he says he'll start right away. She warns him it won't be easy since the guy could be hiding. The place is huge, but for him, it's not a bad dungeon to track. Kang-hoo used that spot as a hideout in the novel, and there are some useful middlemen there. Noticing movement around him, he says they're here. So, Shin kicks things off by slicing his hand with the sword. The blood splattering from the cut triggers the instincts of the rabbits watching him. They all bolt in his direction. She uses the teleport short jump and all her skills to attack and finish them off. Finally, she pulls off the cross teleport and the jump. Behind her, all the animals are down. Yeren tells him to grab the item they ordered and do whatever he wants with the rest, and then a dude appears behind her with 2 swords in hand. When asked what he wants as a reward, he says he wants a dungeon attack license for all the bosses. Looking at the guy behind him, he says there's a useful intermediate boss there. Shin tells Ventus it's a pleasure to meet him. All Ventus says is that he's gonna kill him. He tells the other not to whine, and then Ventus charges in for the attack. Several clones drop down with him, making it tough for Shin to spot the real one. Above him, one of them leaps with a sword ready to strike. With force, he brings it down, aiming to hit the boy. But Kang-hoo uses the cross teleport to dodge. It might look like a simple full-force attack, but he can see the real one coming at him. Using the short-distance jump, he appears right in front of him and lands a hit to his stomach. When Ventus realizes he's been hit, he gets furious. He tries to swing again with the sword, but misses. Dodging again, Shin claims he was just an intermediate boss in name. He figured out that the frontal fight was super raw. As they were behind him, Kang-hoo steps on his back and right on the wound he made with the knife. Equipping a weapon, he swings for his head. The plan works, and boom, the sword pierces his back. Shin bounces, leaving his opponent crumpled behind. After he vanishes, the system chimes in, saying he snagged the illusion skill from the target. He feels pumped and takes a moment to check out his surroundings. Behind him, a glow catches his eye. When he crouches to see the green light, he realizes it's Silasium. Meanwhile, a young dude tells Nim that getting that stuff is no joke. Youngji can't believe he saw someone hit Ventus right where it hurts. The girl mentions she spotted Shin at the market. She saw him asking for some stuff at the checkout. Looked like he was gearing up to hunt monsters in the dungeons and farm. While they watch him, the young dude says he looked like a pro assassin and that he'd never seen him around. Another thinks Shin shouldn't even be in that dungeon, and the girl says the young dude wouldn't stand a chance against him. She asks if they could drag him over to where they were, but Youngji says, nah, that's not needed. Way easier to let him do all the heavy lifting and then loot him. Grinning, she says that's classic him and they just gotta chill and wait. Kang-hoo spreads his resistance points, but since controlling mana hypersensitivity could boost his resistance, He was finally feeling a bit alive. Silasium had a chill and pain-relieving vibe and was a solid suppressor of mana hypersensitivity. Finding a normal dungeon was tough, and since it grew naturally, it was hard to produce in bulk. But there was only one person in the country who knew how to grow it, and she was at Ground Zero. That place was once a demilitarized zone and was far from there. If his hypersensitivity had kicked in during the fight, he would have been toast in a heartbeat. Leaving there, he says what he really needs right now is cash. Yurine mentions that a year ago the calls weren't bad, but now they were just getting worse. The person on the other end says they were feeling the Eclipse vibes and it could get worse, making her anxious. They say it sounded like she was having a rough time after getting mixed up with the Eclipse crew. Checking the car mirror, the woman says she's all good. She's gotten used to keeping her eyes peeled at all times. Flooring the gas, she hears a voice ask if she doesn't have a hunter to recommend, because they were seriously short-staffed. As Yeren darts into alleys, the person mentions they couldn't resist reaching out to her. She starts off saying she wasn't sure. Shihuan hears her say she wasn't confident about recommending a hunter that would fit him, but what he was thinking needed a bit more time, and he didn't want to jump to conclusions about him. He says her recommendations had never steered him wrong. It's a bummer they lost so many due to unfortunate incidents. Yeren comments that's in the past and they shouldn't sweat it. She'll check out the candidate and let him know if he's good to go. Then she asks if the guy has any useful info to share. He spills that he's got some insider scoop on a crime syndicate. Soon, she'll get a secure email about the case, and the woman thanks him. Grinning, Shihuan says it's nothing, and he's got her back with that kind of info whenever she needs it. The Yunghwa Guild really needed some serious talent. Looking at the last one she sent tied up, he says to send someone else solid, and he'll treat them right. She asks God how she could even think of recommending someone who just got their first commission. Meanwhile, Shin is battling Ibria, an intermediate boss. He hurls the sword at the entity, and it gets stuck in its leg. His opponent swipes with its claws using abduction to grab him, but it goes straight through him and snags the stones behind. Seeing he's not there, Ibria is shook. Then it picks up the pile of stones to throw at him. The young man uses illusion magic to dip out. Since the abduction ability left a huge gap, he's ready to take advantage of the opening. The entity chucks the stone at him. It comes in hot and fast right where the young man was running. He dives forward to dodge. At the same moment, the stone hits the ground and shatters into pieces. Since he used illusion magic, the person the stone hit was just one of the clones. Seeing that, Ibria is surprised. Kanghu uses cross-teleportation to get behind her. Instantly, he grabs the sword and plunges it into the entity's back. She is shocked by the sudden attack. The young man pulls out the sword, leaving the body fallen. After the battle, he looks at the scaffolding in front of him. A dude who was watching comments about having another guy who could steal. Knocking on the wall, he calls the others to come out. Wolf spirits emerge from the area growling, and the dude says it was time to eat. The wolves run in the direction their owner commanded. They leap directly towards Shin. Without worry, the young man makes a piece of meat appear in his hand and shows it to the wolf. Noticing what he was trying to do, the dude gets confused. Seeing that all three remained quiet eating the meat, he doesn't understand why they weren't the type to get hyped about regular meat. Kanghu takes advantage of their distraction and grabs his sword. He finishes off the animals one by one. His owner gets nervous about the attack. Looking at him, the young man says there was a reason the animals went crazy for the meat. He had prepared it specifically for their taste. Minutes later, the three animals disintegrate. With seriousness, Shin says it was a warning. He asks the dude to give up the items he stole if he valued his life, and the dude starts cursing Yeren. From the top of the scaffold, he shouts to come get him if he can, and running inside, Shin says he would do it that way. Smiling, Mukyun says he was well prepared but lacked brains. He wonders what kind of idiot would enter enemy territory like that. Throwing a bomb, he tells it to explode and die. Kanghu uses mana tracking to see several other bombs on the ground. He uses short-distance jumps to leap between them. Seeing that it was working, the dude gets irritated. He avoids all the mana traps and jumps between the iron bars. Mukyun couldn't believe what he was seeing. Irritated, he asks if he really thought he would be scared by that. Kim says he was a person protected by a constellation called the Chaos Fighter. He claims he would show him the black magic of hell and throws a wave of magic at him. Shin uses cross-teleportation and short-distance jumps to dodge the attack and leap to where he was. The dude was around level 50 and was a dark mage with a disorienting constellation. Running, he says it was clear what he would do. He tells the young man he wouldn't dodge this time. He uses the vision capture ability, and the entire environment goes dark. Seeing the darkness approaching, Shin stands still and thinks it wasn't the time. The darkness drew closer, and Kanghu tells himself to wait. Putting his sword to cover his eyes, he says it was time and charges forward. Mukyun asks how he knew what the effect was to defend himself. The young man says it was obvious he knew since he was the creator of the ability. In an attack position, the dude asks him not to talk nonsense. Shin uses abduction and holds him. surprised that the ability was from a monster. He says that ability had an opening and was cheating, but the young man says he only used it to cancel his movements. Quickly, he uses the sword to strike him. As he was immobilized, the only thing he could do was scream in pain. Kim uses mana dissipation. An explosion of energy occurs, throwing the young man far away. Now free, he says he would burn him to death, and while fleeing, Kang-Hu thinks his firing speed was irregular. Then he wonders if he was using an item to influence his awakening state. Thinking about this, he jumps far from the location. Shin hangs high, and the dude calls him a rat. Throwing a magic ball at him, he shouts for him to die. Instantly, the magic hits him. His body falls to the ground amid the dude's laughter. He starts asking how he dared to face him. But looking down, he sees several others with the same appearance as his enemy. Irritated, he begins to emanate energy and uses heat rain to attack them all at once. 2 of them dodge the attacks and run toward him. Kim is confused by what was happening. At that moment, something scares him. Kang-Hu grabs him by the neck and places the sword where he had previously wounded him. Screaming, the dude says he was hurt in the same spot, and when wounded more intensely, he screams and falls to the ground. Holding his stomach and cursing, he asks how he could deceive him. Smiling, Shin says he did that because he knew he would fall. Shin says it was an epic strategy. Next to him, the system starts blaring a warning. The Gorilla Master Constellation totally hyped up his attack strategy. Even though tons of constellations are watching the hunters, sponsorships are super rare because they drain a lot of energy. The Dimensional Raider calls the sponsorship weak sauce, but Shin insists it helped him make the best call. He says he's going to use every ability he can get. The Raider calls him a nutcase and tells him to focus on the enemy right in front of him. Kang-Hu jumps in and attacks the leg of the downed guy, who screams in pain and asks if anything will change just because he got caught. He replies that if the world changed just by capturing someone, he wouldn't be there getting his weapon ready. As he wraps up his sentence, Shin slices him, delivering a final blow. Now that the boy has taken out the target and snagged his contract, he can flex some new skills. Shin checks out the abilities he just scored while putting his sword away. They were vision capture and superficial chaos, and the boy wonders if he should snag his stuff too. Without thinking twice, he starts digging through the enemy's clothes to grab the gear. After pulling out the loot, the boy thinks the opponent had some solid items for being level 50. He says with the gloves, he could link a mana thread to the dagger, the armor would boost his energy, and the ring would up his resistance. Finally, he pulls out a talisman from the God of Evil that cuts skill cooldown for 1 mana per second. After gearing up and checking all the items, Kang-Hu looks over the stats again and says that item was the best buff he could get. The boy figures he took everything and should sell all the rank 9 items, and it would be lit if he hit level 20. Leaving the area in his fresh outfit, he thinks this way he could unleash the ultimate assassin skill. Now on the streets, he finds it weird that there are no monsters around, since this was the clawed rabbit zone. In the distance, a glint from a magnifying glass catches his eye. On top of a building, a huntress asks her boss if they can wrap it up quickly to grab the boy's loot, and the boss nods. The boss sends a light signal to his crew hanging back. One of them, seeing the signal, says he'll tire Kang-Hu out by unleashing monsters to attack him while they break free. The released rabbits catch the scent of blood on Shin's clothes and charge at him while he feels relieved to see them. The rabbits go down easy. After taking them out, the system pings that Kang-Hu has hit level 20. Thanks to the sponsorship, his new skill of accelerated stabbing has leveled up to Bloody Stab. The huntress is shocked that the monsters went down so fast, and the boss seizes the chance to attack him. Jumping from the building, he lunges at the boy, ready to strike. The boss slams the ground with his sword as Shin coolly dodges the attack with a quick jump. Kang-Hu wonders who this guy is and if he's trying to rob him, barely avoiding losing his head. Fuming, his opponent asks if he's too slow and uses an advanced skill to attack again. But Shin dodges and lands the Bloody Stab on him. Since the enemy's recovery ability would be shot after taking 10 hits, he thinks he needs to keep it up. But the boss laughs off the attack, and the huntress confidently says the boss is a berserker who gets stronger as he fights. Soon after, the opponent charges again, which the boy dodges, thinking he's worthy of being a berserker. But with his wild swings, he leaves tons of openings, and he strikes the boss again. He keeps taunting, asking for more, but the boy thinks he just needs to hit him 4 more times. As he gets closer, the opponent realizes something's off as his vision starts to fade. Kang-Hu, now right up on him, uses the vision capture skill, leaving him incapacitated. Then, he activates the superficial chaos skill, leaving him all confused. With all these openings, Shin goes in for multiple hits. The berserker, even though he doesn't feel the stabs, starts swinging his sword, saying he didn't notice the cuts. After all the effects wear off, he finally sees again, and, furious, asks if the tricks are done. But then a wave of pain hits him, making him wonder what's happening and why he's losing strength. With both of them paused, the huntress starts to worry about the boss, and her buddy gets jittery. Furious, the berserker yells that the more he gets hit, the stronger he becomes, but an abduction skill activates. Kang Hu steps in and delivers a fatal stab to the boss's chest, calling him human even though he's a berserker. He says if the boss bleeds out too much, he's toast. And boom, the boss drops to the ground, totally shocking both of them. The huntress and her buddy freak out and start bolting away from Shin. The kid figures if bandits are here, the hunter's national security must have totally flopped. A system notification pops up, letting him know he snagged the Blood Glutton contract. Kang Hu is hyped and tells his constellation he scored 2 in one day. He mentions it's about time he got sponsored, but the looters just call him a weirdo. The main dude, known for his absorption and assassination skills, thinks about the wild stuff that just went down. He chats with a kneeling guy about picking up some sweet loot, including a magic resistance bracelet. On top of the shoes that boost his speed, he's also got a glove that cranks up his physical resistance. He thinks it'd be epic to mix this glove with a throwing one, balancing defense and attack. With this setup, he could take on tough enemies way more efficiently and strategically. He wonders out loud if he should wrap up the commission, and, feeling pumped, starts walking. In Dejon, you can see a bunch of buildings in the distance, while a wide street stretches ahead. The magic shoes start glowing bright, catching everyone's eye around him. The woman is totally amazed and can't believe he found the Vartaro shoes so easily. She gets a simple but polite reply with a thank you that wraps up their quick chat. Sung-Kyu-Si mentions that the first commission is usually a small test, and he crushed it better than half the crowd. The dude wraps up that 50% of the folks who take the first commission bite the dust. And thanks to the woman's cold and calculating brain, she's got a killer success rate in high-rank commissions. As promised, the woman in black hands him an attack pass for a dungeon packed with intermediate bosses. She carefully gives him all the deets he needs to ace the mission. On the Moor of Howling Winds, near Gapyeong Station, there are 4 intermediate bosses and 1 final boss. Shin Gang-Hu reads the paper while she asks if he's enjoying the read. With a slight grin, the main dude thinks it's a dungeon with 5 abilities he could totally snag. So, he asks to reserve the item for tomorrow morning, making sure it'll be ready when he needs it. Keeping the convo going, the guy still wonders if she's really gonna buy, showing some curiosity about her choice. Kim Muk-hyun had indeed picked up a ton of items, and she spots a chance for a sweet deal. They start chatting about a new mission, carefully checking out the details. The protagonist points to a dude's pic on the papers she handed over. His name is Ho Jung T, and he's got a rap sheet for stealing national stuff and causing bodily harm. Sung-Kyu-Si says finding his hideout will be tricky since the guy doesn't show up much. But that's not a problem, because there's a way to track him down. After selling off the stuff he didn't need, he racked up 250 million wons. While making a call, he's stressing about boosting his security with the cash he just scored. A voice answers on the other end, asking who's calling. The protagonist jumps right in, saying he wants to buy 10 Silasiums and the spot is Yongsan Station. A mustached dude replies, confirming he got it, and hangs up faster than a cat on a hot tin roof. After the call, he thinks there's still time before the dungeon invasion. He decides to grab a drink and scope out some info at Club Hades. An intense brawl kicks off between 2 guys, grabbing everyone's attention. The dude with long brown hair is seriously hurt and starts screaming. Around him, the other boys are hyped, cheering on the fight like it's the Super Bowl. Shin Gang-Hu tells the red-haired bartender he wants to bet everything he's got. With a wild look, he asks for a glass of Silasium Burst. The girl named Benny's eyes go wide when she hears the unusual order. Laughing, she tells him that drink has a super weird flavor and no one usually orders it. The guy starts thinking that in clubs like this, bartenders usually have some solid info. But this info hasn't been verified yet, leaving him a bit skeptical about its truth. He widens his eyes again, totally shocked by what he just saw. Staring at a new character in front of him, he's blown away by her unexpected entrance. A woman with short hair and a tight dress is chilling at the bar. She's the right-hand woman of Eclipse's executive member, Kang Dong, the hunting dog, Cha So-hee. While grabbing his drink, the main dude starts to wonder if Eclipse is tracking him down. With a grin, the red-haired bartender says it's gonna be tough to see a handsome guy like him in this club again. Curious, he asks her why, and she spills that she's only heard rumors. Leaning in like she's sharing a juicy secret, she says, Eclipse plans to take over the club. She adds that their scheme is probably to split up the hunters in the bar and drag them to the mine. Classic Eclipse human trafficking vibes. Suddenly it clicks why Cha So-hee was hanging around. He figures the smartest move is to bounce from this sketchy spot as soon as possible. Jumping, the bartender and the main dude whip around, trying to figure out what's going down. He realizes things just got real messy and starts sweating bullets. A crew of guys in black, packing heat, storms into the club out of nowhere. Everyone's eyes are glued to them until someone shouts if it's Eclipse. A bartender bolts in fear, and the gang gets all riled up by the chaos. With a wicked grin, one of them warns everyone to watch their backs, Panic sets in as everyone scrambles, and a wild brawl breaks out with the bar patrons. A dude in a suit tries to defend himself, shaking like a leaf, totally freaked out. In a last-ditch effort, he leaps at the guy in black using every ounce of strength he's got. The clash of weapons rings out, echoing like a rock concert gone wrong. The guy with glasses raises an eyebrow, catching something weird in the air. Shin Gang-hoo stands right in front of him, eyes locked in. With an axe in hand, he asks if the main dude wants to meet his maker. But he's way quicker, pulling off a cross-teleportation attack. Totally lost, the enemy is left scratching his head, confused about what just happened. He doesn't even see it coming when he gets hit out of nowhere. Already on the ground, he realizes it's too late to do anything. Cha-so-hee watches the chaos from a distance, calm and calculating every move. She's analyzing the scene, plotting her next move like a chess master. Then she steps out of her hiding spot. She sneaks up on the main dude, making zero noise. He feels her presence as she creeps closer, stealth mode activated. She's got a sharp knife hidden behind her, ready to strike. With a quick flick, she throws her knife at Shin Gang-hoo. The hero's gotta think fast and act even faster in this wild situation, but the knife zips toward an enemy sneaking up from behind and hits him dead on. Feeling the pain, the guy can only stare at her, totally unable to react. Right after, she launches another deadly blow, giving him no chance to breathe. He's lost, confused by her words that seem totally out of place. Without a word, the short-haired girl keeps attacking fiercely, no hesitation. She's fighting hard against anyone who dares to come close, fueled by pure determination. Even the warrior's scratching his head, trying to figure out what's going on. The girl says she's never seen him before, but something about him caught her eye and asks which guild he's with. In a serious tone, he shoots back that he doesn't like being tied down anywhere. With a smile, she asks if they can talk business, and he's down. More armed dudes show up, ready to throw down against the two. None of them get why the investigator's attacking, totally wrecking their plans. Her gaze is intense, but she's not backing down, ready to fight everyone. The guys are completely freaked out by her moves, totally lost on how to respond. With a commanding voice, she tells the men in black to charge and attack without holding back. In total chaos and confusion, they don't know how to handle the wild situation unfolding. With no other choice, they rush at the two who are just chilling, weapons ready. Shin Gang-hoo starts to piece together that this is all part of her master plan. He wonders if she's just testing his skills. Determined, he decides to roll with it and attacks the fighters with lightning-fast moves. The main dude reveals one of his special abilities, using it in a super quick and effective way. The attacks keep flying from all sides, turning the place into a total war zone. One of the guys disarms the hero, and it's the perfect moment to finish him off. But he's always got a trick up his sleeve, refusing to back down. With quick and precise moves, he outpaces everyone in that chaotic scene. His skills are insane, leaving everyone around totally stunned. With one clean strike, he took off one of the enemy's hands, putting him out of commission. No questions asked. The woman was shook, starting to think he might be using telekinesis or something wild to fight. He shot her a tired look, eyes heavy from the crazy battle, showing just how hard he'd been pushing himself. Without missing a beat, he told everyone to hit the emergency exit. Safety first, right? He was ready to bounce, but they caught on that he was trying to dip. Fuming, the commander yelled to chase that jerk down. No time to waste. The couple bolted, while some guys chased after them, and others just hung back in the hall. Curious as ever, the woman started firing off questions, wondering if he was a killer or if he had some magic tricks up his sleeve. He flashed his gear with a grin, showing he was ready for anything. Using his magic glove, he tried to vibe with the dagger, like they were best buds. He just told her she could think whatever she wanted, keeping it mysterious. As he ran, he faced a bunch of enemies zooming down the streets, ready for a showdown. A loud announcement blared, saying the Black Lion crew was causing chaos in the club. The guys in the hall kept attacking customers who were screaming for help. Total madness. The announcement said Eclipse was on it, trying to shut it down fast and taking out the runners. But Shin Gang-hoo was still the fastest and slickest dude in the place. Every punch thrown at him missed, as he dodged with insane agility and precision. He managed to weave through and hit back hard, taking down enemies left and right. A new warning popped up in front of him, but he couldn't wrap his head around what it meant. He got some unexpected backup from the constellation, giving him props for his justice moves during the wild fight. A soldier lunged at him with 2 knives, but he just laughed, thinking it was all a joke. He tossed a knife right at the dude's forehead, who didn't even see it coming. The woman started to think hard about the whole justice thing he mentioned earlier. She wondered if justice even existed in this messed up world full of chaos and unfairness. But the protagonist didn't care about that. He was laser focused on his goals. The soldiers were ready to attack, saying they'd pay back the sponsor. An axe flew through the air and slammed into the wall, making a huge noise that echoed everywhere. Shin Gang-hoo took that chance and used the wall to launch himself up. He charged at the guy at the top of the stairs, using everything he had. The jump was short but packed a punch, taking out 3 enemies in one go. After landing, he dropped to his knees, feeling the burn from all that effort. Footsteps echoed nearby, getting closer. Cha So-hee pulled a knife from one of the fallen guys, ready for anything. She had been expecting this moment, no surprise there. Meanwhile, Shin Gang-hoo kept running, kicking down every door in his path. He spotted her in the distance, waving toward the safe route ahead. Happy and relieved, the girl cheered, thinking she'd found the right way. Outside, the stars were shining bright in the dark sky, lighting up the chilly night. Together, they finally escaped the club, leaving the chaos behind. Eclipse soldiers were still hunting for them, not giving up. Hidden away, they waited for the perfect moment to strike. The woman suggested he work somewhere freer than the guild, no strings attached. With a sharp look, she said the pay would be awesome while handing him a card. The hero said he'd hit her up after dealing with some urgent stuff. With that, he turned and kept moving alone into the darkness. The subordinate stayed put, waiting for new orders or a signal to act. She answered a call from her master, who needed to talk about something super important. Watching some prisoners, she calmly said everything was wrapped up there, no more issues. She asked if the master wanted her to check out someone, just needed a name. The location? The detention center of Chun Kumyang. The person to investigate? None other than Shin Gang-hoo. At a train station, tons of people were boarding, getting off, and strolling along the platform. Someone stepped off the train wearing black shoes and tight pants. It was Shin Gang-hoo, realizing he wasn't wanted yet, thanks to Cha So-hee's reaction. But he knew it was smart to bounce from Dejon, just to be safe. Eclipse was spreading its influence and keeping an eye on trains heading to Gapyeong lately. The safest route for him? Yongsun Station, no doubt. The dude started ripping open a cardboard box, tearing through that tape like it was nothing. He checked his order, and everything was all good, holding it up like a trophy. He ducked into a hidden spot near the station and felt a wave of relief wash over him. While keeping an eye on the scene, he caught a conversation happening nearby. A guy in a fuzzy jacket was on the phone saying the other person just needed to step up. Then, out of nowhere, the dude noticed he was being watched and freaked out, yelling about what was up. All he wanted was for the person on the phone to show up at Yongsan Station. A gray-haired man in a long coat was controlling the chaos. Everyone was glued to a massive screen in a building in Seoul. That was the spot where the Jonghwa Guild's dungeons were, with security on lock. But it was also the only place where the National Security Agency actually did its job, running a huge market and keeping prices sky high. The main character realized he had to ditch the practical usage date and switch things up. He started thinking hard about his unique skills and the epic loot he'd stacked up over time. With a fire in his belly, he grabbed one of those items, feeling the weight of his choice. Without a second thought, he smashed the item with one hand, showing off his strength and determination. For him, that strength was more than enough to tackle whatever came next. His recovery speed would double if he stayed out of combat for over 30 minutes. Unlike other hunters, he didn't have to stress about mana, thanks to his special abilities. With a dagger gripped tight, the dude strolled through the empty streets of the city. Then bam, something caught him off guard, and he stopped dead in his tracks. It was a family walking by, chillin', while the kid asked for chicken for dinner. The mom smiled, saying yes, and that the National Security Agency and the Jonghwa Guild had their backs. Shin Gang-hoo watched that scene unfold, thinking it was the definition of blind faith as he walked away from the family. A noise snapped his attention back and he turned around. It was criminals attacking the family, trying to snatch the kid while the dad begged them to back off. The boy looked terrified, but the hooded guy wasn't about to show any mercy. People around started shouting for help from the National Security Agency, panic rising. Shin Gang-hoo was ready to take those losers down, even in broad daylight. He stepped in, saying he'd show some sincerity to the hooded man, leaving everyone around shook. Their eyes went wide as they saw someone unexpected rolling up, flipping the script. The criminals spotted Chae Guan-hyung from a distance and got visibly spooked, realizing they were in deep trouble. Everyone was in disbelief seeing Shin Gang-hoo from the Jonghwa Guild show up. His constellation had mad skills in fencing and spatial tricks. The main character was confused about why that guy was even there since he usually didn't jump into stuff like this. Chae Guan-hyung launched his attack on the criminals. He tossed a card at them. One of the thugs caught it mid-air, looking super suspicious. The guy in the suit told him he could take whatever he wanted if he just gave back the kid. The other thug was already dropping the boy on the ground, no hesitation. But the kid hit the ground hard, and the dad rushed over to check if he was all right while the thieves bolted. The job was a mess, and Chae Guan-hyung could pull back. The family was safe, and the man went after the criminals. Shin Gang-hoo realized just how strong and brave he was. He was a pro swordsman, specializing in spatial abilities, making him a wild card in a fight. Determined, he wasn't about to let those two hooded guys slip away that easily. The swordsman unleashed all his power, landing brutal hits on the two hooded men. Both guys were totally lost, not getting what was happening in the chaos. With precise and powerful strikes, he took them down, leaving them no chance to fight back. They didn't even have time to react because Chai Guan-hyung was lightning fast. When the mask came off, one of the criminals was revealed. It was the dude who had been chatting on the phone earlier at the station. He couldn't believe his friend was done for. Begging for his life, he cried that he did what he was told, and it was just acting. None of the people could hear what the two were saying. Desperate, the man kept begging for his life. He decided to stand up to that terrifying dude who had him shook, but no one could match his insane powers. So Chai Guan-hyung took out the second criminal and strolled away, letting everyone know it was safe now. This was something the hero totally saw coming. He used outside hunters to hype up public trust in the Yonghua Guild and set the stage to grab all the rights. People were thanking him as the main character walked off, thinking all the chances coming Chai Guan-hyung's way would be his later. With a notepad in hand, a genuine apology could be heard. The man handed over a sheet with all the deets about the fugitive prisoner the woman mentioned. Not missing a beat, she started reading the file like it was the latest gossip. Page by page, she devoured all the info in the material. Shin Gang-hoo rolled up to two guys in a forest. One of them recognized him right away. The protagonist's file was in the hands of Cha So-hee. She smiled, saying the person in the photo looked super familiar. The hero said it was time and asked to step into the portal. The guard said the dungeon setup was all done. But then the sentinel remembered Shin Gang-hoo said it was level 20. That was way below the recommended level, making things way sketchier than expected. They asked the protagonist if he'd really be good, considering the challenges ahead. He started thinking it was crucial to level up to hit his future goals. The minimum target was to hit level 50, which would take a ton of effort and grind. He needed to level up fast, even if it meant taking some serious hits at the start. The scenery flipped completely, turning into massive mountains that loomed in the distance. Shin Gang-hoo trudged through the desert, battling a crazy strong wind that was messing with his moves. He could barely see what was in front of him. The only thing guiding him in the middle of nowhere were the tracks left by his footprints. He jumped when he hit a part of the path. It was a massive gorge, totally hidden from view. The man almost tumbled into that gigantic hole blocking his way. A noise echoed from behind him. Loads of creepy eyes started popping up in the landscape. They were lizard-like creatures staring him down. If everything went right, the hero could reach his goal faster than he thought. The lizards zipped in fast, ready to attack with full force. Meanwhile, Cha So-hee was still digging into the info about the fugitive. She wanted to know more about the results of the chase analysis. The man figured Shin Gang-hoo had tricked a level 100 hunter, someone with serious mana. Still, he couldn't wrap his head around how he pulled off the next missions with only level 10 skills. An image started getting analyzed closely. Cha So-hee thanked the director for the assist. Plus, she dropped that she had met the fugitive a few days back. She added that she thought he was at level 100 and the director was shook. So he didn't get the info he was given, finding it totally useless, since the researchers couldn't even figure out the character's level. Back in the mountains, the hero kept using his skills to defend himself. The lizards attacked, but his powers were on another level. The dagger struck one of them right on target. The aim was at the creature's stomachs, just as planned. Using the magic glove, he thought it would take forever to finish them all. He yanked his bloodied weapon from the creature's belly, ready to keep fighting without hesitation. With a precise and devastating strike, he took out a bunch of them at once, flexing his strength. The protagonist made quick calculations, figuring out which enemies were still standing and planning his next move. Only 2 were left, so he didn't waste a second and took them out in quick succession. The creatures lay defeated on the ground while he flashed a confident smile, proud of his win. With a flick of his finger, he taunted the remaining creatures, daring them to fight without a hint of fear. Crawling slowly, with eyes as red as shining rubies, the monsters crept closer, ready to attack again. There were tons of enemies against just one dude, but he stood firm, determined to take them all down without backing off. One thing to keep in mind when hunting monsters is damage. Even if the monster bites the dust, if you didn't deal any damage, the system thinks you didn't hunt it. But if you manage to land a hit, even just a little, that can score you some sweet rewards. The protagonist took off, sprinting from the lizards that were hot on his tail. They leaped and dashed after him, but he wasn't sweating it. He nailed that short-distance jump, soaring over the massive gorge with some serious finesse. As he crossed, the critters chasing him started dropping one by one, totally unable to keep up. But he made it to the other side, leaving those losers in the dust. The lizards that had been chasing him tumbled into the deep pit. No way they were surviving that fall. Not a chance. Mission accomplished, he had taken down a common monster, wrapping up the challenge like a pro. With each monster that bit the dust, a notification popped up about his new achievement. His plan was a total win, and now he was rocking level 27. Meanwhile, in another room, Cha So-hee spotted a drawing on the floor, probably doodled by Shin Gang-hoo. It was some kind of ritual with blood, but she still had no clue what he was up to. She started wondering if he had summoned a constellation or something wild. Her phone buzzed. It was her master checking in on the investigation. The subordinate warned that the fugitive was no ordinary dude, and she nodded. She asked for backup because she was still fuming over the info from the director and ended up taking him out. Back in the mountains, the warrior took in the wreckage around him. The defeated beasts lay scattered on the ground, showing just how intense the battle had been. He held a stone in his hands, studying it while reflecting on the past. He remembered the grind in mining, facing daily struggles just to survive and thrive. At this point in the game, Cha So-hee should have already figured out he was the fugitive. Still, he wasn't about to get caught that easily. A massive figure shaped like fire appeared behind the protagonist, lighting up the area. Strolling up, the creature tried to close in with long strides and some seriously menacing moves. He spotted the monster and with a confident grin, said he was already ready for it. Wielding his dagger, he made it clear that this was his first skill. The two faced off in the middle of the mountains. A hooded man readied his bow and arrow. The creature was seen defeated in the water. Shin Gang-hoo scored another win on his journey. The notification that he completed the skill popped up. Now, he could infuse the fire element into all his weapons. From above, the man couldn't believe how fast he took down an intermediate boss. His hunting style was on point. He used all his combat skills. To lead the fire humanoid to the oasis, illusion magic helped him pull off the trick. That hero really didn't act like someone at a lower level, thought the observer. No wonder the captain was so interested in him. The order to follow him came from her. The guard was supposed to stick with him wherever he went. That's why he memorized the warrior's face. The captain said his test results were solid, but the low level was her real worry. She wanted the man to back Shin Gang-hoo if he got into trouble, and he should drop some wisdom about teamwork when the moment called for it. The warrior would be a huge help to the Blue Eyes if they could help him level up a bit. Continuing his spying, he decided to stick around a little longer. A dagger flew from a distance, hitting a protective shield with pinpoint accuracy. That shield started cracking after the throw. The protagonist noted that their defense was no joke. One of them was an intermediate boss rear defender. The other was an intermediate boss side defender. And a third was an intermediate boss front defense. The three were huddled inside that protective shield, proving they could do the work of 3 people, working as a team, covering each other. A fact that reminded him of Lee Yaren's words. He had said he would reach out after dealing with Ho Jung T. The girl asked him to hang tight for a bit. She offered a full-time gig. Thoughtful, he stared at her from the side without answering. Smiling, he said she gave off the vibe of being tied to some group and that he wasn't into sharing things. Back to the fight, the hero made a short-distance leap. He carefully approached the glowing blue shield, analyzing every detail before making his move. He started running around the giant ball, plotting a strategic plan to attack. With precision, he grabbed his dagger and plunged it straight into the shield, trying to deal some serious damage. He kept running quickly and cleverly, maintaining the pace to dodge any counterattack from the enemy. He activated another skill, now the cross-teleportation. The warriors were totally lost. Now he tried to use the capture skill. The men saw nothing at this moment. Another short-distance leap was pulled off. The protagonist was vibing with how smooth everything was going. He found himself at the perfect distance for the abduction to go down. Soon, the warriors started to catch on to what was happening. With the power of abduction, he took them down one by one. No sweat. The soldiers had no clue where the hits were coming from since they couldn't see. Shin Nog was lightning fast in the fight. The protective barrier was almost totally wrecked. He said this was why nature worked as a squad. He dropped some wisdom about relying on others when he couldn't even handle his own stuff. Using cross-teleportation, he struck his enemies quick and totally out of nowhere. The opposing fighters didn't stand a chance against his insane speed and skills. A new short-distance leap was carefully plotted, making sure he had the upper hand in the brawl. Grinning confidently, he kept fighting harder, showing off his skills with every move. The guys with shields couldn't defend themselves anymore. This battle was already a done deal. The plates with another victory popped up almost instantly. But there was still one boss left, and he wanted to go all out. But the dude was already ready for him. It was a showdown, face to face. The protagonist swung his dagger upward, hitting him right on target. This way, he landed several hits on the enemy. With his fist raised high, the enemy tried one last desperate swing at the protagonist. But the illusion magic threw him off completely, leaving him wide open and confused. There was zero chance of survival for the soldier, who was totally at the mercy of the attack. The fatal blow was about to drop, ending the battle fast and decisively for the protagonist. There wasn't enough defense left to save him. The enemy had no shot left. He hit the ground, dagger in his chest, and Shin Nog leveled up to 29. Another win for the hero, who stayed unbeatable. The lateral, rear, and frontal defense skills combined to create the protective barrier skill. This combo was super interesting for the hunter, and definitely useful on his journey. The hooded man was still watching from a distance, amazed by his skills and thinking maybe he didn't need a crew. But honestly, it was too soon to say that. The observer would only know for sure when he saw him take on the main boss. Shin Nog was already squaring up against his next opponent, and the dude following him was there the whole time, keeping a close eye on every move. The two men were locked in a stare, while the protagonist buzzed with excitement. The white-haired monster was ready to unleash the bloodburn skill, and it was the one the hero had been after since the start. The monster started flying around, trying to figure out how to make the first move. It let out a massive grunt, echoing through the area, showing off its rage and determination. From its hands, purple fireballs of darkness shot out, aimed straight at the enemy at lightning speed. The hero dodged, making about 3 quick jumps back. The creature noticed the dude's swift moves. A beam of light sliced through the air. It was the defensive magic kicking in using the wind arrow skill. The white-haired beast defended itself. The protagonist realized how tough it was to find a good angle to strike. He held something green in his mouth that looked powerful. The fight raged on, and the creature managed to hit the object near the hero, splitting it in two. With spam skills up front and defensive magic in the back, he could take down the mage in close combat, landing some hits, but Shin Na thought better of it, realizing he'd end up bleeding a lot, and that bloodburn skill was no joke, deadly and brutal. Plus, it had the power to take him out instantly. While the mage flew around him, the hunter searched for another way to close in for the attack. The mage had shown all his tricks, but Shin Nog only revealed his jumps, so he was totally unaware of the other hidden defenses. Under that red sky, the fight went on. The observer commented on the battle, saying the monster and the hero couldn't land solid hits. He noticed the hero was still hunting for his opponent's weakness. The mage's magic was getting more deadly and dangerous by the second. That creature looked pretty annoyed with the fight, activating its red and terrifying glare. Noticing his opponent's irritation, the blue-haired boy started to mess around. It was the perfect moment for his epic move. Time to unleash everything he'd been holding back. He made a bunch of quick hops to get even closer to the mage, who was soaring through the sky. With a fierce look, he was already close enough to crush another mission. He was right in the sweet spot. There was barely time for the mage to notice the kid next to him. His white hair stood up at the sight of how that kid could totally take him down. So he cast a spell. Shin Nog's plan was still in the works. The fight was heating up, and explosions of power were going off all around the observer, who was hiding behind some rocks. It was time to pull off universal teleportation and sneak attack the mage from behind. He glanced over and saw that the character was right next to him. Grinning devilishly, he was ready to unleash all his magic on the hero. An intense purple explosion of dark energy lit up the air, but it was way too soon for the mage to be feeling proud of his crazy skills. The protagonist positioned one of his hands, and used the protective barrier he snagged at another level to block that intense attack. He also tapped into his fire element ability, and landed a massive hit on the mage's back, who crashed to the ground screaming in agony. Shin Nog's gaze was fierce as he watched his victory unfold. Burning non-stop, the mage was wrapped in intense flames. Defeating the enemy, he realized this ability wasn't half bad after all. The hooded figure couldn't believe it when he saw the hero take down Alicia all by himself, no backup needed. Now, he had the blood-burning ability he'd always wanted, and had nailed the main goal. He also noticed that the dude who had been with him on this journey had dipped. His level was already at 32, and now he had the basic assassin class skill, which was acceleration. Checking out his new and well-deserved achievements, he gobbled up the green objective. He scored an unexpected sponsorship, snagging a little bit of constellation power. At his feet lay a glowing blue item, radiating a mysterious energy that seemed to pulse with excitement. That constellation power was now all his, something he never thought he'd actually hold, and it should be super useful on his journey, helping him tackle whatever challenges were still ahead. Meanwhile, in a dark building on the street, something shady was going down, hidden in the night's shadows. Cha So-hee was filling her master in on Shin Nog's journey. She was with a few soldiers chilling outside a locked door. Their mission was to bust into the room and find something that could be evidence. A guy in a black jacket was reporting everything happening through his cell phone. He was typing a message to his client, letting them know that Eclipse was hunting for traces of Shin Nog at his place. When they entered, there were no clues, and it was totally empty. On the other end of the phone, a guy was puffing on a cigarette. The short-haired girl listened as her master said he was getting more and more intrigued by the protagonist. He explained that the reason for his interest was that the kid doesn't hesitate when he moves, being careful yet bold at the same time. He added that his caution was a useful trait that So-hee didn't have. She widened her eyes when she heard her master was interested in the guy's skills, which would make him a direct rival. He kept asking if she had found any useful evidence to push the investigation forward. Reading the info on a paper, she claimed she thought she found something relevant to the case. The woman explained that the owner of the house they were in was actually a skilled and dangerous hunter. A character watched the scene unfold from across the street without getting any closer, leaving the place a total mess. The gang bounced with the clues they gathered that day. As he left the mountains, the hero thought about the blood-burning ability he had snagged. Plus, selling the green magic stone raked in 50 million ones. He also got a ring that boosts bleeding effects and a skill book he'd keep close. They heard a noise that seemed to come from his phone. Now that he was further from the dungeon, the phone finally got a signal. He checked the messages he'd missed while inside the dungeon, letting him know that Eclipse was on his trail. He celebrated the news with a grin from ear to ear, totally stoked. Thinking about Cha So-hee, he mentioned how the woman was crazy fast and efficient in investigations. After reading the messages, Shin Nog remembered Han Seo-yeon. He realized this was the info power of the Guild of Flowers or listeners, just as expected. He figured out that Eclipse had clocked his moves and would be on the hunt for Lee Yeren soon. He knew the woman had zero reason to back him up since she had turned down his offer, just another business dude. Still, the blue-eyed guy was beefing with Eclipse over the city of Dejon. He decided it was time to track down Ho Jung T. Chill vibes, he hopped on the train with no bags in sight. He realized he'd need backup for this mission and had to find that person ASAP. A dude with red hair was eyeing the brick building. Scratching his head, he wondered if he could catch Ho Jung T at this rate. He chatted with a guy puffing on a cigarette, warning him to ditch his plans. The suited man said the Yangpyeong incident was outside his turf. The character's eyebrow twitched, rage bubbling up as he glared at the building ahead. That place was the last spot he called home, packed with memories that felt like a distant nightmare. Step by step, he climbed the stairs, each footfall echoing in the heavy silence. He was at the top when he knocked hard on the door, ready to face whatever was waiting. A light-haired character popped up, asking who was knocking. The red-bearded man asked about Ho Jung T, but the kid seemed clueless. Only one person lived there, and it was that same boy. Peeking inside, the man in the coat spotted a gun chilling on the kitchen counter. He quickly asked the kid if he was a hunter. The boy turned fast to check his gun. He explained he had it because the world's a jungle, and he figured everyone had one stashed at home. Feeling awkward, the character apologized, and the boy slammed the door. Not the spot he was hunting for, but he kept on searching. Meanwhile, the kid in the apartment snatched up the gun. Grinning confidently, he swung the door open again, as if he already knew what was up. Without a second thought, he aimed right at the back of the redhead, ready to strike, who noticed the movement and whipped out his long sword to defend himself. Moving with lightning speed, the man was way quicker. He knocked the gun out of the boy's hand. Surprised by the twist, he realized the kid was packing heat. Charging into the apartment, he chased after the blonde kid. He kicked him hard in the back, and the kid hit the ground, howling in pain. To scare him straight, he rested his sword near the boy's head. He demanded to spill everything about Ho Jung T. The kid said he'd only seen him once during a job, where he warned he'd take out anyone looking for him. He also knew the guy was hiding solo and discreetly, backed by someone scary. With swords at the enemy's neck, the redhead pressed for more info. Now, outside the building. The man wondered if this was why the Yangpyeong investigation hit a wall. His attention shifted to a noise in the street. He spotted some folks coming their way. 3 guards from the Seoul National Security Agency were patrolling, eyes peeled for any action. Not wanting to get caught, he ducked behind a wall, avoiding any direct heat. The 3 men strolled slowly, scanning the area for a specific spot to check out. Peeking out for a second, the red-haired guy was torn on how to stay hidden from them. Out of nowhere, a character with blue hair rolled up, chatting with the cops. He claimed he had something crucial to share, but they told him they were on a mission. The guy said a hunter had jacked him on the road, spilling the details to the officers. While the guards were distracted by his story, the red-haired man seized the chance to slip away unnoticed. He bolted to a hiding spot, making sure he was far enough to dodge capture again. Once safe, he thanked his lucky stars, relieved to dodge such a wild and messy situation. Feeling proud of his escape, Shin Nog realized he had just helped that dude get away. A hand with a watch reached for a book on the top shelf. The man, swords in hand, moved slowly, keeping an eye on the shadows around him. An old photo album flipped open, revealing a picture that sparked memories of a long-gone past. 2 friends were in the frame, celebrating something special, as the memory of that day flooded back. The friends laughed together, and one congratulated the other for moving to Seoul. They kept cracking up, soaking in the good vibes, totally clueless about what was coming next. The dude in the black suit told his buddy to chill, saying he'd handle things while the other was off doing his thing. These 2 were all about justice, ready to dive into whatever chaos came their way. No second thoughts, even if it meant facing some serious heat. Then, a new character strolled in, his shiny black shoes grabbing everyone's attention right away. It was Shin Na, the guy who had tracked down the red-haired dude before, bringing a whole vibe of mystery and serious determination. He hit him with a question about how he found this spot, but the man seemed to know everything about Yu Dahun. He dropped his current level, which was 362, and mentioned he was with the Seoul ASN. Startled, he grabbed his sword and asked if he had done a background check or if he was part of the Seoul ASN. All he knew was why they were looking for Ho Jung T. Shin Nog was down to team up with him. Back at Lee Yaren's table, she sighed about how nobody seemed interested in the mercenary gig. But the guy in front of her was a solid commission receiver, even had the chops to be recommended to Jiang Shihuan. Suddenly they heard a weird noise and whipped around, all serious and alert. The screams were wild, echoing through the place, leaving both of them looking spooked by the surprise chaos. It was Cha So-hee rolling into the office with her notorious gang, Eclipse. Holding a paper, she announced she finally found what she was after. Lee Yaren shot up, shocked that someone would just waltz in there without a heads up. With a grin, the long-haired girl said she wasn't here to throw down, just wanted to chat. She handed over Shin Nog's file, asking if Lee Yaren knew him, with a mysterious and intense look. Stunned by the info, Lee Yaren stared at the paper in her hands, trying to wrap her head around what was going on. Back to the convo about the two hunters, the redhead got curious about the job they were talking about. With some hesitation, he asked what kind of work they could tackle together. Shin Nog made it clear that catching Ho Jung T wasn't the end of the line, and that Yu Da-hoon wouldn't be able to handle it, especially if he was with the Seoul National Security Agency. He remembered how tough it was to dig up info on his friend because of all the access restrictions. The redhead explained it was a jurisdiction thing, but he wondered why the guards almost ran into him earlier. Confused, Yu Da-hoon didn't get what the hunter was getting at. He explained that Ho Jung T had backup, and that it was someone big enough to make even the National Security Agency sweat. The redhead recalled what the blonde kid had said, and about the chat he had with the guy in the suit. He was piecing it all together, analyzing every detail and coming to a wild conclusion. He was dying to know who this mysterious supporter was, helping him out so quietly. To his shock, the supporter turned out to be one of the top dogs in the powerful Yonghua Guild. He was completely blown away by the news, struggling to believe what he just found out. He thought the guy was just talking nonsense. Shin Na said they should team up since they had the same goals. He dropped a date and time. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., the red-bearded dude would see if he showed up at the square. He also insisted it wasn't a trap, saying he could investigate as much as he wanted. In return, if Shin Na kept his word, the man would work with him. In Lee Yaren's office, the woman kept grilling her without a break. The other thought about the real name of the person she knew, Sunkyu. She knew Eclipse was super interested in him for sending the hunter and shot back that she didn't know him. Even with the denial, Cha So-hee got annoyed and said she had already confirmed that she was recommended to him. With her hands on her head, the short-haired woman confirmed the info, but said it had been cancelled. Then she kicked the woman and her crew out. Fuming, she pressed her lips tight and warned, saying it was better not to be lying and playing games with her. The woman stormed out, stomping her feet hard on the ground. Right after she left, Lee Yaren told someone to keep tabs on the hunter to track her moves. She wondered if she should fill Shin Nog in on the whole thing, trying to strengthen her bond with the blue-eyed dude. We zoom back to the blue sky near the building, where the chill vibes clashed with the wild events. A message buzzed into Ho Jung Tae's phone, saying someone was on his tail, not giving up. With a sarcastic grin, cursing those clueless fools, he plotted his next move, cool as ice. He shoved his phone into his pocket, thinking no one had a clue he was right under their noses. He strolled through the streets, humming some random tune, totally oblivious to the chaos brewing. Out of nowhere, he spotted someone chatting him up and stealthily tailing him on his journey. It was Shin Gang-hoo, the dude he'd been waiting for forever. Popping up right then, the Dark Priest's powers shone like a constellation, but with a wicked twist. The two guys started talking, exchanging tense looks while the world around them went silent. The vision capture spell kicked in, revealing hidden details that flipped the whole situation upside down. Ho Jung T felt the spell hit him, energy surging through him like a lightning bolt. Something was stirring inside him, a transformation no one could have seen coming. They both sprang into action, launching attacks with precision and speed, ready to take down the enemy. Short hops got them in close, keeping the upper hand as they moved like pros. Shin Gang-hoo realized the enemy dodged his vision capture spell, meaning this guy had some serious magical resistance. The long-haired dude wondered if this was the one who'd been hunting him down. Standing there, he didn't budge. Ho Jung Tae kicked into gear, knowing he had to defend himself since the guy had sniffed him out. He was ready to end it and hurled all his swords at him. A weapon fired, hitting the guy who let out a scream. Crying like a baby, he insisted he knew nothing, denying any involvement. He swore he didn't know Shin Gang-hoo, trying to prove he was innocent against the wild accusations. But Cha So-hee kept up her relentless attacks, determined to get to the bottom of things, showing zero hesitation. She wasn't buying his words, tired of the same old lies and tricks in these situations. She remembered the day she met Shin Gang-hoo, who had ghosted her since. She also recalled the shock when her master said he was a solid competitor. She stomped the ground with her sharp heels, channeling all her strength as her determination skyrocketed. She saw him as nothing but an enemy now, someone to face without mercy. She knew she couldn't let this slide, that dude taking her spotlight. She had to act fast, thinking of herself before everything spiraled out of control. After taking out the guy she was dealing with, she figured her master would get her, even if it was extreme. If she accidentally took out Shin Gang-hoo, she thought she'd be off the hook, since it was all part of her mission. He was fighting for his life right then, dodging attacks coming from all directions. His protective shield saved him from getting stabbed in the back, keeping him in the game. Ho Jung T noticed another skill from his enemy, realizing he was way more dangerous than he looked, and he wondered if he was turning into a murderer, questioning his choices up to that point. 4 more knives were ready in his hand, aimed to be thrown with deadly precision. All of them were locked on the protagonist, who had to move fast to dodge a bad fate. He dodged and weaved through the attacks with insane agility, moving like he could see the future. His vision was sharp, and he took a step back to defend himself, carefully plotting his next move. The two waited to strike again, studying each other in silence, gearing up for the final showdown. Ho Jung T's expression was anything but chill, his growing fury showing in every twitch of his face. He wanted to land a close hit, making sure his strike would be spot on and end the fight for good. He was blown away by the intense moves, watching each blow with a mix of surprise and respect. He didn't expect those reflexes, showing skills way beyond what he thought possible. He was stunned by the crazy abilities from his lower-level opponent, questioning how he ever underestimated him. The knife was aimed right at him. The bloody stab came quick and painful. Shin Gang-hoo revealed he had planted his mana in spots where his opponent might hide. The artifacts were scattered all over the ground. As he strolled among them, his presence was felt, but no one dared to step in. He explained that every time the long-haired enemy struggled, he became easier to read. The protagonist could see the whole route of the adversary, predicting each move with confidence and precision. His piercing eyes locked onto him, radiating a vibe of total dominance and control. All Jung T could focus on was the crazy pain shooting through him. He knew he had to back off for now. Those hits had wrecked him pretty bad. But honestly, that didn't matter much, since the main character was already gloating about his win. Then he unleashed his latest move, the epic blood burn, boosting his strength when it mattered most. The opponent squirmed in agony, totally lost on what to do next or where to run. Flat on the ground, he twisted around, and the pain just wouldn't quit. Even all messed up, he still threw threats, showing he had some serious backup. But Shin Gang-hoo wasn't sweating it. He already recognized this dude as Che Kwang-hyung from the Junghwa Guild. Confused, the guy on the ground couldn't figure out how the other already had this info. Getting ready for the final blow, he squared up and channeled all his strength to finish this. In a quieter spot, the bearded man with the red hair stayed silent, deep in thought. Thinking back to last night, he recalled the big moments that led him here, and everything Shin Gang-hoo had dropped on him that same night. He had already noticed that the redhead was glued to his watch, treating it like a countdown to doom. It was the account of his friend that still lingered in that thing. To undo this account, they would have had to process the deceased buddy during a mission. But Ho Jung T's supporter wouldn't want that, thanks to the whole dead friend situation. So the guy wraps up his thoughts, saying he probably wanted to keep it on the down low. They must have decided to cover up the account instead of going through the usual steps. But the few who could access the account must have seen the investigation details and rolled into the village. The redhead was super focused and paying attention to every detail. Shin Gang-hoo said he needed to team up using this account. The next day, the red-haired dude shows up at the spot, even if he's a bit late. The protagonist tells him he's been waiting forever, but the other guy was only hyped to find out about Ho Jung T, grilling him on where he could be hiding. All beat up and worn out, the guy they were after finally shows up in the hero's grip, totally unable to fight back. Now, Yoo Do-hoon finally gets why it was so hard to track him down, realizing the fugitive's insane skills. There were tons of people nearby watching everything closely, and that was totally on purpose. If he got arrested right then, even his supporter wouldn't be able to do a thing. He still throws out the option for personal revenge against the guy, which wouldn't be stopped. He tells him to make a choice fast, pushing him to decide before it's too late. Thinking hard and unsure of what to pick, he's left totally speechless, unable to make a quick call. The sun slowly dips around the park, painting the scene in orange and a bit of a sad vibe. A guard suddenly rolls up, telling everyone to back off while keeping a close eye on what's going down. He asks Shin Gang-hoo if he's the one who contacted about Ho Jung T. The protagonist nods and shows off the captured fugitive, who was infamous for his insane hiding skills. The guard asks him to send the hunter registration number, needed for the reward to go through. Without missing a beat, the protagonist drops the info, showing he's got this and making sure everything runs smoothly. The guard thanks him for the help and wraps up the transaction, handing over the promised reward. He scored a reward of 300 million wons and a dungeon rental. It was already night, and the red-haired dude was staring at the horizon. He had passed on his personal revenge, but that didn't bother him. He felt good about his choice, thinking of his friend. Both just wanted a place they could trust in a world that's tough like this. They wanted the National Security Agency and the Yunghua Guild to be that safe space. Back to the convo, he wanted the ASN to pay for their screw-ups. He didn't want to let either the guild or the ASN chill after hearing that guy's words. He was already plotting the right path to take, planning each move with focus and determination. It was the same path where he led the epic revolt against the ASN, making history with guts and boldness. In the novel, he was painted as a total villain and a sworn enemy of the powerful Yunghua Guild. Just as the main character was all about chasing his dreams, tackling every challenge that came his way. He got caught up in the Ho Jung T mess, but this time, he was going to leave no trace behind. The dude was still mulling over the favor he was asked to do, all for the sweet reward. Shin Gang-hoo made it clear he wasn't the type to do free work. He grinned while saying this, and he was all set to take out Chai Kwan-hyung, which meant a massive payday in the end. The guard dropped the news about Ho Jung T getting arrested, arms all messed up. He wanted to know who had done that to him. Right away, the cop grabbed the hunter registration, checking the details like a hawk to make sure it was legit. But he jumped back when he saw something weird on the phone screen, showing incomplete info out of nowhere. The details that should have been there had vanished, leaving the cop totally baffled and unsure of his next move. Another guard's account had been used to wipe the info, erasing any evidence that could have been found, which was wild since it was the account of someone who was already dead. In a massive explosion of rage, Choi Kwan-hyung couldn't believe what he was hearing. He refused to accept what the cop just spilled. He got mad at the guards who were kneeling and begging for mercy. They claimed they went to Yangpyeong, but found no suspicious characters. Fuming, the guy didn't want to buy what the cops were selling. They told him to chill, but his glare was pure disapproval. A beam of red light started glowing in the room. A dude with light hair and eyes walked in, asking what was going down. Shin Gang-hoo pointed out that he snagged Ho Jung T's stuff for himself, like the recovery of resistance. And he said there are no better allies than the enemy of your enemy, which he thought was a smart move. The redhead was totally lost, trying to wrap his head around the cryptic stuff being thrown around. The character needed a sword to take on the Yunghua Guild, so he helped out in a revenge plot in exchange for an ally. Now the sword guy was realizing he was the main character in some story. He wasn't vibing with that idea, and he said he wasn't the so-called main character. Shin Gang-hoo was just a shadow so Jang Shihwan could shine. Claiming he'd head back to Seoul, the warrior shot him a look and walked into the shadows, heading down the hill. Meanwhile, Shin Gang-hoo kept moving toward his destination. A thought popped up about leveling up while the moon lit up the night sky. The fight with the cops was getting wild, who were just ignoring the insults. He wasn't calming down at all and kept ranting, making it clear his anger was off the charts. A big dude dressed all in white showed up, bringing an intense and mysterious vibe. He said Kwang-hyung wasn't in a good mood, warning everyone about the danger brewing. The guards quickly realized it was Jang Shihwan who had arrived, recognizing his serious authority. He ordered the cops to bounce immediately, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate any interruptions in his business. Scared of his intimidating presence, the cops didn't hesitate to skedaddle and left the scene fast. He handled the situation effortlessly, and the guys backed off without questioning his orders or putting up a fight. The characters were chilling in a quiet room, each in their own armchair, keeping an eye on their surroundings. The convo kicked off slowly and carefully, with every word picked to avoid any mix-ups. Jang Shihwan asked what the issue was and what was causing all this anger. Kwang-hyung explained that his tool was broken and thought someone had messed with him on purpose. The guy kept talking about his thoughts but got cut off. He had already been warned once. Sitting there, the man in the white suit asked for more details, trying to figure out what the problem was. Calmly, he said he didn't care about the plague anymore, and that all enemies blocking his dreams would turn to ashes. At the Yangsu station, a hand was seen touching what looked like a statue of a dog. It was Shin Gang-hoo, hanging out there, observing everything with a serious look. Even though it was a hidden dungeon in the novel, he knew that place held some valuable and dangerous secrets. For the main character Jang Shihwan to make the most of it, he'd need to face challenges that would test his strength. The blue-haired dude was ready to crush it this time, grabbing every chance that popped up in his way. He strolled with long strides, laser-focused on his goal, radiating confidence and pure determination. In his grip was a glowing dagger, its light slicing through the gloom like a boss. Ready to roll, he was already at the entrance, set for any sneaky attack that might come out of nowhere. John Young, the intermediate boss with a bunch of eyes, showed up, bringing a vibe that made the air feel thick. He felt the danger as he crept closer to his target, sizing up the perfect moment to strike. The two were locked in a stare, the monster towering over him, giving off some serious intimidation. With magic sparking in his eyes, he kicked off the attack, unleashing energy that seemed to own the space. Using shadow steps, the creature split itself, creating a perfect clone that cranked up the danger level. The shadow was ready to pounce, moving with insane speed while the original just stood there, watching. And just like that, it vanished, disappearing into thin air, leaving nothing but silence behind. Zooming in on Shin Kangoo with a single leap, now there were shadows everywhere. But he stayed chill, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The shadows charged at him, all sneaky and fierce, ready to attack without a second thought. With his dagger out, he spotted the right moment to make his move, gearing up for a game-changing strike. Using his magic glove, he unleashed a powerful spell, hoping it would be enough to take down the threat. But he didn't see what was coming. Caught off guard by the creature's wild reflexes. The creature dodged his hit, showing off some crazy agility that left him momentarily speechless. And a bunch of others were closing in, quickly surrounding him and cranking up the tension of this epic showdown. Before he knew it, his dagger was stuck in the ground. He dashed to grab it back, wielding his knife with the fire to win this battle, ready to smash through any obstacle. His feet floated in the air as he sprinted toward the shadows, moving with mad agility and precision. The dude started taking them out one by one, wiping out the shadows fast while keeping his eyes on the prize. He was finishing them off, giving them zero chance to react, showing he was the real deal in combat against these foes. But then he sensed a new attack coming from behind, realizing too late that something super dangerous was on the way. It was a lightning-fast shadow, moving with terrifying precision, ready to strike without giving him a chance to defend. It used illusion magic to throw him off and landed a heavy punch, hitting him with a force that was no joke. The character felt the hit, getting knocked back as he tried to regain his balance and figure out what just happened. He dropped his knife, unable to hold on to it after that impact, and the situation got even more intense. The shadow realized the fighter had vanished from its sight. He found himself all alone in that space, nowhere to be seen. That's when he tapped into all his power. He struck right at its head with the dagger. That shadow was no longer a problem as he figured out how to take it down for good. Dazed, it was about to meet its end, with no strength left to fight back. As the protagonist prepped for the final blow, it hit the ground without a peep, totally defeated, making it clear it was no longer a threat. The protagonist had pulled off another epic win, proving once again his strength and skill in tackling seemingly impossible challenges. His enemy would probably never guess he'd use illusions and hide nearby, let alone track its attack and strike at just the right moment. Now, he had taken down an intermediate boss and snagged the Shadow Step ability. He told himself he'd use this ability way better than the defeated enemy ever could. His level shot up to 33, breezing through the first stage. Back to the two characters chilling and chatting in the room. Both were throwing down their opinions, each convinced they were right. One of them started getting annoyed. The blonde dude claimed the world revolved around him, because he was all about goodness, justice, and the way. Meanwhile, Shin Gang-hoo found himself lost in the middle of the forest. By suggestion, the main boss popped up for him. What was wild was that things weren't going down exactly as the novel described. The man in the black suit started to realize who the real protagonist of this mystery-filled story was. The man in the white suit and light hair confidently declared he was the true main character of this plot. Shin Kangoo was already gearing up, both mentally and physically, for his next fight, which was about to be the toughest one yet. This time, he was going up against a version of himself, the ultimate boss, and the most powerful one at that. His weapon was all set for battle, ready to take on the hardest enemy ever. He kicked things off with a short-distance jump to close the gap with the foe. He swung but missed as the enemy dodged like a pro. His feet thudded on the ground, echoing through the area as he charged forward, determined to get into the action. He aimed for another strike with his sword, looking for a chance to wrap this up fast. The weapons clashed with precision, sending sparks flying and a metallic ring that echoed across the battlefield. He realized this was going to be a close-quarters brawl, needing both skill and strategy to take down this skilled opponent. If he pulled out illusion magic right away, he'd be an easy target. That would totally mess up his position, making him lose that sweet initial edge. And since they both had the ability to read each other's moves, they knew each other's weaknesses. Maybe if he combined the short-distance jump with his abduction ability, dodging would be a real challenge. The best bet was to stick to skills that needed some physical contact. He knew he was in for a tough fight. Transversal teleportation was being thrown around like confetti, and he was ready, dagger in hand, set to strike with precision and determination against the enemy ahead. He started to push forward using his special move, the bloody stab, trying to smash through the opponent's defenses with raw power. But the other guy dodged like a ninja, using a protective barrier that blocked his attacks and totally wrecked his plans for a quick advance. The defensive and offensive moves from the opponent were on point, showing off some serious skill and experience in this intense showdown. He wanted to see just how long the enemy could hold up against his relentless attacks. Then, out of nowhere, the enemy multiplied into a bunch of clones, making the battle way crazier and unpredictable. He was totally lost facing the Shadow Step's ability, which messed with his senses in the heat of battle. He couldn't believe his eyes, as the enemy seemed to be everywhere at once, totally playing tricks on him. He charged in with his dagger, ready to land a killer blow and wrap this up. With all his might, he struck first, thinking he finally had the upper hand against this skilled opponent. He split the enemy in two, but the dude pulled off the swap ability just in time, dodging the fatal hit. He felt a sharp pain inside. The sword was already gearing up for another attack. It was the bloody stab ability, but the protective shield was there to block. Yet cracks started to form from the insane force used. Soon, that barrier shattered, exposing the man. With all his fury, the other guy began to strike back. He bolted from that spot, trying to escape. Again, the bloody stab ability was unleashed. Several hits landed on their final target. Noticing something coming from behind, it was the short-distance jump. But the guy threw up the protective barrier again to shield himself. The shadows kept attacking and wrecking his defense. With wide eyes, the assault continued. Fleeing from everything and everyone, he just tried to hide. He was freaked out by the strength of the fight. He tried another spell, Shadow Strike, but it dodged everything. He had no clue how to defend himself or what to do to win this battle. Another shield started to form, trying desperately to protect himself from the shadows. While someone shouted to keep pushing through, he closed in for a close combat clash. The swap ability was used again, and often. He didn't know which spell to throw out next. So, he stuck with his protective barrier, but soon it shattered under all the hits. He had hit his limit and was feeling desperate. He had no more mana to keep using his abilities. He couldn't copy the mana hypersensitivity like before. With the bloody stab, defeat was a sure thing. He was already pretty banged up from all the attacks. He couldn't even react. He felt pain all over his body. With a quick jump, he bounced away. But the enemy called him out for a showdown. He wasn't done yet. He craved more action. So, he made his final move with a fiery blast. It was game over for him. Lying on the ground, he had no more lives left. Shin Kangoo realized his mana hypersensitivity was a total game changer and leveled up his skills. He was already eyeing that hidden dungeon, plotting his next moves like a chess master. He picked from the skills in the book, and after checking them all out, he finally chose the most epic one. Now, at max level, he was convinced nothing could take him down. He had reached God mode. He snagged his first ultimate ability, a true badge of honor that set him apart from the rest. He was stoked about his journey so far, remembering all the tough battles and sweet wins. He was a legit champion, a total legend who crushed every challenge thrown his way. With this, he blocked one of Zhang Xihuan's chances at an ultimate, but he never expected to score a red crystal and a skill book. Red crystals were rare gems used for upgrading gear or skills. He joked that he'd be super jealous if Zhang Xihuan got his hands on this, so he decided to keep the loot. First up, he'd dive into the Assassin's skill book, packed with next-level techniques for stealthy takedowns. He flipped through the pages like a pro, soaking up all the secrets, ready to unleash them in future fights. Everything he knew came from that book, and he was pumped to see it in action during the next epic battles. So, he pushed forward on his quest, ready to face the threat from Ho Jung T. The next day, near Pyeongtaek Station, Lee Yeren said she'd never seen anything like this outside of Danjeon before. He nodded, totally vibing with her. She had some serious questions for him. She had some interesting questions lined up. Pointing at the terrain, she asked why he dropped 100 million wons into her account. He explained he knew Cha So-hee was on his tail, so if his info leaked, she'd be in Yangpyeong faster than a speeding bullet. Apparently, she was hunting him down by torching hunters who didn't have the goods. The woman said protecting her client's info was a no-brainer, and he highlighted another detail. He mentioned he had captured Ho Jung T while she stared at him, wide-eyed. That was why he hadn't revealed his true identity to her. Not believing what she just heard, Lee Yeren couldn't wrap her head around how he caught the fugitive without a trace. She totally believed in that kid's potential. He kept surprising everyone with his insane skills. Curiously, she asked how he wanted to be called from now on, respecting his choice. After all, she already knew his real name thanks to a wild accident. He said for safety reasons, she should stick with his pseudonym. Making a joke, she said she was on board with Sunkyu and they got back to chatting about commissions. At a bus stop, the commissioner herself was guiding the crew today, excited to see their skills. Her name was Yoon Sangmin, and she was hyped to meet Songkyu. The protagonist flashed a friendly smile and said it was awesome to meet her. They stood in front of a security bus, protected by hunters armed to the teeth with magic bullets. Even though running such a service cost a fortune, the safety of the people was locked down. The hero hopped on the bus and decided to catch some Z's until they hit Ulsan. Inside the bus, people were buzzing about hunting and their plans. Shin Gang-hoo jolted awake from his deep sleep, annoyed by the loud chatter of the other passengers. He was super irritated, just wanting to chill during the long, exhausting ride ahead. Suddenly, his sword started glowing like a disco ball, catching everyone's eye. He spotted the reflection of a guard next to him but stayed chill, showing zero reaction. With a suspicious glare, the guard kept a close watch, not sensing any threat from Shin Gang-hoo. The officer strolled down the aisle, scanning each passenger with a hawk's eye. He checked everyone out, looking for anything sketchy, but nothing stood out. He had a gun aimed at the protagonist's head, who was sitting cool as a cucumber in his seat. A shot rang out from the officer inside the packed bus. But even he didn't pull the trigger, sensing the vibe. The man was no longer in the spot where the shot was fired. He had vanished. Through transverse teleportation, Shin Gang-hoo was quick enough to sneak up on the guard from behind. With his sword in hand, he totally wrecked him, dealing 33% more damage than before. He was hyped about his new ability, which was super powerful and clutch in crazy combat situations. All the passengers were stunned, watching the dude lying motionless on the floor of the vehicle. The other officer, already ready for action, drew his weapon and got set to face him right away. Shin Gang-hoo knew he'd have to take on a bunch of people at once, but he wasn't sweating it. Out of nowhere, a beam of red light lit up the scene, grabbing everyone's attention. Turns out, listening to classical music boosts recovery speed 5-fold. Who knew? Yoon Sung-min was already geared up to back her friend and fight alongside him. But he didn't want help, thinking they might just trip over each other during the brawl. With her bright green eyes, she was cool with that, just wanting to see his skills in action. The man started to get into position for the fight. There were loads of people against him, but the hero was way smarter and sneakier. He had tons of skills to use, like capturing vision and causing superficial chaos. Soon, he summoned shadows to confuse his enemies and hit them fast. The officer, super annoyed, was done with these games. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't catch or hurt Shin Gang-hoo. Even with a crowd of enemies, Shin Gang-hoo struck the guard, who screamed in pain. He used his swap ability at just the right moment, dodging the shots fired at him. Even though he was hurt, the guard kept attacking furiously, wanting revenge for his fallen buddy. Shin Gang-hoo was a beast, taking on any opponent with confidence. Nothing could stop him. He grabbed his foes with strength, using his skills to hurt them and keep the upper hand. With his wine cellar in hand, Shin Gang-hoo was all in on defending himself, showing he was here to stay. He felt zero fear, facing any enemy with guts, even in the craziest situations. Suddenly, another guy started shooting wildly, trying to hit him, but he kept dodging like a pro. The swap skill was seriously clutch in this fight. He kept dodging all the shots, not getting hit during the showdown. Then he took off running towards the guy with the weapon, ready to strike. With a quick leap, he closed the distance, getting ready to land a precise hit. Using another sick skill, acceleration, he boosted his speed, making it impossible to catch him. Everyone was shook, but it still wasn't enough. Shin Gang-hoo laughed at the fighters who kept pushing, even though they were about to lose. Now he wanted to wrap this up fast. He activated his max level, the ultimate. He wanted everything to end quickly because these guys had no clue about his power. They were playing with fire and would learn a lesson they'd never forget. The enemies started taking heavy hits, unable to defend against any of his attacks. The blood burn skill was brutal, draining their energy and leaving them wide open. At that moment, the guys had no strength left to keep fighting, succumbing to his overwhelming power. Only the lifeless bodies remained scattered on the vehicle's floor, proof of the battle. One by one, the enemies dropped to the floor, with no chance of surviving that brutal showdown. Only one dude was still standing, trying to hold on, but he was clearly wiped out. Two girls hiding behind the seats watched the whole fight unfold. The guy who was listening to music started spitting blood, showing how hard he'd been hit. Shin Gang-hoo, with a sarcastic tone, asked if the guy was enjoying the music he was jamming to. The guy, determined to keep going, raised his weapon, ready to fire. With a wicked smile, the passenger didn't hesitate and started shooting, desperately trying to hit Shin Gang-hoo. At that moment, Yoon Sang-min stepped out, not hiding, and stomped hard on the guy's foot. The move was simple but effective, sending him flying right at the enemy waiting with his sharp sword. With a precise and deadly strike, the guy fell, no chance to defend himself, ending his last moments. These were his final moments, and there was nothing left to save him from that fate. The protagonist crushed yet another fight that seemed impossible, flexing his insane strength and skills against the enemies. Next to the driver, the two girls were glued to their seats, nervously waiting to see how this epic battle would end. Yoon Sung-min was all eyes, soaking in every move the protagonist made. With a sparkle in her eyes, she shouted that he totally passed the test. After taking down his target, he snagged his contract with the music father and boosted his recovery speed. He thought to himself that it was time to start vibing to classical music during his chill time. He chuckled while digging through the pockets of the lifeless dude. He scored a resistance item that matched his level, a fresh new glove. He also found a special shoe that would crank up his agility, which is super clutch. All the other stuff he had would be sold off as soon as possible to fund his next upgrades. Curious about the whole situation, the girl asked if he wouldn't throw her a compliment for helping out. Since she played a key role in the fight, she was expecting some props, but he seemed totally zoned out. Grinning, she said she wanted to officially make him the captain of the Taehwa River. The organizations in Ulsan were a side quest in the story, and the Taehwa River was a prime example. While unwrapping a lollipop, she dropped the bomb about the commission's pay, which was 2.5 billion. She declared him the king of Ulsan and asked him to snag the left arm of Gong Taiso. Even with that wild offer on the table, the dude insisted on adding a condition that was totally unexpected and kinda wild. He wanted to make sure the Taehwa River had full control over Ulsan, leaving everyone shook. And instead, he demanded a one-on-one with the infamous leader of the mysterious abyss. The girl nearly choked on her lollipop, stunned by the absurd request, unable to process what she just heard. The Abyss is known as one of the most powerful and feared forces in the Yonghwa Guild right now. They're a military organization with mad cohesion and strength, even crumbling under their own drama. To take down the Yonghwa Guild, Shin Gang-hoo needed to connect with them soon, as he needed some serious backup. The girl pondered the dude's request. The Taehwa River is one of the Abyss's satellite organizations, a chance to get closer. Laughing, she found the condition pretty intriguing and suggested they chat about the details after seeing his results. Strolling side by side down the street, Shin Gang-hoo and Yoon Sang-min kept it moving. Wherever they went, strange women started popping up around them, and the gossip began. She introduced him to the dungeon that Gong Taiso hung out in, a super weird and complex spot packed with power. From the vibe of the place, he figured they weren't here to raid the dungeon but to catch Gong Taiso. The girl asked if the warrior knew about fireworks. He shot her a serious look, thinking hard before answering. The term was used when a bunch of mercenaries teamed up to take down a tough target. People were basically signing their own death warrants if they went this route. But for the ones who made it out, they could hit their goals big time. The constellation and battle habits of Gong Taiso were knowledge Shin Gang-hoo had, which he could totally use to his advantage. The girl told him he had tons of enemies with around 100 commissions going at once. Gong Taiso was the leader of the Scarlet Blood, and in Ulsan, just seeing his name was enough to make people cringe. He's a total psycho who doesn't care about anyone. He'll wipe out everyone, which is why he's called the Ulsan Slayer. That dude was tough to take down with his level 200 gear. Someone yelled that they spotted Gong Taiso, causing a frenzy among everyone around. He showed up looking all imposing, surrounded by armed guards, rocking a fancy outfit that screamed authority and wealth. You could see an elegant glove in his hand, decked out with a red diamond that sparkled like crazy under the light. He didn't want anyone in his way and ordered everyone to clear out. People were buzzing about the guy's left hand, which had the gemstone. The girl explained that when Gong Taiso used magic, he defended 99% of his left arm, which is why it was worth more than his life. Most of the mercenaries there were eyeing that reward money, just waiting for the perfect moment. She wrapped it up by saying that the second he stepped out of the dungeon, the show would kick off. Shin Gang-hoo turned his back on the girl after dropping all that juicy info. Strange how he was acting, she wondered if he'd bail on her, while all the river crew was just chilling nearby. But the dude shook his head saying she should roll out, cause he had a spot to hit up. In an art shop, peeps were scattered, checking out every single piece like it was a treasure hunt. At the counter, Shin Gang-hoo asked about an item that was priced at a whopping 500 million wons. He decided to sell off everything he owned, no second thoughts, just to snag that must-have item. He was ready to keep only the bare essentials after the buy, even if it meant living on crumbs. That ring promised to ease pain and boost resistance, a total game changer. He knew finding a 4th-rank piece like that was going to be a serious challenge. He slipped the item into his pocket, sneaking out of the shop without anyone batting an eye. He was on the hunt for something that would actually help him on his journey and future plans, but what he really needed felt MIA, like it had ghosted him completely. He thought about Gong Taiso, realizing he had no constellation, but all his crew did. He figured the guy had a habit of checking his gear before rolling out, making sure nothing went sideways. He kept brainstorming some strategy he could pull off. Then he noticed a short-haired girl had been tailing him the whole time. The Sacred Archer's skills were on display, boosting magic and bow attacks by 5 times. Shin Gang-hoo felt a vibe with this new item. He locked eyes with the girl and realized it was Gong Taiso in disguise. Everyone was packed into the hunter's shop. With those mysterious eyes and silent moves, the figure slipped out of the shop, blending into the crowd. Curious and a bit sketchy, he started following the figure, trying to uncover their true identity and motives. The disguise was so on point, it would take a hawk-eyed detective to spot him. If it weren't for the constellation shining subtly, the warrior would have never guessed it was him. He noticed everyone around was skilled with constellations, and he had some guards keeping watch. Gong Taiso hopped into a ride that was already rolling out. If he could, the dude would just do his thing and keep it chill. But he wrapped up his thoughts and made a short-distance leap. He was cruising on rooftops, leaving no traces for anyone to suspect him. That's why he kept moving on foot. He wanted to figure out the enemy's real game plan. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in orange and pink, signaling the day's end. Gong Taiso was buzzing about how his disguise was a total win, just as he'd planned. He could hardly wait to see the mercs' faces when they realized they'd been played. A mysterious new player was joining the crew, instantly recognized and respected as the new boss. But the disguised one wasn't vibing with what he heard and narrowed his eyes. He unleashed one of his powers on one of the henchmen. The guy was totally lost when he found himself solo in the spot. He had no clue how to react to the chaos around him. He started to doubt his gut feeling. Shin Gang-hoo figured out why he survived the fireworks in the cloud. Freaked out, the guys asked what was up. By now, the protagonist knew exactly what his next move was and was ready to chase it down. As night fell, everyone was on edge waiting for Gong Taiso. Sunkyu was MIA at the agreed spot and was running super late. A muscular dude, the boss, was stressing about that stranger, thinking he might be a spy. He mentioned how the White Corporation had been wiped out in a similar way not long ago, with its members hunted down and taken out. He suggested throwing a question into the abyss. The girl told him not to sweat it. The blue-eyed leader, Lee Yeren, was gaining confidence, setting up scenarios for various clients without picking a side. And those blue eyes backing him meant he had some serious skills. So, the girl figured it was worth hanging tight for the dude. She got a message on her phone. She was shocked to see it was an encrypted message. She started reading and was blown away by the intelligence. She told the guy to gather everyone for an urgent announcement. She let them know they were bouncing from that spot. Everyone was watching that scene unfold in the dungeon. Footsteps echoed on the street as they moved. It was Gong Taiso and his crew. A boy shouted loud enough to grab everyone's attention, announcing that the man had finally come out of hiding. People quickly geared up for what was about to go down, gathering all the courage they could muster for the wild situation. With makeshift weapons and whatever they could find, they started moving toward the man, ready to throw down. The guards, loyal and fierce, didn't hesitate to protect their leader from any threat that popped up. Fueled by rage and a thirst for revenge, the fighters wanted him gone, driven by a hatred that was off the charts. A defense bat, packed with rusty nails, was raised high, ready to be swung like a baseball bat at a home run. The guards kept forming a wall around their leader, making sure no one got through their defenses. And just like that, the fight kicked off right there. People charged in without even thinking twice. Relentless, the guards took down anyone who dared to step in their way. They fought harder than ever to defend their master. The crowd was hyped, shouting for them to light up the night with some fireworks. Someone got grabbed from behind with a single hand. A reckless kid used another person as a human shield, but he didn't care. He just wanted to make it out alive. A beam of red light shot out, signaling some serious power. And then, boom, an explosion hit everyone in the chaos. The man started to catch fire right there, and Gong Taiso showed up in disguise, making it clear he just wanted to light up the night. No one had a clue what was happening, thinking he had appeared out of nowhere. Desperate screams and cries of panic echoed everywhere, heard by everyone nearby. Quick punches, precise kicks, and wild blows were thrown as a defense against the non-stop attacks. The guards were taking down the hunters left and right, flexing their strength and leaving a path of destruction. They asked, with a sarcastic grin, if the hunters wanted to enjoy some special fireworks. And, shockingly, that had been their plan all along, something no one saw coming. The unleashed power hit everyone nearby, especially those already hurting from the earlier chaos. The explosion turned into a thunderous roar, shaking everything around with its insane force. On the ground, the boy started to burn as the flames spread like wildfire. No one could figure out where that sudden explosion came from, catching everyone off guard and terrified. It was Gong Taiso firing off shots with his eyes closed from way back, but Shin Gang-hoo was already on him, revealing that the moves of a mage with the Sacred Archer's constellation were clear. He created explosions and took out a bunch of people in one go. With the blessing of the Sacred Archer, magic and bow attacks were boosted 5 times. He was supposed to blow up everything he could touch. He was loving the view, all while staying safe. Just as he was about to conjure again, it was time to strike. Shin Ganghu was ready to finish off Gong Taiso. He used his powers to hold the target tight, making sure he wouldn't escape, even with all the struggle. The guys next to him were confused, not getting what was happening to their leader at that moment. The leader, totally lost and disoriented, couldn't even recognize who was coming for him, making him super vulnerable. With a determined look and quick steps, Shin Ganghu moved in fast, ready for whatever challenge came his way. Shin Ganghu charged with his sword in one hand, aiming straight for Gong Taiso. Sweating bullets, Gong Taiso dodged the wild attack, moving fast to avoid Kanghu's deadly strike. Kanghu's dagger was headed straight for Taesu's heart, but he pulled off some short-range teleportation to dodge it. The protagonist realized his enemy couldn't go too far, limited to tiny jumps to escape. Thinking on his feet, Kanghu figured the best spot to attack would be right behind his opponent from the back. With a precise jump, he popped up behind Taesu, ready to unleash a surprise attack with his special ability. The bloody stab ability kicked in, giving Kanghu a devastating attack that caught Taesu totally off guard. Screams filled the air as Kanghu's attack hit Taesu, who couldn't defend himself in time. Gong Taiso didn't see this furious attack coming. He was totally lost on how to react. A massive explosion erupted above the building, sending flames everywhere and causing total chaos. The fire spread like crazy. The destruction from the fight was huge and super dangerous, spreading chaos in all directions. Chunks of the ground started to crumble, while the fire raced up the walls. Those intense and wild flames were way stronger and more dangerous than the protagonist had thought. Furious, Gong Taiso spotted his enemy from a distance. His arm was hurt from the earlier attack. Seeing his enemy in pain, he decided it was time to say goodbye. He was grateful for that moment and smiled as he spoke. It was the perfect time to activate the blood burn. Gong Taiso had no way to run or hide. His final hour had come. Screaming in pain, he couldn't take it anymore. He cried out through the fire and ashes, swearing he'd take down Shin Ganghu. Fueled by pure rage, he kept shouting he'd end him. Then he realized he wasn't even in the room anymore. He wanted to summon him but couldn't find him anywhere. That's when he spotted something weird. His left arm was gone, just chilling on the ground. That was his worst nightmare coming to life. Shin Ganghu grabbed the mage's arm, holding it tight. He thought there's no way this was happening right in front of him. Cursing up a storm and filled with fury, he chased after his enemy, even though he was totally wiped out. The protagonist, way stronger and fearless, stayed cool, showing off his skills with every move and confident smirk. He kept threatening his opponent, yelling in rage that he'd rip him apart, trying to scare him with desperate words. He searched every nook and cranny, demanding he come out of hiding. He ran, clutching his open wound. Soon he noticed some people were coming closer. He could feel their presence. The others figured out he was hiding. He squinted at a person in front of him, who had taken out all his henchmen in one go. No mercy. More folks were rolling in now that the mage was weaker. The girl showed up, thrilled to see Gong Taiso in trouble. She had figured out that the Gong Taiso who entered the dungeon was just a fake, and her plan was to trap the mercenaries for an ambush. According to the messages, the real one was lurking in the shadows, ready to back up his crew when he popped out of the portal, so everyone needed to hide and move to the building in order. By following these steps, the girl would find Gong Taiso without his left arm and pretty ticked off. Shin Ganghu knew everything and dropped the hints. The girl spun her long sword like a pro, taking out all the enemies around, leaving a path of chaos. The guys were sent flying, crashing to the ground, their bodies wrecked from the brutal hits. A beam of blue light lit up, showcasing her insane skills in every move. Gong Taiso, totally defeated, had no hope of getting out alive or dodging his grim fate. Outside, the battle raged on with screams and clashing weapons echoing through the chaos. The doppelganger, confused and lost, couldn't grasp why the boss stopped backing them up, and wondered why the boss ghosted them in the middle of all this madness. The attacks kept coming, and the people had no clue he was just a fake. They wanted to finish him off for good. As he hit the ground, the guys realized they'd been played by the wizard. They searched for the real dude, who was nowhere to be found. The others quickly showed up, jumping into battle against the thugs, fighting with grit and impressive moves. The girl watched, totally captivated, lost in this world full of action, mysteries, and dangers all around her. With her sword ready, she walked confidently through every corner, checking out every detail and facing any threat. Frustrated, the guys finally realized they'd lost that fight, unable to beat their skilled opponents. But they still had enough fight left in them, even after all the chaos. The guards, totally unprepared, were getting wrecked by the furious crowd, who fought bravely to end the oppression. Crowds ran wild, determined to finish them off, fueled by an unstoppable thirst for justice and freedom. In the end, the scene was a total wreck, with tons of casualties and injured folks scattered all over the battlefield. The girl, distracted for a second, got a new message and quickly checked what it said. People were asking her how she knew exactly where Gong Taiso was. The message reminded her not to forget the promise she made to Shin Gang-hu. He wanted to meet with the leader of the Abyss. She replied, saying she'd be busy dealing with the rest of the small fries, and as soon as things calmed down, she'd keep her promise. She felt a pang of sadness realizing her friend had dipped without saying goodbye. In another scene, Sunkyu was getting welcomed in an office. Holding his arm, Lee Yeren was impressed with the work he'd done. The warrior asked what she thought Cha So-hee was up to. The answer was that she was in Jeonju and some fake info had leaked. Smiling gently, she kept chatting with him, keeping it light and friendly throughout the conversation. Curiously, she asked if he'd heard the latest buzz going around. Now, Shin Gang-hu had become a total celebrity, grabbing attention and admiration from everyone. A video of him went viral online. He thought things were slowly drifting away from the novel. Someone like Gong Taiso wouldn't really change much, but gotta be careful when it comes to anything about the main dude, Zhang Shihuan. The woman asked if he'd keep working with Blue Eyes in the future, hoping for a solid yes. The man nodded, as long as nothing better popped up. She got that he really knew how to play the game. Now, they were both hyped about the next gig. Lee Yeren dropped the name of the next target, Joe Gubin, and added that he was a serial killer going after minors. Last sighting was at Ground Zero. The warrior thought this info would be clutch for the hunt, but he knew he had to prep before diving in. Meanwhile, Shin Gang-hu's video was blasting on the TV. Zhang Shihuan was glued to the news, finding it all super interesting and wild. He called in, saying he was from the info strategy team of the Yonghua Guild. He wanted the scoop on the incident with Gong Taiso and was hunting for the guy who chopped off his left arm. Tall buildings loomed in the World Guild. A dude claimed he didn't know the one sitting across from him. Han Sung-hyuk was the big boss of the dungeon management team. Zhang Shihuan wanted the Baltman dungeon license for a cool billion. The manager was left speechless, like he just saw a ghost. He stepped out from the shadows near the door, explained that the Baltman dungeon was low cost but kinda lame. The hero thought about all the loot he'd snag in that dungeon. He was battling a bunch of shadows, using all his skills and next-level combat tactics. Those wrecks were all over the walls, looking like a disaster zone. His level shot up again, now hitting 37. He decided to pump all his stats into stamina. The fire started cranking up the heat in that place, and it just kept getting hotter. The main boss of Baltman was a massive, fierce wolf. He had already warned that if you valued your life, you should bounce. To Shin Gang-hu, it was just a tiny snack in front of him. With a quick leap, he landed on top of a tower. The boss couldn't wrap his head around how the kid had zero fear. He decided he'd roast him alive, and he started casting spells on him. The lava was chasing him, but he hit the speed-up ability to dodge. His glare was intense. He used shadow steps to keep on the run. The wolf could smell the meal coming. He was ready for the showdown that was about to go down. He unleashed his flames on the guy sprinting toward him. Everything started getting totally incinerated with insane force. The chief cranked up his spell more and more. He was spitting fire in every direction. He had burned the dude completely and was ready to chow down, just as Shin Gang-hu had planned. Everything unfolded exactly how the warrior expected, with every detail hitting just right. Now, a special and unique meal was about to be served, as a reward for his epic win and flawless strategy. After snagging Alicia, the warrior had saved something for this moment. Upon getting his skill book, he learned about the scorching ability mixed with speed up. The warrior was ready for the next moves, and started using shadow steps like a pro. The wolf, watching every move around him, was on high alert, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Still hungry, he saw his food slowly creeping closer, smelling it and dreaming of the taste of his prey. He began to set up his devastating attack, a massive blow that would burn everything, leaving only chaos behind. As he unleashed his wild and destructive fire, the wolf showed off his strength, spreading intense flames everywhere. The warrior knew it was go time. He tossed his book at the chief. The throw was faster than shadows darting around. He thought there was no way he'd get served food like that again. He started incinerating everything around him, determined to take down the chief, obliterating any obstacle in his way. With a quick leap, he dodged the incoming flames, avoiding the heat that surrounded him. The fire kept spreading through the space, consuming everything and turning the place into pure chaos. The warrior, watching the destruction unfold, smiled with satisfaction, proud of his new feat and the power he showed off. Now, with everything burned to a crisp, it was too late to turn back or undo what he'd done. The wolf noticed the different taste of that food, but he was dying to know the flavor of the guy staring him down. He started feeling off, and everything happened in a weird blur. It was the great beheading that popped up in the book. The chief noticed his strange body and couldn't figure out what was going on. A red alert popped up right in front of him. He couldn't use his powers at that moment, totally unarmed. Warnings started flashing non-stop, showing that Shin Gang-hu had schemed something against the chief. Slowly, he began to piece together what was really going down, connecting the dots and figuring out the root of the issue. All the blame landed on the warrior, who had set this whole thing up and twisted events to hit his target. With a smug grin, the warrior claimed this was just a showcase of his epic and powerful skills. The chief was already stressing out, totally clueless on how to respond. An intense rain of fire rained down on the area. Shin Gang-hoo watched the sky change like it was a movie scene. A massive explosion sent sparks flying everywhere. The wolf remarked that the dude was finally in the zone he needed to be in. That explosion hit right where he was standing. But when the smoke cleared, the dude was gone. He had bounced with his swap ability. Abduction was another trick up the warrior's sleeve. The wolf started to freak out big time. Shin Gang-hoo warned him he'd take him out slowly. The wolf couldn't handle hearing that cocky guy's words anymore. He wanted to turn him to ashes and end this once and for all. He was over this never-ending chase. The warrior threw up a protective barrier so the people couldn't catch him. He knew this was already way more than enough, and with a bloody stab, he could take him down with some serious hits. The wolf howled non-stop as he took the hits. With his sword ready, the dude unleashed a flurry of attacks. The two clashed, fire against protection. The warrior realized the barrier wasn't holding up as long as he thought it would. Now, he was bouncing away from the creature with a short-distance leap. The animal wasn't letting him slip away. Hearing his cries, he paused where he was. He calmly shot back that he wasn't running from anything or anyone, and he'd take him down using the blood burn ability. Finally, the chief was getting wrecked. Dead, he dropped to the ground without a peep. Shin Gang-hoo hit level 39 and grinned at the message. The big beheading was exactly what he wanted. According to the book, even if the shoulder class is different, there's no penalty for learning skills. With that, it was possible to make a monster learn the skill and then snag it for himself. In other words, he'd use someone to grab the skill and then steal it right back. He figured it was time to head to 0 Point. From the view of the Soul Station, the dude had no choice but to roll to Soul to make moves. He spotted a giant screen with a picture of Jiang Shihuan grinning. Guildmaster Zhenghua and Guildmaster Fortune shook hands to seal the deal. The Fortune Guild was pretty famous in America and was now going global, but that was all part of a coordinated move by the 3 stars. The 13 stars are 13 hunters, hailed as heroes in the original novel, including Jiang Shihuan and his crew. But, in reality, they were the main players who'd lead this world to chaos. The scariest part? They had a network of informants worldwide, shifting public opinion like it was nothing. Once they started moving as one, people would worship them like they were legends. The hero found himself in that crowded place thanks to the karma of writing such a novel. A woman approached him, saying Soul was super boring. He turned around when she called him. She kept going, saying the prices were crazy, and only those with connections would keep winning. Her eyes were as red as blood and her hair was dark. The dude couldn't figure out why this stunning woman was chatting him up, until he noticed something off about her. Suddenly, they were sitting at a table, him on his phone, her on the computer. She paused for a second to check out the warrior. Now he got it. The woman had a mental ability. In a black and white scene, some thugs were eyeing a woman on the ground. A girl was chilling in her armchair in front of 2 massive screens. A guy was watching over the injured friend, and the scene flipped back to Shin Gang-hoo. She realized that to nullify his mental cleansing, his level had to be higher than hers. The dude warned her to cut out the pointless attempts. He wasn't a fan of nosy people. Looking at the girl's constellation, the enchanted fox, he was sure of one thing. She was one of Yu Chunghua's 13 stars. Soon, he started to find all of this pretty interesting. There was nothing he could do about it, but there's a way to defend against mental powers. That kind of power makes the victim drop their mental guard by thinking of happy memories. So, if someone thought of painful stuff, they could whip up a temporary shield. The girl got super curious about the boy who managed to block her powers. She handed him a business card, only given to those who could block her ability at least once. If he wanted some serious backup, he could hit her up. It was a card from the Shinto Guild, one of the top dogs in China. The young dude said he'd keep the card, hoping they'd cross paths again, and then the girl bounced. But to take on the 3 stars, he knew he needed some squad mates. Now, he was in a totally barren and dry spot, where the heat was no joke. His footsteps were light and sneaky, barely leaving a mark, disappearing fast in the dust everywhere. Finally, after what felt like forever, he found himself at 0 Point, the launch pad for something epic. Carefully checking the map, he wondered if he should chase the treasure first or tackle the commission. He heard some noises coming from a little further away. A figure all in black started to show up, looking like a shadow. A cloud of blue spells popped up in the air. It was congenital hypersensitivity to mana, which, while super cool, could totally wreck his body. What would cause a major status drop, meaning instant death in the middle of a fight? He knew he had to get a grip on this, since his next battles would be even crazier. He needed to snag some mad silatium, another type of plant. Shin Gang-hoo had used it before to get a way better effect than regular Silasium. After using it, you're free from mana hypersensitivity for 30 minutes. Sure, there are some wild side effects, but it's a game changer in battle. The catch was that this plant didn't grow at 0 point and was guarded by a high-level must. He knew there were 6 areas where this plant thrived and checked the map for clues. The best move now was to hit at least level 40 to unlock a new skill. Now the warrior was battling what looked like a carnivorous plant. He took down that basic monster with a single hit. He felt way more chill after another win. But more threats popped up, showing that 0 mark was basically a wild zone. In that sketchy place, there were mutant monsters lurking everywhere, making the vibe super dangerous. The area was packed with unpredictable stuff, with every move needing focus and strategy to dodge the dangers. He used his long-distance jump, and on top of all that, a moment of carelessness could mean game over. That's when he spotted a dude leaning against a rock, but the body wasn't decomposing. That body looked way too clean, which was hella weird. He started using mana tracking to figure out what went down. As expected, there was no way the mana could come from a corpse. He noticed the guy was clutching a weapon, and thought this was a trap from the Dark Guild, luring hunters with an item that revealed their real location. He realized the plan was to use bait to snag prey. Apparently he saw something about the corpse in front of him. It was a quiet and chill kid, who got teased by his classmates, who chased him and made fun of him. The vision was a bit fuzzy, but it was clear enough. Shin Gang-hoo turned his back and left the scene, leaving the body where he last saw it. Then he spotted, way up on the summit, the plant he'd been hunting for. He was on a steep and sketchy cliff, making everything even trickier and riskier for him. Determined to wrap this up fast, he needed to find a solid way to grab that item. With a powerful push, he planted his feet on the ground, gearing up for a risky jump. He leaped with all his might toward the cliff, desperately trying to snag that rare and essential plant. The dry trees were silent, with no wind at all, when suddenly a monster woke up from its nap. He grabbed that plant with all his strength and wouldn't let go. He managed to yank it from where it grew, but he still had to watch out not to fall from that cliff and end up like the corpse. The character dangled from the mountain, holding all his weight with just one hand. Now he could see the monster he had mentioned earlier. It was the mad former with its glowing green eyes. The creature was itching to grab Shin Gang-hoo. It launched its branches right at him. The dude started pushing the tree trunk to jump and bail from that spot. He made a quick jump, saying it was a pleasure to meet the infamous monster. Annoyed, the mad former tried to swing its branches at the escaping boy, but he was lightning fast, dodging every swing the monster threw at him. With some next-level teleportation, he kept the monster guessing, moving all over the place and avoiding hits. He decided to whip out one of his special moves, charging his sword with fire to amp up the damage. With killer precision, he slammed his flaming sword into the creature's back, landing a brutal and final hit. The flames started spreading, and the damage was 33% more with this fiery attack. The dude watched everything closely. While the creature was totally engulfed in flames and wrecked, he chilled and took in his epic win. Crashing to the ground, the defeated creature lay still while he stood on the cliff, analyzing the scene. Another tough task was done, and now he could finally stash his dagger and take a breather. Another common monster had been taken down by him, proving once again his strength and skills in battle against any threat. Finally, after all that effort and crazy fights, he hit the long-awaited level 40, unlocking a new tier. Plus, he snagged the quick dodge ability and was totally surprised by the system. So, after getting his new ability, he had to say hi to the unwanted guest. Climbing the trees, he made a quick jump to reach the one who was tailing him. He was already perched on a branch when the black smoke kept swirling. He wanted to figure out why that mysterious person was following him, looking determined to stick around. The unwanted guest, confused and speechless, had no clue how to answer the hero's questions at that moment. It was a curious girl, trying to figure out how the hero had noticed her sneaky follow. He couldn't fully grasp what he was seeing, feeling intrigued by her unexpected presence. That girl standing right in front of him seemed to be hiding something big, making him even more suspicious. The same one from the school pics he had seen not long ago. Her name was Young Yuri. She had a super rich businessman dad and was the model of a hardworking freshman student. Though she was famous for being tight with Chae Kwan-hyung, the school vice president, he ditched her after her dad's business tanked and they hit rock bottom. The character wrapped up her thoughts by saying that in the novel, she was an opponent who held a grudge against Kwan-hyung. The girl started apologizing for the hassle of following him. Grinning, she said he was really chill for handling the dark guides, and she remembered that she had also taken down the crazy farmer. The dude held his dagger and made a threatening gesture toward her. Startled and unsure, she could only shield herself, trying to dodge any threat that might pop up. She started to panic, thinking her life was in serious danger, and she had no way out. But he had no plans to attack her, since his real goal was to take out the monster lurking behind her. It was just a giant, dangerous bug, and all he wanted was to keep her safe from any harm. The boy thanked her for the kind gesture. Still, he told her to stop following him, and he silently dropped down from the tree, moving with agility as he continued on his way. He moved on without a second thought, leaving behind everything that had just happened, feeling a bit sad. Sad that they no longer had time together. The girl realized he had really left, without a word. The warrior, pausing for a moment, carefully checked his dagger stuck in the fallen monster on the ground. He pulled his weapon from the creature's body. He was already pretty worn out after that fight. He had made it through all 6 dangerous zones so far, facing tons of challenges and surviving each one. He started thinking it was finally time to go after his commission, since he had already done a good chunk of his mission. Something mysterious and imposing began to slowly rise from the base of the mountain, catching his eye and sparking his curiosity. It was an angel-type monster with a majestic and threatening vibe, seemingly ready to kick off a deadly showdown. Staying sharp, he began to walk. He had no clue there was a whole territory around here. That corpse he spotted earlier on the rocks? Yeah, that was gnarly. He couldn't help but wonder what took it out. Turns out that doll stuck to the body wasn't the real threat. The real danger? The jerk pulling the strings behind that guy. The dark guides? Just a bunch of sneaky ghosts blending into the shadows. Even if you catch their attack, they can't be taken down with regular moves. That's why anyone dragged by them ends up losing their minds, going totally bonkers. In the end, these poor souls can't handle the mental strain and check out early, becoming victims of a torment that's just too much to bear. But our hero? He's not going down that easily. His mental game is on point. With stealthy steps, he creeps up to the body. But then, something starts hovering over the area. He gets ready for another showdown, weapon always at the ready. The beast, all fierce and wild, wants to take him down, charging at him. He starts using his dodging skills, slipping away from those relentless attacks. Shin Ganghu, catching on, shouts that he needs a backup weapon, ASAP. The bird gets hit hard, letting out a screech that echoes everywhere, but it keeps coming. The bird won't quit, constantly targeting him while he defends himself. He keeps munching on food that boosts his strength, and he's running from those animals that won't leave him alone. The dark guides show up. He didn't think they'd pop up so fast. The guy keeps sprinting, one step at a time. He makes a massive leap across the cliff. The guides are right on his tail. They throw everything they've got at him, but he dodges and speeds up. Without a hint of fear, he kicks his run into high gear, determined to escape this mess. As he bolts, he spots a massive monster next to him, its terrifying vibe making him tense. This beast was huge and scary, even making the bravest folks sweat. Suddenly, the monster's hand reaches for him, and he's totally caught off guard. He decides to use his dodging skills and zips to the other side of the mountain. This grabs the monster's attention, and it turns to him. Irritated by such boldness, the guide starts hunting again. The angels are watching everything unfold. They're curious about the latest drama. The guides realize they're being spied on. That was a seriously clever trap. The only things that can take down a guide? Power or the light, the ultimate counter. These beings are ready to keep fighting until one of them bites the dust. Shin Ganghu just wants to check out his new weapon. He snagged it from the corpse's hands. He also glanced at the documents for more info, but nothing was useful. The warrior thought that even though the dude was gone, he could still bring him back to his fam. Gently, he closed the corpse's eyes, showing some respect before quietly stepping back. He knew he had to tackle his client's grudge first. That was priority number 1. Kanghu says he'll handle the client's issue first. He leaves the body behind, along with a cloud of black smoke. Yuri, hiding nearby, just smirks. His target? Joe Goblin, a killer who loves going after minors. The woman tells the young man that this info is solid gold. Looking at the envelope, he notes it's not your usual intel. With her head down, she mentions it's from the commissioner, the one who gathered the info, the dad of one of the victims. Now in North Korean territory, the guy checks his phone. He remembers the woman saying this gig isn't just about murder and to stick to the commissioner's rules. Keeping that in mind, he pockets the phone. Then, using mana detection, he spots a body. Quickly, he snatches the sword. The guy grins as he puts on a glove and celebrates on top of a body, saying Ground Zero is the land of opportunities. When the system buzzes that he can level up by taking out more people, he's hyped. But then something catches his eye. Before he can react, he's attacked. He throws on his armor and flings the sword that got him far away. Quickly, he activates the ice armor skill to shield himself. The assassin asks who this young dude is, who just pulls the sword back. Staring at him, Kanghu says he wouldn't spill the tea. Seeing that, the man gets even more ticked off. Then he pulls out a wizard skill to cloak himself and whip up a spear. Using all his power, the assassin throws down a threat. He says if he won't talk, he'll make him, and chucks the spear his way, which he dodges, making it smash into a rock. He launches a bunch of spears, but the young dude keeps dodging like a pro and gets closer. Shin realizes he's a mage. His level was something else thanks to the constellation, and he had a magical resistance that was way different from Jung T, so catching his eye wouldn't work. But first, he had to deal with that armor. After dodging all the attacks, the young dude closes in on his opponent. Seeing him getting closer, the man starts to chant another spell. Suddenly, the blood from the body on the ground starts to rise up. The man could whip up blood spears, and the young dude had no chance to dodge this one. Kang Hu activates the resistance shield that protects him from the incoming attack. Both are shook by what just went down. He thought he'd take some damage using that ability. The ability was Quick Dodge, which acted like a resistance shield. Alerts start popping up saying his dodge has been upgraded to Quick Dodge. It was the first time using it since he got it, and he thought the effect was super handy. The assassin says that one was close. Then he conjures another ice spear. Grabbing it, he says he could have taken him out in one shot, but since it wasn't fun to mess with him, he'd just kill him and snag his loot. Shin stops and asks why he was snatching kids, but the man doesn't get the question at all. Putting his hand on his head, he asks who his client was. The young dude tells him to answer, but Joe Goblin just laughs and says he didn't know anything. He admits he loves to trick them, that it's a blast, and he gets hyped about it because they're innocent and he just plays with them like toys. Hearing this, Shin remembers how Che treated Yuri with his claims. Fuming, Goblin uses the skill to create an ice fence around them. Quickly, the young dude grabs his sword. Getting into a fighting stance, he says he'll show him what it's like to be a toy. Shin conjures a magical illusion to confuse the man about where he really was. So, they charge at Joe. He gets all mixed up trying to figure out which one is the real deal. Staring hard at one of them, he thinks he's got it. But that one vanishes, making him think he must be hiding and looking for an opening. While he's busy thinking, he doesn't notice the others closing in and is caught off guard by several of them attacking him. Joe grabs 2 ice spears and gets ready for the showdown. They slice through the illusions, making him panic. Several of them zip past and surround the man. Now he's boxed in by the boys, not knowing who could actually hurt him. Shin bolts in to hit him with his sword from behind. The assassin starts to think about how wild things have gotten. Using the ice foam ability, he decides to wipe everyone out. One by one, the illusions get hit, but the real one stays hidden. Realizing he messed up, he starts to sweat, but soon spots the real one charging at him with determination. He starts crafting another ice spear. As Shin uses acceleration to close the gap, he says he's slow and sets his spear on fire. Saying that's what he was looking for, he swings the weapon to hit the boy. The tip of the sword starts breaking through the ice armor and reaches his body. He asks the man how it feels to be played. Joe thinks the pain is messing with his focus. He yanks the sword from his body and tries to hit the boy, shouting for him to die, but he manages to teleport. When he turns, he sees him with the sword ready to strike. Jumping to attack, he says this is it. Using the Great Decapitation ability, he hits him from behind, dealing 33% more damage. Seconds later, the assassin is gasping for air. Kang Hu plays some classical music to vibe to. The system shows that the Great Decapitation drained 25% of energy, and he thinks that even though it takes a lot of energy, it's super effective. Looking at his opponent on the ground, he materializes something. Joe looks at him and notices he's talking on the phone. Shin calls someone and introduces himself. He thanks them for their patience and sets the phone on a tripod, saying he's about to start the revenge for his daughter. In a building, Kang Hu pops up in the images of a train station in Seoul. Someone tells So-hee that he's heading south, that he's sure he's at the 0 point, judging by the direction he's going. The woman says the boy needs to bounce back to the station and keep her in the loop. Hanging up, she starts throwing some serious shade at him. With a smirk, she says he's gonna pay for ignoring her. At the 0 point, the assassin starts stuttering apologies, totally avoiding the phone camera. A bit later, the dude on the other end says it's all good, that it's enough, and his daughter would be cool with that. Crying and hiding his face, the man thanks Kang Hu. He's grateful for doing what the law and the Hansa couldn't pull off. Shin says he just did what he was told to do. He wraps it up by saying he hopes his daughter finds peace. Screaming, the assassin insists he did everything he was told to do. At that moment, the boy activates the bloodburn ability, groaning in pain. Once the man stops moving, he says he could kick the bucket. The system pings an alert saying the target was taken out. So, a constellation joins him, and it says this was pointless. The looter dimension says he needs some solo training, and Kang Hu says he'll leave that to him. Picking up the loot from the body, he jokes about making bank selling it. When he turns around, he sees the phone ringing. Yeren pops back up, saying he crushed it, that the commissioner is sending him a bonus of 2.5 billion to his account. Shin says he wants to make a request. He asks to recover the body he found when he got there and check the ID. Smiling, the woman says that's a piece of cake. Hanging up, she says she'll catch him soon. Looking back, she tells someone she already warned to back off. She asks why he's still tailing her. Yuri pops out from behind a rock. She says she's got a dungeon she couldn't finish because of an intermediate boss. Embarrassed, she asks if he can tag along. The two arrive at the spot. Looking around, the boy says it's wild this place even exists and looks like it could crumble any second. He set the 0 mark to find hidden dungeons, so there are tons still waiting to be discovered. The girl says she didn't think he'd actually come with her. Smiling, she thanks him, and he says it's cool for him too, since dungeons are a win-win. He can check out her skills, and if she's good, she could be a powerhouse against the Yonghua Guild. He wonders if it's her first time teaming up. Yuri asks him to check out a sign. She asks if he can read it since the words are all jumbled up without a translator, and he says it's Latin. It says those who invade the deepest place with bloodied feet will be buried there forever. He asks if they should see the epic stuff that place has in store for them. The two head down the stairs. Turning around, the boy asks what kind of intermediate boss is waiting for them. She says it's a monster that fires off strong ranged attacks, and he barely managed to catch it in range once. He landed a final blow, but it got blocked by a self-defense skill that neutralizes the first hit. Kang-hoo says it should have been tough but doesn't realize there are monsters lurking at the foot of the stairs. When he spots them, he growls at them. They charge at the young ones. Grabbing his sword, he says he'll take the lead. The first monster lunges at him, but the boy uses teleportation to hit it from behind. He quickly strikes its back without it even noticing. While one's getting taken out, the other throws a spear at the girl. Her skill is active. She uses the dimensional door to teleport the spear and smack the monster. Shin is totally impressed. Her reaction speed and skills are on point, and her level is probably close to 200. With all the monsters down, the portal opens up. The boy says they finally made it. Up ahead, the monster senses movement and wakes up. An intruder has been detected. Yuri tells him there's never been a skill combo like that. A crab skill that only monsters use, and one that's from the assassin class. Excited, she says they wrapped it up fast, and the boy thinks it's weird she doesn't find that odd. Thanks to that, he leveled up big time and is hyped to hit level 50 fast. Suddenly, something attacks them, but they dodge just in time. They see the attack made a crack in the wall next to them. They've reached the intermediate boss. In front of them, a giant figure appears. It grabs the sword and says it's ready to do its job. This is Sportula. It launches a series of attacks and has a self-defense skill. Turning to the girl, it asks if it could totally drop on her head. She asks if he'd be alright, and the boy tells her to just flex her skills. Believing in him, the girl starts and says she's got this. Shin uses the short distance jump and goes for Sportula. It swings the sword at him, but Jung pulls off the dimensional door skill and teleports. The boy pops out on the other side of the giant, totally confusing it. Soon he does it again and appears on the opposite side. That way the boss couldn't even touch him. With all those ranged attacks, getting close was a no-go. Using teleportation, the boy lands on top of the boss's head. Sportula swings the sword again but misses again. Seeing it can't hit, it starts to get super annoyed. The girl thinks it's go time. When the sword comes crashing down towards Sportula's head. Right behind, the boy shows up just in time to see the sword falling, but the monster activates its self-defense. Kang-hoo breaks free from the barrier for a hot second. Soon after, the boss uses all its strength to try to smack them, but Yuri pulls off the skill and says it's the perfect moment. Shin appears high above its head, sword in hand. He uses the great decapitation skill to strike it down. Seconds later, he jumps away, and when he looks down, he sees the girl grinning. Kang-hoo manages to slip out just in time and stop behind Yuri. He gets startled, thinking she would send him behind the boss. The girl starts to summon another skill. Hitting it with a thundershock, she shouts that she wants in on the action too. After the shock, Sportula lets out a groan. Seconds later, it falls backward without a fight. Shin wonders what she's planning. He figures she didn't just want to chill and gives her props. Deeper inside, they spot a person kneeling under a beam of light. He thinks the girl is leveling up, and at this rate, she'll be a beast when they face Yonghua. She points out the kneeling man. Both get ready to attack. The man has his hands together praying. Kang-hoo asks if that's the boss since he looks human and steps closer. Looking closer, you can see he's crying blood. Before them, his whole body gets drenched in the red stuff, and at that moment, the beam of light changes color and gets super intense. The girl asks what that is, totally confused. Quickly, he throws his sword, which hits the man. He starts to break apart, and when he shatters, the system announces they took down the main boss. No skills to loot, and around them, a weird energy starts to rise. The dungeon is collapsing, and everything's going down. Desperate, he turns to the girl and tells her to use all the skills she's got. She nods and then gets to work. Using the short distance jump, the boy says he's bailing too and starts to book it. As the walls crumble, his speed ramps up. He can't believe the main boss treated the hunters like travel buddies. Grabbing a rose, he says it's a rare item but can't be stingy. He starts to munch on it because he'd be toast if he didn't escape. A wave of energy surges through him as everything around him is wrecked. He wrote that item, but feeling it firsthand is way better than he thought. All his senses are firing up. Grinning, he says he's gonna make it out. In another room, the girl keeps running. She burned through too much mana on Sportula. Because of that, she's feeling weak and ends up collapsing from exhaustion. When she looks ahead, she spots the boy sprinting. She tries to yell for him to wait. Her mind flashes back to when she asked the same of Che. Seeing she's not heard, she closes her eyes in defeat. But the boy asks what she's doing and if she's hurt. The girl is shocked to see him reaching out. Above her head, a stone starts to drop. Yuri warns her, but nothing happens. Then the boy activates a protection field. She tries to speak, but when she realizes it, she's being carried by the warrior. Holding her tight, he says this is his final push. Running as fast as he can, he tells her to hang on. Behind them, the dungeon crumbles completely. When they're at a safe distance, they stop to catch their breath, and the boy says they made it. The ability he snagged from the intermediate boss will come in clutch. By maxing out his proficiency, the wait time drops too, which will be handy later. While checking out what she gained, a screen pops up beside her saying she got skill enhancement. She thinks that's not a bad reward for risking her life. Yuri thanks him. She says she wouldn't have made it out solo. Feeling down, she spills that she froze up because it hit too close to home. She used to roll with the Younghwa Guild. She was a mercenary guide for other hunters. You know, the real deal. Then one day Che came looking for her. He said they always had each other's backs to keep the Younghwa crew safe. That guild was the GOAT in the country, so she trusted him and jumped on board. But then, she got wrecked during a dungeon attack. Word was, it was bad enough that she couldn't dive into dungeons for a hot minute. Che told everyone to let her go because they couldn't waste time on dead weight. Yuri asks if it was all a lie that he'd do anything to keep her safe. She says that was only true if you had some value. Then she wonders if she was a total fool for believing that. In the end, she says it's a bummer because for a toy, it wasn't half bad. Shin says that was an assassination attempt. The girl says it's a miracle she got out, and if she hadn't hired a constellation that dealt with space, she'd be toast. Grinning, she says she was lucky, but the boy insists it was more than that. Constellations don't hire hunters without a goal. He says hers must have seen her potential. Hyped, the girl asks if that's a compliment, and he thinks it's just facts. Feeling down again, Yuri says she feels lighter after spilling her guts. That's why she's in Ground Zero, no drama with the people there. But at the same time, it's kinda lonely. She admits she must have secretly wished to find trust in others. Suddenly, Kangoo starts to wobble and nearly collapses on her. She freaks out when she feels his hand on her shoulder. Then, his body slumps back. The girl sees him gasping and asks if he's alright. Shin tells her not to sweat it. It's just a side effect from messing with Silasium. He just needs to chill for a bit. Placing her hand on his forehead, Yuri smiles and thanks him again. The boy just shoots her a smile back. At the Imjin station, Kang-hoo thinks if young Yuri sticks around Ground Zero, she'll thrive. They'll cross paths again. With time to kill before the train rolls in, he decides to check Huntergram. This is the exclusive SNS for hunters, usually for flexing or sharing intel. Che from Younghwa, the biggest guild in the country, the center of the dungeon invasion strategy, is all about safety and teamwork. Scrolling through his phone, he thinks it's a load of nonsense. He notes that the Taihua River is taking the lead over Ulsan. Grinning, he says they handled the rest like pros. He'll meet the leader of the Abyss soon when Sangmi keeps her word. A message from the Raiders' Dimension pops up, saying it's impressive. It mentions that it's a bummer they couldn't loot the constellation. He asks to hit him with a question. Then he wonders what the point of having constellations is. Kang-hoo says it's a mutual vibe. It's gotta be good for both sides to work out. The Dimension says that's interesting, but the boy isn't your average hunter. It knew something was up when he called him back at level 10. It said it would test him soon. If he passes, their fates will intertwine, and he'll unlock even greater powers. Grinning, the young man says he's in. He asks if the constellation has any issues with the contract, and it's confused. Shin says the system links constellations that control the world to the fates of mere mortals. In the novel he wrote, he set that up to roast Jang Siwon's crew. The Dimension says that's natural since the struggle of the contractors mirrors the struggle of the constellations. Constellations aren't the rulers of that world, just part of it, and the young man asks who's above him. But the Dimension says it can't spill. That info is beyond the novel's worldview. Even as the author, he can't know everything about that world and wonders if they're a reflection of his thoughts. To his surprise, the Dimension says it doesn't want to fade away like a regular constellation, that it's making him greedier and is slowly thinking it could share its fate with him. Shin tells it not to stress. He'll show things that'll blow expectations out of the water. The Dimension says it's waiting. Yeren texts him saying that Chasohi is at the Soul Station. The young man thinks that's quicker than he thought and realizes he needs to switch up his plan. He'll face Sohee after clearing one more dungeon. He should hit up the express bus terminal instead of the station. Leaving there, he thought about checking out the dungeon near the Gwangju terminal. Right by the terminal, Glancing at his phone, he felt there was a reason he showed up there. That was the spot where he could use the PSS he snagged in Henessa. He paid for the hunter's info so they couldn't trace him. If he leveled up there, the showdown with Sohee would be way more doable. Out of nowhere, a scream grabbed his attention, and he spotted a woman yelling for help, surrounded by some guys. One of them waved a knife and claimed she bumped into them first, telling the others to take her stuff. She started roasting the guys, saying they were from the Haeyoung Guild. That guild was basically the muscle for Jang Shihwan, who, egged on by him, wiped out one of Zhenghwa's crews. They had a bit of clout in the area, but honestly, they were just trash. But when he looked back at the chaos, he saw they were holding the girl. He realized they had a super useful constellation, the Great Trickster. The raider said that despite the whack name, it was a high-level constellation and didn't believe he was rolling with scum. Grabbing his sword, Shin said he had no reason to just stand there. He was about to see that constellation in action. He shouted to grab the guy's attention and used illusion magic to throw them off. Getting closer, the young man asked them to guess who the real one was. The guys called him nuts. They charged at him. One of them grabbed a knife to attack, cursing him. His knife caught fire and zoomed toward one of the clones. At the Soul Station, the woman was still waiting for him. Sohee, annoyed, said she had waited way too long. She wondered if he took a different route. Her master hit her up and asked if she managed to catch the young man. She said no and was getting more irritated. The man said the woman was putting up a fight and really wanted to see him. Hidden behind her, someone was eavesdropping. The man said the young dude just needed to stay alive and to make sure to bring him in. The woman said she would handle it. After hanging up, she felt a presence behind her. Reaching for the knife at her waist, Sohee asked if the person wanted to get hit. Noticing the person didn't move, she grabbed the weapon. Turning around, she threw the knife at the figure with pinpoint accuracy. Back in the brawl, the man managed to find the real one but hit his force field. Since he found him, Shin said he would give him the reward and unleashed the Great Decapitation skill. He took down 2 more, and the system said their contract with the constellation was now his. Other guys watching the scene were scared, just like the girl. She stepped closer to him with a smile. With the team leader down, the guys started threatening him. Knocking the girl down, they charged at him armed. But using his skill, he zipped through all of them before they even realized it. He said they didn't have a constellation, so there was no need to drag this out. The Great Trickster said that for every 100 levels, he'd score a rare item, and he was hyped to level up. The girl thanked him and said she was only alive because of him. Blushing, she said her name was Jin Hyo-young. Holding out his phone, he asked for her number. He wanted to repay her, even if it was just a little. He started typing on his cell phone. Soon after, Hyo-young thanked him again and said goodbye, saying they'd see each other again. While watching the girl walk away, he got a notification. It said the dungeon was about to open and to enter. So he wondered if the guy who attacked was a personal merc or just a civilian. Since she found no info, she questioned if she got the wrong person, and in the distance, someone was watching her. This person stepped out from behind the wall where he was hiding. He typed nervously, counting that the woman had noticed. Behind him, the woman appeared, saying she knew there was a rat. Using her ability, she touched him and burned his entire body. In his ear, someone said they found Shin, that he had been spotted in Gyeongju. Taking a photo of the body on the ground, he said he shouldn't have trusted Yeren. Burning it, he said it was ugly to lay eyes on her and that she should stop running. Seeing everything he scored from defeating the enemies, he said he would earn 800,000 selling it all. Taking more items, he decided to check his bank balance. He had almost 5 billion. When combined, he could easily snag a third-rank weapon. Yeren warns him that the woman took out his eyes and was headed to Gwangju. Cha Sohee was level 200, a total powerhouse. Her nickname Hound wasn't just for show. Compared to her, with his level 49, he needed to level up at least twice before even thinking about facing her. For now, he was diving into the dungeon he requested. With his hands in his pockets, he strolls toward the dungeon. Near the Gwangju terminal, a young dude starts chatting with the woman, saying they did what they promised. They wiped out Haeyoung's guild and took over the toll and the bus terminal. She mentions they also snagged control of the Songjong station. She tells him to chill where he is. Grinning, she hopes Kang-hoo will dig the network she set up. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Sitting on a bench next to her was the young dude. Pulling out his sword, he says it's been a hot minute. Shin was deep in the forest battling a swordsman. This was the main boss, Sajina. The young dude thinks it's super annoying. The 3 ghosts he sent flying were tossed aside with just 1 hit. Since he was far away, using perception vision was a struggle. Those ranged attacks were totally useless. If he charged in, he'd just waste his self-defense and dodge his attack. So he decides to use shadow steps to hit him from all angles. 2 of them hide in the bamboo while the real one attacks from the front. Sajina sighs and locks eyes with him. He grabs his sword and starts swinging at the shadows while the real one stays hidden. Seeing him behind, he says that was exactly what he was waiting for. He uses his ability to grab the swordsman's attention and pops up, saying he's got an interesting trick. But it's pointless if he steps into range. Using the bloody stab, he hits him from behind. Noticing the attack, the man looks at him, wide-eyed. When the young dude jumps in front of him, the man crouches from the weight of the wound. He snarls at his opponent. Gathering his strength, he starts to rise. But before he can do anything, Shin vanishes from his sight. He quickly reappears behind him again. Sejina grabs 2 swords and charges toward the fighter in his safety circle. He asks if he feels safe in that circle and keeps his eyes on him. The man slams one of the swords into the ground using the thunderous wind circle. Challenging him to a fight, the young dude says he'll take him out in the circle he made. Using blood burning, he hits his opponent. In the distance, he starts to shield himself from the chaos he created. He takes down the main boss and loots a skill from the target, Thunderous Wind Circle. Soon after, the system announces he leveled up to level 51 and snagged the stealth skill. Even with this skill maxed out, he couldn't use it while attacking. The young dude thinks it's a bummer, but if it worked, it'd be epic. The dimensional looter says he's ready and can't wait to see his moves in the next battle. Leaving there, he says he'll hit up the store before meeting her. At the station, he stands up and everything's looking good. With the sword in hand, he says it's been a minute. Smiling, so he says she thought he'd keep running like a scared rat. He says he couldn't keep going with a hunting dog on his tail. Pointing the weapon at her, he says he got a new one to catch a brat. The girl says since he called her that, she asks if he's planning to become an Eclipse dog. The young dude comments that it's pointless to confirm something she already knew. She thanks him for turning down her offer. Aiming at his chest, she says she's always wanted to take him out. Hiding was useless and he calls her a rat while taking off the gloves. A van speeds by. The woman says she was worried because Shin didn't like help unless he asked for it. Next to her, Yeren says she's starting to sound like him. But there was no other way, and she wanted to keep her talented gig for longer, leaving the woman pleased by the remark. She turns a corner and runs smack into an army waiting for them. Yeren says they hit the jackpot. With determination, the woman floors the van and runs over all of them at once. At the station, Kang-hoo was dodging Sohee's attacks. Seeing the damage his power caused, he thought he was toast if it hit him. Causing a massive explosion, the woman tells him to just die already. He activates his protection field and starts sprinting from the attacks. Shin grabs the flower to unleash his power. Eating it, he thinks it was tough, but thankfully he had beefed up the protection barrier and powered up his weapon. Seeing her sprinting, Sohee asks how long she plans to keep running and cranks up her attacks. Grabbing her weapon, she thinks she's reinforced it enough. With it reinforced, she needs to close the gap and sends her clones to swarm the woman. She finds herself surrounded by a bunch of them while the real one watches from above. Even though they look identical, the woman just smiles. Meanwhile, the girl is taking down the guys with barely any effort. Once she knocks them all out, she finds herself surrounded by bodies. Turning around, she spots Yeren opening a door and stepping out. Running over, she says she took care of the rest and asks about Kang-hoo, to which Yeren replies she couldn't find him anywhere. He was busy because all his clones were getting roasted at once. Looking up, he says everything she tried was pointless. Seeing him, she says it's game over. Xian knows that hand-to-hand combat won't cut it. She throws her sword, which lands right in front of the woman. She steps on it and asks if it slipped from her hand because she was scared to run. Bringing up 3 fire dragons, she says that's how you aim. He gets spooked and can't dodge the attack. Amid the flames, Shin drops in from above. Seeing it wasn't working, the woman wonders what she's trying to pull. Kang-hoo activates the thundering wind vortex. The wind is so strong it starts to wreck the flaming dragons. Seconds later, they vanish. Bringing his wind down on the woman, he starts to speak. He says it should be him teaching her how to aim. From a distance, Sang-mi watches the fight. She comments that it's pretty interesting. Good thing she didn't jump in and never thought she'd complicate things for Sohee. But honestly, it's wild. After hitting up the dungeon of the Sejina, she's using the same moves as the main boss. Her master contacts her, and the girl says she's just observing as ordered. Kang-hoo is in the middle of his wind vortex hurting the girl. He uses the abduction ability to grab her with a giant hand. Noticing what's happening, the woman is shocked. Using acceleration, she points her weapon at him. With a bloody stab, she hits his abdomen, making him scream in pain, but she snatches her knife from her thigh. Sohee manages to block the attack with her knife. She asks him if he thought he had won, but with the blood burning, it makes her stop talking and scream again. Sang-mi hears her master asking about the situation. She tells him not to freak out. Then she says that Cha is losing. He says the woman isn't as good as she used to be. Noticing what's happening, she wonders if she's really going to lose like this. She remembers when she burned a guy who asked her why she was doing that. She says it was to teach him not to mess with fire anymore, but he just didn't get it. Remembering that she set a house on fire, she asks if the woman was the kid who was there. She screams that killing him wouldn't bring her parents back, but soon after, a wave of fire engulfs her. Cha watches the burning body. Then she realizes something's behind her. She dodges just in time as a knife whizzes by and hits the wall. Two guys show up and say she's crazy. They say they'll make an example of her so everyone sees what happens when they mess with them. She screams for them to catch her and a bunch of them charge in her direction. Annoyed, the woman starts to conjure fire in her hands. She quickly throws fire at them. She manages to catch a few, but another guy appears with a knife next to her, startling her and stabbing her hip while cursing at her. One of them curses her, and the other says to search her because she might have something useful. Looking at them with fury, he wonders if he's really going to lose to them while a man watches from afar. Clenching his fist, he asks who's making a mess in his territory. They turn around confused and can only see his fist coming at them. With insane strength and speed, he takes them all down, tossing them aside. He says this is the territory of the Eclipse, so only the injured girl is left among the wreckage. Looking at the bodies, she asks if she did that, and he replies that yes, she did. With his hand in his pocket, he says it was worth it to take her in. Then he asks her to follow him. The master gave her a place where she belongs. In exchange, she deals with people for him. But one day he told her that caution wasn't exactly her strong suit. He thinks it'd be smart to challenge the dude and get him on his side. He wonders if he'd really risk everything for someone who just popped up out of nowhere. With flames dancing around him, he yells not to sleep on her. Shin's eyes go wide at her power. Grinning, the woman asks why he looks so shocked. With her hands ablaze, she tells the boy to step closer and tries to reach for him. The only thing keeping him safe is the personal defense barrier he set up. She gets annoyed by his defense skill. In a ready stance, she asks how many skills he's got. Snapping his fingers, he says it's a top-secret recipe, but nothing happens to her, which leaves the boy scratching his head. Seeing that, he's totally confused. Smirking, the woman says her guess was spot on, and this skill makes wounds go boom. She adds, it's a bummer, since she already sealed up all the wounds. Creating a fiery whirlwind, she says that trick won't work anymore. A rain of fire starts pouring down, and he's freaking out. Above him, a massive fireball is coming down. With a quick dodge, he weaves around the fireballs like a pro, fires his jam. He's probably planning to turn the ground into a minefield. With that much heat, his defense won't hold for long, so he activates the barrier again. Staring at the hole the fire made, he thinks he needs to take this fight outside. With a quick jump, he bails from the spot. Right in front of him, the woman pops up, catching him off guard. She screams that she's got him, waving a knife at him. Outside, she's still battling the guys. She calls out to Yaren, pointing at something wild happening. Above the dudes, a wave of fire starts brewing. Yaren tells them to hurry up. When she spots the girl sprinting toward them, the guys scatter, but some shout for her to stop. She throws a punch and takes them down. They swing their weapons, but she just apologizes and says they're in a rush, blocking their attacks with one hand. She warns them that if they want to live, they better scram. She counters and takes them all out in one go. Yaren starts using her magic but realizes the fire's getting crazier. She starts to worry about Shin. He's going all out against the girl. She's swinging her knife at him, and he's holding it back but starts shaking from her strength. Suddenly, her knife starts to slice into him. Noticing that, he uses cross-teleportation to dodge, thinking she'd go for his blind spot. Turning around, the woman says she remembers that move. Even with the barrier up, she cracks it and drives the knife into his chest. She celebrates, relieved to finally land a hit. Pushing the knife deeper, she grins at him. Looking down, she sees he's also got a knife aimed at her stomach. Using a powerful move, Kang-Ho breaks free from the knife in his chest and strikes her arm. He tosses the knife aside, clutching his arm and screaming from the pain. Sangmi feels a wave of sadness, wondering if it's game over. When she glances to the side, she spots someone running toward them. The boy rushes back. He thinks the girl's making some bold moves, that she sacrificed her arm to stay alive. While cauterizing her lost arm, he screams that she'll take him out and sends whirlwinds his way. Using the protection barrier, he says he's getting worn out and that the effects of the mad silasium are fading fast. Launching fireballs, the woman says she'll break that barrier as many times as it takes. He tries to shield himself, but someone beats him to it. He realizes it's wind magic. Kang-Ho holds the girl tight while So-hee asks how many times they'll interrupt her. She finishes by saying she didn't invite Yaren. Yaren jumps in from her spot and lands between the duo and the woman. While she responds that So-hee doesn't get the situation, the enemy starts gathering her fire magic while laughing. She unleashes her magic and tells the group she can do this all day while moving forward. Yaren throws up a magical barrier to block the attack. After the block, she notices her opponent has vanished. The girl raises her arms and asks where she went. Breathless, Kang-Ho reveals they don't need to stay on high alert. Yaren asks what he means, and he thinks he's worried about So-hee's last constellation. He figures the opponent's ability is super strong and uses his mana tracking ability. Detects that the opponent copied his stealth ability and dipped, so he wouldn't attack anymore. He spills to the crew that Sohee has bounced, and his buddy says they gotta chase her down ASAP. But right then, the boy starts to fade and passes out. Before he hits the floor, the girl catches him and asks if he's good. Yeren lightens the mood by saying the boy is still breathing, that they should definitely get him to the hospital. The opponent from a distance curses Yeren for messing things up. She wonders what secret Kang-Hu was hiding. She notices the boy has mad skills, and a bunch of them are straight-up boss abilities, which makes her think if he can copy monster abilities, and that's why she needed to hit up the master, but someone was lurking nearby. Hyo-young pops out from a corner and clocks the woman. Se-Hu barely dodges the hit. Hyo-young asks where she was rushing off to, and she questions what Jin was up to. She replies that she was letting Se-Hu see the sad vibes she was in. In a flashback, Hyo-young is on a call with the master, asking what to do with Cha. He just says to toss her aside, because a hunting dog that flops deserves to be put down. With that, Jin drops the bomb that the master ditched Se-Hu, leaving her totally shook, but her opponent charges in for another swing. Later, Kang-Hu wakes up and adjusts himself in bed, realizing he's in a hospital. Next to him, the girl stayed until she dozed off, calling his name in her dreams. He gets up, gets dressed, and bounces from the room, grabbing his phone to blast some classical jams. While he's vibing, a notification pops up on his phone. The message is from Young Yuri, leaving him totally surprised. In the convo, the woman poses next to a flower while typing Tada, and the boy wonders if she stumbled upon the flower by accident. Another message rolls in from her saying she now has a grandma, but he puts his phone away, not really paying attention, wondering what she's on about. As he turns to leave, the boy is caught off guard, but he gets a bit jittery. Yeren, staring him down, says she knew he'd pull this move. Then she asks why he doesn't chill for a bit before bouncing since he's still recovering. Kang-Hu switches gears and asks if the blue-eyed girl is alright, leaving Lee shocked. The boy spills that she might have become a target of the Eclipse because of all the drama, but she says he doesn't need to stress. Because the crew might be big, but the blue-eyed girl wouldn't back down easily. Shin says he's glad to hear that. Then thanks her for the help and tells her to let Seoyeon know he's grateful. Yeren comments that she'd want to hear it in person, but the boy says it's better to keep it low-key. That it's for the best for Seoyeon too. She was a key player for Kang-Hu, and getting too close to what happens in the novel would just repeat itself. So he says he's out. The woman says she wouldn't push him, but asks if she could snag a moment, because she wanted to spill something. Yeren asks if it's cool to take a little time to figure out his identity, and the boy says to do whatever feels right. He mentions that the Eclipse didn't do anything even though Sohee was in that state, that it's weird how quiet it is after they took out so many of them. Shin comments that they could be trying to cover up the mess. The woman agrees. Even after sending their goons to try and catch him, and even with an executive member, they flopped. She says there were no witnesses, so Sohee failed and should have been taken out regarding Kang Dong-hyun. In the battle, the boy told Yeren that the woman had dipped. Soon after, he passed out and was supported by the two. The raider said that the fight was lit, that he proved he's got what it takes to hit him up if he wanted to level up. He thinks it was a shady deal but got a shot thanks to Sohee and says goodbye again. Yeren warns to watch out since there might be people on his tail, and the young man says not to sweat it. He'd be in a spot where no one could find him. Gwangju Guild got hit by the Dejon crew. Shiwan says they attacked Hae-young, who was totally innocent, and it bugged him because he wasn't keeping tabs on her. Unexpected stuff kept popping off these days. Just as Ryo Taewa took out Gong Taiso, they also took over Ulsan. He couldn't even figure out who snagged Taisu's left arm. There wasn't enough info. Banging on the table, he decided to call someone. He says he needs to know why Eclipse went after Hae-young. He asks for the CCTV footage from Gwangju Station. In a building, Shin says to kick things off. The looter says he needs to check something first. Dying in the constellation test felt just as real as biting the dust in real life. He asks if he knew that, leaving him deep in thought. Grinning, he says yeah, a constellation test is totally up to the constellation's vibe. The type changes based on how the constellation feels. But one thing's for sure, no matter the level, it's always a tough ride. Some constellations throw the test just to ditch their contractors, since if they bite it, the contract's over. Most folks take the challenge after leveling up a bit first. But he felt that during his showdown with Cha So-hee, he had to level up fast. No time to second guess. He thanks the looter but says he needs it ASAP. The looter says he was worried for nothing. The teleporter says he's down to accept his will. Shin pops up in a new spot. Glancing to the side, he spots a bunch of dudes in a grandstand. Way more spectators than he thought, and he says this show is gonna be lit. Above him, the looter is stoked he's into it. He welcomes everyone to his contractor's test. If the contractor passes, he shares the fate and gains the powers. But if he flops, it's game over at the end of the fight. He asks them to toss in some of their constellation powers and show their intentions if they're feeling it. If Shin fails, the constellation's power goes back to them. The opponent in this match is a hunter from another dimension, and the contractor gets to choose. Kang Hu thinks it might look like he has a choice, but the test is all about impressing the constellations, and they won't be happy if he picks a weak opponent. Eyeing an opponent, he smirks and says he picks him. The constellations are shook by the choice. The wild strategist thinks it's wild since he picked someone he can't beat. All the constellations start dropping their donations. His opponent says that's enough, that it's going to be fun to battle a being from another dimension. Shin checks out his opponent with satisfaction. Picking a flower, he says this place is dope. The mana is super pure and way more abundant than in reality. Jung asks if he's not a patient or an addict. Eating the flower, the young dude says he's neither. He asks the young man's level, and he says 47. The man can't wrap his head around how a level 47 thinks he can take on a level 800. He calls him reckless and says he picked him just for attention, but all it'll show is his own demise. He turns to the constellations and asks if it wouldn't be a bummer to leave right after coming all this way. Shiwan says he'll use only 2 constellations. Shin thinks, as expected, the young dude is grabbing the spectator's attention. Normally, high-level constellations want the spotlight, so they wouldn't want to hire someone at that level. The smart morning guy is impressed, and the crazy mathematician thinks it's a sick chance to see what he's got. But in a place packed with constellations, at least one would dig his skills, and it wouldn't go as planned. A dude shows up in Shiwan's office, handing him the papers he asked for. He asks if it's about the Eclipse case, and the young man says it's about the Abyss case. Checking the latest news, he says they're a tough organization to figure out. He asks why they're so obsessed with the truth. He says the public will believe what they want anyway. He asks the young man if his work is reliable, and the other dude agrees. With that, Shiwan is ready to hire the Black Skeleton crew. Lee Hyun-suk, the captain of the Abyss, and Park Dong-jae, his blood relative. Suddenly, Lee's phone buzzes. It's Sang-mi who excitedly says it's been ages. He mentions Ulsen, and the girl says they just got rid of the flies. She tells him someone else took care of Taiso, then asks if he has a second. She says she's got something to spill, but the man replies he's swamped. He couldn't reach Dong-jae and didn't know he was stuck in a dungeon again. The woman asks if he's ghosting him again. The man says Yuseok went to find him, so it'll all get sorted. Then he asks if the girl can head over there. They'll see each other for the first time in a while and make their next plans. Smiling, the girl says that sounds perfect. The fight between Kang-hu and Shiwan is intense. His personal defense was already cracking. The man tells him not to sweat it, it was just a signal. His speed was wild, straight out of a novel. Just his body was a danger zone. Shiwan asks how long that barrier would hold up. Throwing purple fireballs, he tells him to bounce if he wants to live. Grinning, the boy starts to dodge. But soon the man unleashes wind arrows to attack him. He had seen his skills before, but now he was on a whole new level, and if those arrows hit, he'd be toast. Using quick dodges, he does his best to evade. He was throwing down dark magic right from the jump. He picked the constellation of pure dark truth as his first. Looking at the crowd, he says, it's a relief the bug was quick. He says they wouldn't need to stress about the fight dragging on. It would wrap up fast. The constellations start chatting, asking if he was stalling on purpose. The constellation raider says it's not over yet when he spots Shin speeding toward his opponent. He thanks the man for all the chatter, it helped him close the gap. Without a care, Shiwan uses the dissipate skill to block the attack. Seeing that, the boy gets nervous, and the man comments on his skill. He says he'd have to rethink his evaluations, and at that moment, Shane uses illusion magic for everyone to attack at once. They all surround their opponent, but he uses space manipulation to toss them away. Using his sword, he manages to grip the wall in front of him to avoid crashing down. The second constellation he was using was the special guide. Gaining momentum, to the man's surprise, Shin leaps right at him. He and his clones jump again toward the boy. Shiwan thinks this is just a cloning trick, that he'd deal with the original first, so he throws the purple dark balls to attack. But he ends up hitting a clone, and the real one dodges behind him. When the man realizes, he only sees his knife zooming in. He throws it with speed and the other tries to block it with spatial manipulation. Seeing that he succeeded, Shin jumps to attack him head-on, but something grabs him. On the other side, Dong-jae is snagged by the shirt. Yuseok is trying to catch him, panting hard. He asks what's up, but the man just tells him to chill. Whispering, he asks for his attention. They found out the Yunghwa Guild was after him. Nervous, the boy asks if that's real. Leaving there, the man says they don't have time for a chat. He thinks it's good he made contact. The man following them notices the escape. He gets mad and the other asks what's wrong and he shouts that the target moved. Returning to Shin, his protective barrier was struggling. He's lying on the ground and his clones come back to him. Soon he spots a green energy swirling around him. Shiwan says he didn't know his place, asks how he dared to aim for his back. He uses the oxidize skill, but the boy manages to slip away just in time. Using spatial manipulation, he says it's pointless. The man was juggling spatial magic and dark magic at the same time. All his clones were getting hit while he dodged like a pro. However, one of them still followed him, even while hitting the others. He couldn't keep track of him, so it didn't take long for him to get caught from behind. That attack makes him scream, and where he was, a massive explosion goes off. One of the men tells Yuseok to stay put if he doesn't want to see the hostage bite the dust. Irritated, the man curses at them. Hearing that, one of them hits him from behind, grinning. Dongjae calls his name desperately when he sees him on the ground. Grabbing the boy, they start to bail. Even without strength, he shouts the boy's name, which grabs the attention of others nearby. They rush toward the scream. Reaching Yuseok, they crouch down, and he apologizes. He says the boy was kidnapped, sending everyone into a panic. He laments, saying he should have been more careful. One of them says to search a bit more and asks which way they went. Pointing to the left, the man says they went that way. They say they can handle it, and the two sprint off to try to rescue Dongjae. However, he starts to smile weirdly, thanking. In the battle, Shiwan waits for the smoke to clear. He starts chatting with the constellations again. He asks them if they enjoyed the show. He says that even if it was short, it was an honor to meet them. Looking up, he realizes the donations kept rolling in. Seeing the smoke clear, he feels confused. Shin bounces out without a scratch, giving Jong a quick thanks. Thanks to all the chatter from the crowd, he managed to shake it off. When the music kicks in, he's totally vibing. Stashing his phone, the young dude thinks nothing would change even if he stared at it forever. His attacks were basically useless now. Using his powers, the guy smirks, saying he couldn't say that after he wrecked him. Watching the magic power, the young dude thinks if he got hit, he'd be toast. But if he couldn't get past that, blocking Shihuan was a no-go. He figures it's just a bluff. Then he fires off black lightning at his opponent, who's just chilling. As the lightning zips closer, the young dude pulls off a slick dodge. Noticing this, the guy gets on high alert. He's wondering how that even happened while Shin just grins at him. Hyunsuk starts yelling, asking if it's true that Dongjae got snatched. Yuseok bows, saying sorry and that it's all on him. The guy says there's no need to beat himself up since it wasn't his fault. Plopping down, he tells the other to sit too and spill the tea, about who they were. He says they were elite hunters. Chances are they were after cash, and they could hit him up using Dongjae's phone. Hyunsuk wonders if it's just a basic kidnapping or some scheme by the Yunghua Guild. He mentions the guild has been creeping on him more lately. If his info got out, it wouldn't be wild for them to target the kid. Not sure. He asks the guy to list everyone who knew the boy was his nephew and to stay sharp. Jumping up, Yuseok says he'll get on it right away, and the other thanks him. He mentions Sangmi is on her way, and to let her pitch in. The guy thinks about the girl and how epic it would be to take her out too. Shiwan says he doesn't care how he dodges, because he's going down anyway and starts to attack. Kang-hoo can't dodge with his eyes, he's just feeling the mana he's using. Since the mana here is way more abundant and pure, he can totally do that. Then he starts dodging the magic balls like a pro. He's finally seeing the perks of using mana hypersensitivity. The constellations start hyping him up, saying they should keep an eye on him and how the match is gonna end. Seeing the constellations watching him, he gets a bit annoyed. Using the black lightning again, he asks how he dared to mess up his stage. But when he looks down, he sees the young dude is MIA. While he's searching for him, he pops up behind him again. Using the great decapitation, he aims the knife at his neck. Meanwhile, Dongjae gets tossed, tied up, against the wall. A dude tells him to stay put, real obedient-like. If he annoys him, he'll chop off his fingers. Then he storms out, slamming the door. Dongjae is wondering how this even happened since Yuseok warned him the Junghwa Guild was after him. But these guys clearly aren't their crew. The man calls someone, saying he's got the kid. On the other end, another dude grins and says it was easier than expected. They'll swing by to grab him in two. In the battle, Shiwan uses chains to bind Shin before he can slice him. He says the other guy gave up the upper hand, since he's using his third constellation, the suppressor of the course of nature. Bringing the knife closer to the other's neck, he claims this is his win. But he gets thrown back and asks if the other will back down. The Ruined Prophet says that's impressive. No one would have guessed he could use an ability that was previously blocked. The Drug King asks if that wasn't the ability of the monsters, and the other says it's wild how skillfully he used it. The martial god of the Iron Apple says he's hyped to see his evolution. Irritated, the guy asks what kind of trick he pulled. Shin says he just went stealth mode. The other says that ability should have been snagged by assassins at level 50. Kang-hoo says he's right and asks if he really thought he was serious. The Constellation asks if he had hidden his level from the jump. They comment that there's really no need to spill everything to the opponent. Irritated, Shihuan starts summoning a massive fireball. He admits he underestimated him. He says he'll show him his true colors. Sangmi is stoked because she's finally gonna see the captain and Dong-hae after forever. She can finally keep her promise. She texts Sunkyu, letting him know that he'll see it in 2 days if he's not busy. In battle, Shin calls him wild for using so much power there. The constellations start hyping up Shihwan's skills. Controlling the massive wave, he thinks he should have done this ages ago, that he would turn to dust. Then he hurls everything into the arena, aiming at the young dude. They were epic red flames that lit up the whole stadium. An explosion goes off. Looking down, Jang says, "This is just ridiculous." He asks if that wasn't breaking the rules. Shin's chilling on a rock surrounded by flames that wrecked everything and wonders why a constellation is butting in. The constellation raider says he couldn't let a human go wild in his dimension, that his contractor had already passed the test. He tells Shihwan his job is done. Opening a portal, he tells the guy to bounce back. He explodes with rage, telling him not to make him laugh. But soon, he's sucked into the portal, leaving them solo. The raider wiped his memories and sent him back to the original dimension to avoid drama. Shin says he was close but thought about that happening. It was obvious if one just took a second to look. Throughout the constellation test, even though he was at a disadvantage, he kept racking up donations, which meant he passed. Lowering his head, he asks if he could snag his reward. The constellation agrees. He tells the others he got their vibes. The result of the test was clear if they peeped the power the constellations let him gather. One of them says it was a wild fight, and another says the young dude suited him, making the raider a bit salty. Darkness of the Apocalypse says he's also interested and will keep watching. He says the young dude would remember him, stoked to be noticed. The constellation raider says they were too into his contractor, but he'd allow it just this once. He starts converting the power of the constellations into EXP. He congratulates him for passing the test and says he'd get a new power before getting pulled back. For the sweet taste of evolution was waiting for him. He rolls up to his apartment. As he leveled up fast, he hit 101. Seeing the message, he's super hyped because he crushed his goal. But soon, he gets anxious as a bunch of other messages start flooding in. Shin snagged the basic skill of the assassin class, Soul Imprint. After reading that he could imprint items, he feels pretty stoked. It was a pain to juggle weapons while fighting against Cha Sohee. He should imprint all his important gear. Checking the panel, he sees his new feature. He says it's useful but won't use it right away. Among the many messages, he sees that the Constellation Master Trickster gave him 3 cards to pick from. He remembers that he had already mixed items that didn't match his character, which caused chaos. He decides to go for the middle card. The Constellation congratulates him for picking one of the best items. Seeing what it was, he's totally enchanted. He could copy Zhang Xiwan's ability, but thinks it'd be cool to grab something from the assassin class. He already knew someone who fit what he was looking for, but this dude was pretty famous in China. His phone starts ringing. Yerin is relieved he picked up and asks how he's doing. He says she doesn't need to stress because he's all good. The woman says things with Eclipse have chilled out so he wouldn't need to worry. Then she asks if he could take on a request. She says the mining commission found a natural crystal mine near Hongcheon. Mining them needs mana, and since there aren't many mines, that's super rare. He thinks the payment would be solid, so he tells her he'll go the next day. The next day, near the liberation area of Hongcheon Dungeon, the miners are blown away to see Shin mining. After that, he needs to meet Sangmi. He wants to meet the Abyss soon because with its strict security, finding them without a middleman would be impossible. The young dude uses mana to locate the crystals. Grabbing an axe, he strikes the ground and several crystals pop up. He says that should be enough, and the others are shocked by his speed. Behind him, Shin hears someone grumbling. Stepping on a guy, he asks if they think the Cutting Wind gang is a joke. Then he turns to the young dude and wonders who he is. He asks what kind of guts it takes to take all the stones for himself. Grabbing his sword, he moves closer to where the guy is. He says there's a better way than mining solo. Remembering his past, he thinks it's good they're bothering him. However, someone activates on them, hitting the dude who was running toward him. Confused about what just went down, he spots a bunch of them on the ground and others shielding themselves from the light that popped up. He's wondering where that came from when an archer lets an arrow fly at the crew. The leader gets mad seeing his fallen homies. He yells, asking who pulled this stunt. A masked dude says they should be the ones asking. Shin recognizes the demon's mask and the others start freaking out. The girl points the gun again. She fires at another guy who drops as the leader tells them to spread out. He orders them to surround and wipe them out. They charge at the girl, but one of them gets hit before he can even grab her. Kang-hoo bolts toward her with the gun in hand. He uses a short distance jump to take out more of them. Seeing this, the masked dude starts sizing him up. The leader shows up, cursing at him. He says he's going to take him out and charges at the young man. The girl screams for him to watch out. Using her item recovery ability, she snags her knife again and gets ready. As the man rushes past, the young man nails him in the stomach. Noticing the others shaking, he says that was convenient. And just like that, they all go down. The girl is impressed she pulled that off so fast. Soon the man shows up and tells Shin he's as impressive as he heard. He never thought he'd find him in a spot like this. Se-hyuk rolls up, taking off his mask, saying he didn't expect to see him here. Then he calls the young man by his name. A team member jumps in and thanks him for saving him. The leader tells everyone to chill out. His goal with Dejon was to free exploited hunters, and he'd take out anyone for it. That's why he's known as the Judge of Silence. But to gain some fame, it was written he'd bite the dust at the hands of Kang Dong. Kang Hu asks how he knows his name and realizes he hasn't explained. He then spills that he sent a spy from Eclipse to gather intel, leaving the young man shook. Sehyuk keeps going, saying he was surprised he punished Sohee himself. But Kang Hu asks not to be called by his real name, thinking the rumors have already hit the guild. He also asks the two from the team to drop their numbers. They're surprised and thank him, saying it's an honor. The girl next to Sehyuk introduces herself as Bon Seyoung, and Kang Hu praises her for her support skills. The leader reveals that according to Eclipse, they haven't given up on the young man yet. For this reason, he should stay sharp. The next day in the province of Hongcheon in Kangwon, Kang Hu notices the commission and mission fee were looking pretty good. He remembers Yeren saying she'd throw in 5 billion as a bonus. While checking his phone, he remembers there was only one thing missing when a woman approaches and catches his eye. Yoon Sang-mi from the Abyss asks the young man how he's been. The girl takes him to the Abyss hideout in northern Gyeonggi province. She walks up to a guard and asks them to let the captain know she's here with her guest while the young man checks out the security of the place. But then Hyun-suk shows up and sees Sang-mi was there. He greets her and gives the young man a look. Then he asks who he is, and the woman replies that he's a guest she brought. Kang Hu introduces himself. The captain responds cordially, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. After they enter, the guards ask the young man to hang tight for a second. In the meantime, he thinks the security is overkill even for rolling with Yoon. Because of this, there's only one reason for the captain to be so cautious, and he thinks he came at the perfect time. With this, he could earn Hyun-suk's trust and save the Abyss. In the meeting room, Sang-mi, in shock, stands up and asks if Dongjai has been kidnapped. The captain apologizes for treating Kang Hu this way, but says it's an emergency, and she gets it. She asks if she could hand this mission to the young man, saying she's sure of his talent, but Hyun-suk questions if it's the right move. She replies that she has an intermediary handling everything and asks if the captain wants to chat with him. After a bit, Kang Hu is invited into the room, and the captain states that the young man wanted to meet him. Without wasting time, the young man tells the captain he'd like to get support from the Abyss. This puts the captain on high alert, thinking he didn't want to join but just wanted backup. He spills the tea to the young dude that the Abyss isn't exactly a fan favorite, already caught up in some beef, so it's not the chillest spot for him. Kang Hu drops the bomb that Yoonghwa's got the Abyss on lock, but if the captain's still holding it down, he's gotta be a beast. That's why Shin rolled up there, looking for a tough spot that others dodge, so he could level up his skills. Kang Hu thinks that makes sense, and that's why the captain wouldn't raise an eyebrow. The Abyss is stacked with dungeons and mad loot. Leader Lee Hyun-suk was a total powerhouse. So, yeah, it's natural to be suspicious, but keeping a safe distance is way smarter. This is the perfect setup to build a solid business vibe from the jump. Kang Hu says he's not trying to be a leech and will help out based on the backup he gets. The captain says the young dude's got a strong will and gives him props for being straight up. But the Abyss is all about teamwork. And as captain, trusting Kang Hu is a tough call. In a hideout, a guard shoves the hostage and asks why they're dragging him to the back room. The second guard spills that the hostage's uncle is a big deal and they'll up the ante later. The first guard raises an eyebrow, asking how they'll pay since the price is already sky high. But the second guard drops the news that the Yoonghwa Guild's covering the bill. This gets both of them hyped, saying the threats are gonna hit hard. Reaching the end of the hallway, the guard swings open a heavy door. Once it's wide open, he kicks the hostage inside, calling him a fool. Something creeps up and both guards jump, freaked out. He warns that if the hostage wants to see another day, he better stay put. As he shuts the door, he mentions a monster will be keeping watch. After a bit, a massive dude stands guard at the door. Dongjae wonders who spilled the tea and tries to stay clear of his uncle, feeling all the feels. It's clear the Yoonghwa Guild snatched him up to blackmail his uncle, putting the Abyss in hot water. While feeling down, the young dude wonders why he's so weak. He starts repeating that he just needs one person. Kang Hu's driving while Yeren breaks down the mission. The goal is to find Park and save him, and he'll only get paid if he pulls it off and sends the deets. Shin wraps up the call, saying he'll hit them up after he nails the mission. In his head, he remembers the captain turning down the proposal as the Abyss's leader, but considering it for the rescue. Kang Hu thinks Hyun-suk might rethink the support offer after the mission and sort out the Abyss's drama. In the free zone of Gamcheon, the young dude uses a skill and says he's finally ready to unleash the power he snagged during the test. Later that night at the base, one guard tells another it's time to switch shifts. As the door swings open and the guard walks through, Kang Hu sneaks in, going invisible. The guard warns them to stay sharp since the contractor's about to roll in. Kang Hu thinks they're about to hand over Park. The novel's told from Zhang Shihuan's view, so it was expected he'd learn a lesson from the captain about spreading rumors. Even without knowing the full scoop on the kidnapping, there was an order for Taisok to grab him quietly. He'd be the one to track down Dongjae. A car pulls up in front of the base. The car door swings open, and a guard heads over to greet the contractor. He lets him know the leader's been waiting for him. Shin watches from inside the building. He praises the contractor for being on time and realizes he needs to hustle as he strides down the hallway. Heading to the underground level, he notices there aren't many guards while searching for the hostage. As he checks things out, he thinks he should scope the lowest floor, but the monster's just around the corner. Kang-hoo jumps at the sight of the beast. In another room, the leader of the Black Skeleton Troop says he's surprised the contractor showed up. He reaches out to shake hands. He introduces himself as Shin Junho, and the leader mentions there have been a lot of costs in this mission. Junho says he gave an assistant to the crew, so it should be a breeze to grab him. But the leader replies that big plans come with big bills, and since Shin's in the guild, he should know that. The contractor asks how much he's looking for, and the leader grins, saying he knew Shin would get it. He asks if it's possible to double the initial payment, but Junho thinks the dude is pushing it. However, if the plan goes off, most of the Abyss's cash would land in Junhwa's pocket. He firmly says he's down, but needs to check if the hostage is the right one. The leader quickly assures him there's no need to stress about that. They can just go check it out in person. Junho comments that the leader seems super chill about the security level. He replies that the commission is loaded with cash, and no matter who crashed the party, the hostage is totally safe. Then he asks if Junho knows Bejumiye. Kang-hoo on the lower floor dodges the giant's attack. While dodging, he thinks Bejumiye is a Russian hunter juiced up to be a human weapon. He basically lost his mind during training and is a total killing machine that only listens to its master. The monster senses the invisible presence of the boy and gets ready for another strike. Shin wonders if the giant can smell him since it was made to have crazy senses. Bejumiye charges, and the boy thinks the beast's sense of smell is next level. At the last second, he pulls off a quick dodge to avoid an attack. He figures if the monster is here, then the target is definitely behind the door he's guarding. The giant quickly moves back in front of the door and swings, but Kang-hoo dodges. Amid the chaos, he spots the Black Skeleton Squad about to start patrolling. He wonders if he should take down the monster or just bolt for the door. Bejumiye strikes again but misses as Kang-hoo uses a skill to reach the door. The monster charges at the boy with all its rage. Shin seizes the moment to have the beast smash the door and slip through without a hitch. The giant is left dazed. A bit later, the leader and the contractor show up on the floor, and the leader notices the scene. He sees from a distance that the door is wrecked, and the giant is confused. Stressed, he thinks someone's crashed the party and tells Junho to hang tight while he checks it out. He thinks it's a bad time but not a total disaster. Kang-hoo, stepping into the room, sees two more giants inside guarding the hostage. Dongjae wonders who the dude that just walked in is. He starts to approach and pulls out his phone. In a flashback, Yerin says she'll send info about Park and that he's using a special item. Showing a barcode, it'll confirm his identity, and in the room, he points the phone at the hostage. Using his skill, Dongjae confirms that Kang-hoo was sent by his uncle. But just then, the first giant lunges to attack. The man dodges the strike, but the two giants come charging at him. Shin realizes he's low on mana and needs to be smart with his skills. The giant raises its axe and swings again, which the man dodges with a quick dodge skill. He thinks having two giants is super annoying. Park starts to figure it out and realizes the man is just dodging and trying to reach him. Kang-hoo activates another skill, and the hostage uses a skill to boost the man. With his enhanced skill, he manages to reach Park while dodging the attacks. Getting close, he gives the hostage some props. While activating another skill, Kang-hoo says he's all set. The furious giants charge to attack, but the man grabs Park and wishes him good luck. Before the giants can hit them, he uses the teleportation skill to bounce out of there. The leader bursts into the room, breathless and freaked out, asking what went down. With the giants riled up and the whole scene wrecked, he shouts where the hostage went. Shin and the hostage are now far away and relieved, confirming their skill worked. He adds that it was a solid plan to handle things while Park was with the Black Skeleton Squad. Kang-hoo, looking at the boy, thinks he's a great buffer and made things way easier. As long as he's around, they can dip with the teleportation power. The hostage thanks him for saving him and says he survived thanks to him. But he replies that he shouldn't be thanked yet, leaving him confused. Shin says he needs the hostage to do something. At the base, Junho asks if he's seeing things. Looking at the leader, he states he doesn't see the hostage, leaving the man stammering. Before hearing his response, he says that if that's the case, no cash is getting delivered. The leader gets nervous and calls him an idiot. Shouting, he asks if he's lost it and if he knows how much was invested. In a fit of rage, he orders the giants to attack the contractor. But he summons a guandao, a spear with a sword at the tip, and slashes the giant's back, leaving the leader shook that the giant got wrecked in just one hit. Junho asks if the leader's lost his mind, saying he should be the one asking while pointing his weapon at his neck. With his weapon all bloody, the contractor demands a response, insisting he must bring the hostage back no matter what. The leader, realizing he's in deep trouble, says he'll do whatever it takes to find him. As he bolts for the exit, Shin wonders how they even knew and crashed the party. He thought he hired a crew with zero ties to the Yunghwa Guild and went in person to keep things on the down low. Pulling out his phone, he wonders if it's been tapped. Yuseok orders that if the guards spot anything, they need to spill the tea as soon as possible. His phone buzzes with a message from Junho saying he might have been tapped and should shut off the phone after reading this. Due to a hiccup in the plan, the location and time have switched up, and Hyunsuk needs to be called to the new spot. The man, reading the message, laughs and says he doesn't have much time left. In the hideout of the Abyss, the captain is bummed, thinking he hired a total stranger, and Yuseo and Sangmi are MIA. He thinks it can't be Park's dad and thought he had secured his safe growth, but he couldn't even pull that off. His phone buzzes with a call, and when he answers, he asks if it's Yuseok, who confirms it is. On the call, the man reveals he found out Dongjae was with the Black Skeleton Troop. The condition to rescue the kid was cash, but the captain had to go solo. Hyunsuk thinks he can still save him, so he replies saying he's on his way and asks where to meet, in a warehouse in the dead of night. The man approaches and says there was a hiccup, but he thinks things turned out all right, leaving the hostage on edge. Park gets jittery and asks if he was the one who caused this mess. Stepping closer, he replies that it's all his fault for having him as an uncle, and the hostage asks why. Yuseok thanks the shadowy figure for snagging him. As the man steps into the light, he realizes it's the dude he saw before. He asks if Taesok isn't coming. Sangmi pops up from the top of the stairs, saying it was just bad luck. He hoped it was all a big misunderstanding. The man asks what's going on, and the boy tells him that Taesok is searching high and low for Kim Cheon. Untying himself, he dashes to Shin's side, leaving him totally surprised. Yuseok comments on the message he got, and the boy just nods, confirming what he was about to say. Showing his phone, he says it was sent by them. He thought things would get messy, so he asked to turn off the phone and says it was a good call. Since there was no way out, he shouts for Dongjae not to suspect him because he's been looking for him all along. Park says it's weird and asks how many people knew he was Hyunsuk's nephew. When Kang-hoo said it was only possible that there was a traitor, the riddle clicked. He thought of him right away because they weren't strong enough to take him down in one hit. With all this info, Yuseok starts to sweat. Shin thinks that if he had caught the boy, he would have lost the chance to catch Moon. Even if it was annoying, heating up this type of show was the only way. He says that thanks to that, he could figure out what kind of idiot the man was. Since he has the victim and a recording, he says the captain wouldn't let that slide, and Yuseok starts cursing him out. Handing over a chip, the man says that's the info he asked for. Shihwan asks what info it is, and he replies that it's the CCTV from the Gwangju station, but it's a bit messed up. Grinning, he says he'll check it out right away. He starts watching the footage of the fight between Shin and Suhei. He says one of them was a member of Eclipse. Looking at the boy, he says it's strange because he seems familiar. Sangmi asks why the man took Park, if he wasn't satisfied being second in command of the Abyss. Yuseok says the Abyss is a waste. Even with good dungeons, items, and power, they're throwing it all away with the idea of going against the Yunghwa Guild. He asks who would recognize that pointless mission and that from the outside they look like a criminal organization. Pointing at Park, he says he knew what he was talking about. The boy thinks it over, but someone interrupts. Yoon tells them to wrap it up because words are pointless. It's wild to even listen to him since he's trying to sell the Abyss to Yunghwa. Yuseok whips out his gun and declares he's about to take everyone out. The crew gets ready to defend themselves, grabbing their weapons like it's game time. Just as the dude starts blasting, the captain swoops in and chops his arm off. The gun that was already firing hits the ceiling, and boom, it explodes. The group is totally shook by what just went down. Hyunsuk drives his sword into the guy. He finishes him off with a look that could freeze fire. With one smooth move, he yanks the sword from his chest, sending Yuseok crashing to the ground. The warehouse goes dead silent. While the captain stashes his weapon, he glances at his fallen former buddy. Park, feeling relieved, calls for his uncle, who rolls up, stoked that he's okay. He asks the kid what he thinks about heading back to HQ. The boy shrugs, saying he's got nothing else going on and gets it. Kang-hoo thinks things got way easier while Sangmi gives the captain mad props for his skills. Hyunsuk asks Shin if he can tag along. He wants to properly thank him for saving Dongjae. The boy sees it as a chance to chat with the captain and gives a thumbs up. The pumped captain says he'll grab the car. Sangmi goes with him, saying she'll check the area and they should chill for a bit. Once everyone bounces, Park lets out a huff. He asks Hyunsuk if he's a bad person, and Hyunsuk's like, "What's that about?" Dongjae thinks about what the kid said, wondering if his uncle's not doing a great job. But he can't live like that, and doesn't want to be dragged down by it like Yuseok. Shin chimes in, saying he feels the same, leaving the boy wide-eyed. He adds that he's not about to risk his safety to save the world. It's cool for Park to live how he wants, but from what he sees, there's no need to turn down what his family can offer him. In an office, Shiwan's on the phone, asking if Dongjai's gone missing and Yuseo's MIA. Junho on the other end is like, I got nothing to say about that. Jong jumps in, saying they messed up picking someone weak and won't do that again. They should think about cleaning house and taking everyone out, but Shin's like, we already did that after wiping out the Black Skeleton Troop. The leader, crawling among the bodies of his fallen crew, begs them not to come closer. Junho kicks him in the back and readies his weapon. Without mercy, he drives the Guandao into the leader, piercing his chest and taking him out in one shot. Shin orders them to torch all the bodies. They need to make a solid statement for the press. In the office, Shiwan says he wants to wipe Gimcheon off the map, but there will be other chances to hit the abyss. He'll focus on that, and thinks he'll find answers in a surprising place while checking out the computer images. With keen interest, he wonders if the one behind it all was Cha So-hee and decides to check that first. In the hideout in northern Gyeonggi-do of the Abyss, Dong-jae, lying on the bed, says he could use some rest. Sang-mi tells him he was a solid actor and asks when he planned all that. The boy says it was all thanks to Sung-kyu. Since he knew Yusek's number, he told him to send a message from a traceable number. Now that he's back safe, he wants to chat a ton with his uncle for the first time, and the girl says that's a great idea. She mentions he should catch some Z's too. Saying goodbye, she wishes him a good rest. Kang-hoo and Hyunsuk sit across from each other. He bows, thanking him for saving his nephew. Shin says he just did what anyone would do. Lee says he trusted him for being his right-hand man for ages, and that if it weren't for him, it would have been a total mess. He says it's kinda embarrassing and asks if he can change the previous offer, and the boy says sure. But he adds that he wants to confirm something. He asks if Shin really went to the abyss just for his own gain. Startled by the question, the boy's confused. Hyunsuk says he felt something off when he helped them because it seemed like he was doing it for them. Kang-hoo says he wanted the abyss to stay strong. As an opponent of the Yunghwa Guild, that was all. He says he wouldn't want to risk his safety and thought it best to keep a safe distance. The man nods, saying that makes sense. Smiling, he comments that the answer was solid and that he could count on them if he ever needed. He hands him a token, saying he could use it whenever he wanted to meet up. He takes it and thanks him. Hyunsuk says it's cool he knows about the Junghwa Guild. Right now Shiwan and Gwangyung seem to have formed a secret squad. Not sure what they're up to, but it's sketchy, so he asks to keep some distance. Shin says he's got skills for noticing the 13 stars. The guy says to crash there since it's late, and the boy says he's down. Now he dodged the biggest threat looming over the abyss. He'll slowly put the pressure on Shiwan. Dongjai gets annoyed with his uncle, saying he mentioned it was just to stay in touch. He tells his nephew to chill in Gyeonggi-do, but the other says a buffer needs mad connections. Watching the fight, Sang-mi says she thought things would change, but people are stubborn. In the novel, Park was curious about Kang-hoo's skills, but the guild got in the way of them teaming up. The boy turns to Shin and says, sorry for acting up. He asks to keep it casual since they'll be seeing each other more. Park was a rare buffer with loads of perks beyond that. Getting closer to them is a solid move, so he asks for the boy's number, which he happily gives. Turning to his uncle, he says he's bouncing. The girl asks to grab a bite together while the man extends his hand, saying to come back anytime. Shaking his hand, she says she'll wait for him, claiming they'll meet again. So, Shin heads off to another spot. As he strolls, he realizes his phone is buzzing and picks up. Yeren says they found out who the corpse was that he asked about. Shihwan checked out Suhei's file and what she'd been up to. He wonders why he went through all that for a runaway prisoner. He asks the guy where she's at, and he replies, he's on the hunt for her. Looks like they got wiped out by an investigator named Hyo Young, who's on a special mission after Suhei. He wonders if the woman got ditched for messing up her job. She chased the target and fought him, so she must have some juicy intel. He asks to meet her and check her bank account, then asks if there's more info. The guy spills a rumor that the blue-eyed leader helped the target that day. Shocked, he asks if Yeren was tight with him, since there's a hunter wanting to recommend him. He wonders if they're the same person. He'd love to ask her, but she might not spill, considering it's about her client's safety. He says there's no reason to cut ties. The blue-eyed dude had a solid rep. They were a dope supplier of hunters. In the VIP market, the secretary tells Shing that President Kang will see him soon after wrapping up a deal. The young man can't believe the guardian of the body is Kang Bakwa. She's the boss of the VIP market and a business mogul rolling in billions. In the novel, that place was made to help characters find their paths, and Bokwa was an NPC always mentioned. He never thought things were connected behind the scenes like this. A woman shows up and says she didn't expect to see him. Yuri asks what he's doing in Busan. Now that her weapon's busted, she needs a new one. When things wrap up, she'll hit the market again. They sit down and chat. The girl asks why he ghosted her message since she was waiting. Shin is stunned that she was actually waiting for a reply. Yuri says it's a relief to see him again and mentions she brought him something. It's a mad silasium. Picking up another plant, she says she'll give him that too, which her grandpa grew. The only person who cultivated silasium locally was the one she got it from, her master K. He's shocked that the girl is his granddaughter, and she says she wanted to show her gratitude somehow. The fact that she could leave the 0 mark and connect with her grandpa was all thanks to him. He says he didn't do anything special, and she replies that because of him, she learned to trust people again. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have been able to trust her grandpa, who's been helping her, and would have run away. She mentions the man has a granddaughter around her age. They share the same name, so it's like her late granddaughter came back to life, making her an adopted granddaughter. In the novel, Yuri was totally on her own, spending her life plotting revenge on the Yunghwa Guild. But the younger Young, who fueled her fire, had a family, which made her think it was all in her head. Shin asks why she was at the market, and she says she was visiting her grandma, even though they got stopped. The young man starts to ask more, but she jumps in, saying her grandma owned the market. A woman shows up and thanks them for being there. She mentions it was Bokwa who reached out to him. With the young man in the coffin, she thanks him for bringing his body back. He had no family, so she'd handle the funeral. She says he was a cherished employee to her. His dream was to be a hunter. One day the Yunghwa Guild contacted him, and he was over the moon. She felt sad about him becoming independent, but congratulated him since he was joining the best guild in the world. The young man thinks the guild probably got rid of him to hide something. That must be why his identity was blocked too. Handing over a sword, she says it belonged to him. Bokwa says it was the gift she gave him to celebrate. Turning to the secretary, she asks to grab something. Picking up the shiny knife, the woman asks the young man if he liked it. Smiling, he thinks it'd be impossible not to love it. Special weapons with stats like that cost at least 50 billion. He asks if he could really keep it, and she says it was a reward for bringing someone special back. That was a gift she planned to give him when he returned, but she knew Minjun would be stoked if he used it. Bowing, Shin thanks her for the awesome gift. Yuri tells her she should be heartbroken. The woman says she shares the same name as her late granddaughter Bokwa, and that her husband left because everything reminded him of her. She says she held on thanks to Minjun, but her husband must have had a rough time. Holding the girl's arms, she says she could finally relax. Smiling, she asks Yuri to visit again, and a bit shy, she agrees. Now the two were heading down the stairs to the market. The girl says Guida Junghwa was to blame for all this. With a fierce vibe, she says she hopes they pay for their sins one day. Even though her situation had changed, her hatred for the guild was still strong. Shin says they should split up, and the girl nods. He thinks maybe Master K has some info on mana hypersensitivity. Then he asks if he could tag along, leaving her surprised. Grinning with excitement, she asks if that's for real. In a warehouse at night, Suhei wonders how much longer she'll deal with that wound. Wrapping her bandage, she blames Jin for chasing her down. When she said the master ditched her, she thought it was just drama, but the fact that she still hadn't heard from him was sketchy. She thinks it's impossible since she did her best for him. At that moment, something catches her eye. Suhei grabs her knife and yells for the person to back off, throwing it in their direction. She asks how long they'll keep chasing her. Jin says she's being reckless, that she'd take her time to finish her off because she thought being nice was an option. But since she didn't want to, she couldn't do anything, so she lunges at her with her claws. Shin and Yuri arrive at her grandfather's house. She says it's wild to have a place like this at Ground Zero, and the boy mentions it's where he cultivated silasium. He knows Master K, Bokwa, and Yuri are all in his head, but is curious about how it'll all play out. Behind them, a man says he's heard a lot about Shin from his granddaughter. The boy feels nervous to finally meet him. Master K smiles at them and invites them in. Now the two are chilling on the sofa. He finally meets someone hard to reach, thanks to the girl. He says he wanted to thank the boy for helping his wife and granddaughter. He recounts that he saw the boy Shin met and that he got into an accident. The boy asks if Majun passed through there, and K says yes. His guild needed herbs, so he went there, but since there were some he didn't sell, he turned them down. As he was recruited out of nowhere, Shin wonders if they used him and then ditched him. He then asks if he could tell him which herbs they wanted. Master K wants to know why the dude came to see him first, saying the guy must have some serious medicinal skills. Then he stretches out his arm, asking to check out his condition. The guy starts examining him, but then he spots something that totally catches him off guard. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the ladies are still throwing down. Suhei is using fire powers to keep herself safe. And boom! A massive explosion rocks the place, making Jin vanish. She's not convinced the woman is out for the count, but she doesn't realize she's right behind her. When she spins around, she sees claws flying at her and barely dodges in time. The woman asks if she's planning to fight to the bitter end, and while trying to land a hit, she calls it shameful. Suhei, all fiery, says she'll fight as long as she wants, until it all boils down to ashes. Her strength is so intense it triggers another explosion right where the woman is, sending them both flying. So he stops, eyes wide in shock. Even with burns, Jin keeps grinning. Emerging from the flames, she says this is going to be tough. Her injuries are messing with her firepower, and she doubts she can break through the defense. Jin asks how much longer she plans to steal abilities to escape. She tells her to give it her all. Chasing after her, she says hunting isn't fun if it's too easy. Suhei is sitting down trying to recover. Annoyed, she calls the woman crazy. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Master K tells Shin he's been struggling for ages, and even after studying his illness, he's never seen anyone like him. He honestly says it won't be easy to fix. The side effects of mana hypersensitivity are a limit set, so he doesn't outshine the main character. Since it's tough to treat, the boy asks if he can sell Silasium instead, and the man agrees. Usually, he only sells them in risky situations, and the boy thanks him. Yuri starts serving food for them. She asks to try a bit, but the boy thinks it's way too much. She's waiting eagerly while he digs in. Shin says it's good, and she breathes a sigh of relief. Master K says he's got info that could be useful. He asks if he can hit up the limited mana dungeon. He's surprised she showed up. The girl is hyped to tag along, but the man says it's a no-go. That dungeon is a club run by Eclipse, and they charge a ton of mana just to get in. Shin can't believe it's real and in Eclipse's hands, but he's not about to let that chance slip away. Dungeons with entry limits have epic rewards, but also raid caps. Getting up from the table, Master K says he'll bounce first. He needs to check the stock of mad Silasium. After he leaves, the young man grabs Yuri's attention. He tells her there's a solid chance the guild was behind Minjun's death. Hearing this, the girl gets serious. Shin says his grandpa knew what went down and she's shocked. He explains that the young dude came to ask for herbs, and it's clear he was led to his doom. If he can figure out which herbs they were, he'll know why they took him out. So he asks Yuri for help. Thinking back on the young man, she gets pensive. The young man says he won't force her, but he really needs her help. Someone pops up with a card in hand. He asks Suhei if she's from Eclipse. Grinning, he says he's there to invite her to join the Jonghwa Guild. At Master K's place, he hands pills to the young man, saying the effects are intense, but to use them wisely. Then the young man says his goodbyes. He tells Yuri he'll catch her later, and she tells him to stay safe. The man tells his granddaughter to head in first because he's checking the crops, and she agrees. He watches her yawn as she walks in and smiles. Master K asks a guy what he thinks of Sunkyu. He says the kid seems promising, even if he's got a long way to go, and the other guy says he'd say that about anyone. He mentions that as an assassin he's more admired than anyone else, earning the title Master of 1,000 Deaths. The man says he never wanted that title. He adds that the young dude is interesting with his unique illness, plus trying to use his granddaughter in his own house. He jokes that if it were his daughter, he'd have taken him out on the spot, and K replies that Shin really helped his wife and Yuri. He'll keep an eye on him for now, to see if he was someone he could trust with the scoop on the Jonghwa Guild. The next day, Shin hit up the club that Master K told him about. That floor was vibing just like any other club. Hyo-young rolls up and asks if he wasn't the dude who helped her in Gwangju. He's totally caught off guard seeing her there. Jin says she was all about the club's vibe, and could ask if she wanted the 411 on anything. The young man is curious because with her constellations, she should be at level 200. No way she could have been a victim of the Gwangju Guild. He didn't jump in too much since she seemed sketchy, but she could be a solid ally. Kang-hoo asks if the buzz about a special dungeon there was real. The rumors weren't super common and the girl thinks he's onto something, so she spills that it's true. From what she heard, the entrance was in the underground parking lot. There are guards on patrol and a barrier, so outside hunters couldn't crash the party. He thinks that barrier would be a pain, and the girl says she still owes him for helping her that day. She asks for his number again, claiming the one he gave last time was a total fake. Pulling out her phone, she says she's ready to collect her reward, but when she touches his hands, she asks for help getting to the parking lot. With a grin, she says she could totally help him out with that. Shin had no clue what she was scheming, but since they were already in this deep, he figured he'd play along first. His Liberator Master constellation seemed pretty clutch. She says she had a trick to move around freely in the club. Linking her arms with his, she asks if they weren't practically besties, and seeing no one was watching, the young man goes for it. But he spots one of the guards chatting with someone as they stroll by. He thinks something's off, and the girl puts her hand on his shoulder. Now wrapping her arms around his neck, she says this was the way to go. Then she kisses him, leaving him totally speechless. Staring into her eyes, he thinks there was no way out of this. He needed to make a move first. As they head down the stairs, the girl gives a little wave to the guard. He smiles and waves back. Jin was helping him more sneakily than he thought. After she swings open the door, she wishes him good luck in the dungeon, but the young man wonders what her deal was. She just sighs, looking satisfied. Behind her, a dude says she did a solid job. It was Kang Dong. He says he finally got to meet Shin Gang-hoo, that he was so focused on the barrier that he let some key info slip. No hunter had managed to hit the required amount of mana yet. That underground parking lot only connects to the dungeon entrance and the upper floor. Shin tries to open the door, but suddenly he glances to the side, startled, and gets zapped by a lightning bolt. The guy says it would be a trapped rat, but Shin was quick enough to throw up a protective barrier and is shocked to see the dude. He still hadn't hit the required mana to enter. He wonders if he should just bail and head back, and the guy asks if that amount wasn't enough. Taking the pills, he says no way. Dong-hyun uses his ability to blast an energy explosion in his direction. Popping the pill, Kang-hoo thinks he can't just throw in the towel, so he pumps in the mana he needs to open the gate. The mana he deposits exceeds the requirement, and the dungeon opens. The boy jumps into the portal just before getting hit. Seeing that, Kang gets furious. He couldn't believe he actually pulled it off. Sitting on the other side of the door, Shin says he almost didn't make it. In front of him, figures start to close in. Several sticky monsters crawl toward him. They were furious and making a racket. Hyo Young asks what went down, only to see that her master was there. She asks what they should do now, and the guy just talks about the mana potions. Even without getting it, she asks how many she should whip up. Turning with a menacing vibe, Dong-hyun says to make all of them. The monsters lunged at Shin, irritated, and he used Ice Imbue to freeze them. The ice witch he became after taking down Gubin is a constellation all about boosting and imbuing ice elements. A weapon infused with ice can totally wreck the slimes, since physical attacks don't do squat. Shin eyes one of them and says it was the last one. It was the Slime King, way bigger than him and super mad. He launches a bunch of slimes in his direction, but the boy dodges them all and charges in for the attack. His strength and speed were so on point that he slices it into pieces. Amid the pieces, he snatches up a red crystal. Grinning, he thinks the rewards here were actually pretty sweet. Reading that he snagged a new skill, he jokes he could use it as long as he didn't feel like calling it that name. Shin keeps strolling until he spots a bunch of glowing flowers. Earlier, he had asked Master K if he needed anything from the dungeon. The dude hands him a list of plants and asks him to see if they were around. They were mandrakes, century-old ginseng, spiritual roots, all super rare herbs. A few years back, some foreign hunters found a different dungeon and got in without a hitch. One of them was a botanist who claimed there were rare herbs growing inside it. His theory was that the dungeon's special vibes let rare species thrive there. No way to know if the vibes were the same, but he asked to bring back a Biollante if he spotted one. Seeing the plants, the boy thinks there's no reason to turn down a bonus commission, so he says he could totally keep it with him. Sure enough, Shin finds the Biollante. He confirms Master K's story was legit. The area was huge, but he still needed to hunt for the other herbs the dude asked for. Under a tree, something was peeping at him. Kang-hoo wonders if it's a monster guarding the herbs. It was a hard-shelled turtle. All the flowers were growing on the turtles' backs, and when one was pulled, they all started waking up. Shin finds himself surrounded by the critters that came over. There were herbs sprouting on each of them. Grabbing his knife, the boy thanks them for saving him the hassle of searching. At Master K's house, he tells the man he wanted to hit up the dungeon. There were super rare herbs, and he could grab what he needed to help him out. He says no medicine could fix him. He knew his body better than anyone. Since the entry rules are tight, only the boy with the unique disease could get in. Kay says it's not cool to give up just when he became his younger brother, and the other tells him to just focus on himself. He says he didn't send Shin just for his health, and the man asks if it's because of the Biollante. That herb was something the Junghua Guild wanted to negotiate for, and Yuri was eavesdropping on everything. Hearing the guild's name, she gets heated. In the dungeon, Kang-hoo managed to take down the turtles and grab the herbs. He got almost everything on the list, but a few were still MIA. Maybe they'd pop up as he kept exploring the dungeon. Suddenly something lunges at the boy, who has to dodge fast. He thinks he can't chill there. The main boss says his dodge was on point. When he looks at him, he realizes all the missing flowers were on him. Annoyed, he says that he invaded his turf and was eyeing his plants. He says he wouldn't let him leave there alive. Shin quips that this would save him time and pulls out the knife. At Master K's house, the man asks why he's after a plant he refused to sell. He says he wouldn't go back to the negotiation and didn't even know if the Biollante would be found there. But if Kang-hoo could snag it, he could check how the guild would use that herb. The chief tells the young man to become nutrients for his land by tossing his roots up at him. Shin uses acceleration to dodge and get closer to the monster. He grabs his knife to strike its head. Then, grinning, he asks to just hand over the plants. Quickly, he stabs the knife into the monster's neck, which gets startled. Taking advantage of the moment, he starts climbing on it. Then he snags one of the plants and jumps away. Noticing this, the chief asks how he can be so bold. In a rage, he uses the roots to attack the young man. He pulls off a quick dodge to evade just in time. The chief challenges him to try to stab him, claiming he could never break his scales. The duration of the mad silasium would end soon, and the side effects would kick in. Using the roots to make a drill, he says he would tear him apart. Shin tells him to wrap this up quickly. Master K says that if Kang Hu could bring it, he could check how the guild would use that herb. The man says that other people would love to take down the guild and asks why no one knew about it. He says they hire people pretending to make deals but off them when they're no longer needed. His granddaughter hears him say it should be an important item. Shiwan and Guangyun were the mentors behind the guild, and the girl knew they were connected. Suddenly, the man starts coughing violently. When he glances at his hands, he notices they're covered in blood. Master K, looking all worried, asks if he's good, and he says his fever shot up from their convo. He mentions the other dude came for treatment and left him wiped out from all the talking. Popping the meds, he says even if the young guy was a prodigy, it wouldn't be a walk in the park, and K nods, saying he knows. The real issue wasn't finding the Biolante, it was getting past the Eclipse's security and making a clean getaway. Outside the dungeon, Dongyun tries to bust open the door after chugging all the potions, but it felt like it was glued shut. Hyo Young hands him the last mana potion. They cleaned out every shop in the neighborhood and grabbed everything they could find. She asks if she should grab more, and he hands back the vial, saying it's all good. He asks if he's giving up on Shin Ganghu, and he's like, no way. He switched up his plans, so he tells her to round everyone up. In the dungeon, Shin's using Shadow Step to keep the pressure on. The chief is cursing at him, super annoyed. He and his clones start swapping places to dodge the root drill. He asks what Shin thinks he's doing. Closing himself inside the carcass and leaping on him, he says he's about to rip him apart. He launches a rolling attack, speeding toward them. If that hit him, it was game over. Jumping on him, he screams that he's gonna end him. Shin grabs the pay and gets ready for the attack. He slams the knife on the ground, making a circle. He whips up a whirlwind of thunderous wind that lifts the monster. Seizing the moment, he jumps on top of it and uses Soul Imprint. Since he's right by its head, he goes for the big decapitation. With all his might, he drives the knife into the spot where the carcass won't shield. The chief crashes onto his back with Shin on top. Slowly, he starts to break down. The reward was as epic as he hoped. It boosted max stamina by 20%, letting him handle the side effects a bit better. Shin snags 2 crystals and some rare herbs. He thinks it was totally worth the risk for the dungeon of unlimited mana. Around him, everything starts to fade away. He wonders if it's because the main chief got taken out. He can barely wait to see how Dongyun's holding up. Outside, all the guards are waiting with their weapons aimed at the door. They're from the Eclipse sniper team. Kang says he'll show up as soon as the dungeon vanishes. He tells everyone to stay sharp and shoot as soon as they spot him. They all nod. Hyo Young thinks her master never loses a target, no matter what it takes. The door starts glowing bright. From there, the young man steps out, and the captain gets ready to give the order. When Shin walks out, all the laser sights are locked on his chest. Donghyun says he missed him. Several soldiers start blasting away on the slick dude's command, but the opponent whips up a fluffy shield like a magic marshmallow wall. Bullets? Nah. They just bounce off, and the shield starts making these weird moaning sounds. Then, all the ammo just drops to the ground like, nope, not today. He pauses, checking out the skill's description, thinking it's pretty handy for all sorts of wild situations. One agent's all, is that a slime? And tells everyone to reload, but the creature's like, surprise. Turns out, the commander tells everyone to fall back, 'cause he's about to throw down. His epic punch sends out a shockwave of energy. The little slime's like, whoa dude, until, bam, teleportation spell kicks in, and the opponent's all, wait, where'd he go? As the guy vanishes before getting smacked. Only a trail of chaos is left behind. They get why the fugitive's such a big deal, and one of the crew's like, so what's the plan? The mission? Hunt him down and turn him into a weapon. Teleportation energy pops up in front of the girl. She's looking super tired, like she just ran a marathon. They head towards each other, and she's all nervous. Now Shin's feeling the heat from his actions. Seeing him like this, she's worried and ready to help, and he tells her he brought herbs for her grandpa. Time to bounce, and she promises they'll chat soon. They gather in the room and the plants hit the table. She's sure these are the right ones. He remembers the old man talking about them. Then someone shows up, saying no need to explain, 'cause everything said is spot on. Plus, the old man always knew what was up. Seeing her relative, the girl blushes. They both say sorry, but they didn't mess up. Since the old man didn't spill all the beans, the main guy asks how he did. Of course, the boy nailed it. All his moves blew the old man's mind, who's now gonna figure out what the Salvation Guild's up to. This gets the fugitive hyped, eager to learn more. They say bye, 'cause the girl needs to hang with her grandpa. Plus, she's gonna dig into the whole situation herself. We see the guy thinking he didn't expect Yuri to get caught so easily, and wonders how Master K pulled it off. He figures a shadow was cast on him, and his eyes light up. Mana monitoring kicks in, aimed at the ally. Then, the sly one plays it cool when asked what's up, until he finally says goodbye to his friend. She's all smiles and tells him to hit her back on text. Someone's watching the whole convo from a mountaintop. This person sees the black-haired dude's potential and sharp senses. It's gonna be wild to test and train him later. His thought is that figuring out what the enemy's plan with Biorante is key to beating Si Juan. He checks his phone to plan his next move. It's the mega dungeon of the Justice Pandemonium, with 100 people diving in. In the story, the white-haired guy gets super strong from an event in the dungeon, but he grins, ready to stop that power-up. And he's set on taking this from his rival as the car cruises through a valley. We see the slick one thanking his guest for dropping by. It's So-Hui Cha, the ex-Eclipse agent with the investigator. But the fighter's not into formalities, wants to cut to the chase. The rascal says nothing would change and spills that he knows she's hunting someone. So, the suited guy's deal is for her to spill everything about the being in the recordings. He promises a fair trade for her info. But all the wild one thinks about is revenge. Hearing this makes the maniac super happy. So, the clever one ropes her into the Salvation Guild. Now, he wants to keep chatting about their common enemy. At first, the fool thought the main guy was weak, but his growth and powers were a shocker, super dangerous. In assassin classes, his skills were magical class. Her guess is he learned from books, but his skills were legit, like big monster level. Turns out, even the obsessed one couldn't gather much. When Siwon says he knows this, he taps something on his phone. A notification pops up on the other guy's phone. He quickly spots that some girl might be useful. Then, the first mission is handed to So-Hui, the guild's new executive. Her mission? Crush it in the next raid, so she's checking out who's gonna be there. Seeing the enemy list, total jaw-drop moment. So she promises her boss she won't mess up. A crowd's gathered at the Pandemonium of Justice portal. Getting here without drama, major win for our hero. This next quest is a mega dungeon, where baddies team up with other hunters. In the OG story, Siwon stumbles on something mysterious inside, and Ganghu tries a sneaky attack but fails and barely escapes. His mission? Snag that power source first. An old buddy's shocked to see her black hair there too. He's all, "Thanks for the last time, you rock." Now the adventurer's like, "Hey, got my back?" Of course, the smart one's like, "Yeah, I got you." But the plan, use her as a human weapon, genius move. Finally, time to roll out, and Shin's leading the way. Suddenly, someone butts in before they hit the portal. Other players don't want them snagging all the dungeon loot first. Later, everyone dives in, some saying it's not too risky thanks to the Salvation Guild. So, a bunch of goofballs rush ahead. To the hero, they're total clowns. They trigger traps and one realizes she's in deep trouble. She's the first to get seriously wrecked in this quest. Everyone's freaking out over the mess they're in. Some get burned, pierced, crushed, stung, you name it. Barely anyone survives this chaos. Two poor souls panic, thinking the guild's out to ditch them. Makes sense, since the sneaky ones hired scouts earlier, which makes dodging these traps a nightmare. So the black-haired one offered to lead, but no one listened. The survivors enter a huge, creepy hall. Some scaredy cats are freaking out at this new level. This is the secret path to the power Si Juan's after. Just as the young dude's about to explain, his buddy's like, "We're going solo from here." With the next team coming, she wants them to find a safe spot. Their only option? Run, and now they're on their own. They start down the corridor, feeling the danger vibes. Jin's like, "I'm staying. You promised to protect me." Out of nowhere, the sly one puts a hand on his face. Then she hugs him and starts flirting. But her monstrous hand's ready for a sneak attack. A purple energy bursts from her freaky limb. But before she can act, the traitor gets hurt. Shin stabs her, knowing the plan all along. The imposter's confused about how she got busted, but her moves were a dead giveaway. Everything she did was super sus in this sitch. His suspicions were confirmed after leaving the unlimited mana dungeon. He roasts her for her lame flirting skills. The injury and the mess leave the villain desperate. Her desperate move? A wild strike attack. He dodges the red energy slash like a pro. Suddenly, corrosive acid drips from the ground after the hit. Kinda worrying, but he figures it's part of her power. Then she charges at him like a wild bull, but with a finger snap, the strategist has a light bulb moment. Meanwhile, the hunter's all confident, charging ahead. Her scratch shatters his summoned shield, no sweat. She's shocked, cause she saw his fight with So-Hui. So, she knows all his tricks, but the clever one whips out a fire enchantment, which lets him block the slash, leaving her stunned. Her nasty nails? Totally shredded. And now, his knife leaves her totally defeated. His extra skills and moves? Total shocker for her. Plus, he mocks her strength without a second thought. These words make her use her speed power to strike back. But this attack's dodged easily by the hero. Yet, something surprises him right then. The agent bails in the middle of the fight. Something's moving behind him at that moment. Yo, it's the wild dude, charging in with a super dangerous move. Thanks to Mana Vision, Shin spots her without breaking a sweat. With this epic power-up, he lands a mega slash on her. She's forced to back off, and the baddie howls in agony. Their skill gap leaves the baddie totally freaked out. His vibe is menacing, and she knows she's toast, so she decides to bounce and make a run for it. Seeing this, the mage tries his grabby hand move, but misses. He's bummed, thinking he could have scored big by catching her, but no worries. His real mission is to find the secret power. This dungeon throws wild challenges at anyone who dares. The black-haired dude remembers in the OG story, Sihwan's the only one who scores from the dungeon. From a distance, he spots a glow on the wall. In that episode, his rival was the only one worthy of the prize. That white energy landed in his hand soon after, but now, Shin snags it, using the secret passage to score the power. Something dark drips down, summoning shadows around him, until a dome of bright energy surrounds him, chasing them off. 2 new skills unlocked. One of them super OP. This skill can make the dark force even more beastly. In the novel, his rival got a supreme skill like this. But this power belongs to the runaway, who opens a portal, ready to flex on his opponent. Then, the dude steps through the purple gate, finding someone on a throne. It's mini-boss Judge Aelrose, summoning some epic energy. A light beam shoots at the invader, who's feeling the heat. It's a mind-blowing attack, and he's gotta bail. Out of nowhere, a hurt person grabs his leg, asking why he's the only survivor. Others question why they weren't saved. He stays strong, even though it's a nightmare. Plus, he can't use his new skill right now. His enemy gives him a super gross look. Then, the dead keep haunting him, grabbing him non-stop, until he realizes they're just memories from the novel. None of it's real, and Shin bolts from the illusions. But the crowd keeps chasing, blaming him for their mess. His dagger's out, ready to fight back. Still, he keeps telling himself none of it's real. Someone surprises him, asking why he's dodging responsibility. Seeing this fancy-dressed person leaves him shook. He remembers him hurt, then recalls his funeral. This poor dude lost his life twice. This young guy really messes with him. After grabbing him, the baddie throws him harder, making it clear the one behind everyone's exit isn't any different. So the crowd gets their chance to grab him again. All this chaos makes Shin feel trapped and scared. Another vision, a guy at a computer calls him a coward. Even after seeing people get wrecked, he talks about justice. Turns out this new tormentor is the black-haired dude himself. This guy mocks him for trying to write the truth, but his bad story changed nothing. Nobody wanted to read it, and he just forced it on them. Memories of that time flood back. Now, even this illusion regrets how it ended. His hand reaches for the hero, who's still scared. It's time to face reality once and for all. When asked if he'll keep dodging reality, he finally acts. In his mind, all this is real too. His goal is to rewrite the story and change the ending, and he won't stop till it's done. With a strike, the hunter makes blood gush everywhere. Now the boss senses something's off. An attack on his own hand broke the illusion. Even he didn't expect this constellation to help. Now, it's time to finish this fight for good. Another energy charges in the creature's eyes, firing a bright beam. Turns out the monster's attack pattern switched up, but they're still mind games. But the hero notices something and keeps pushing forward. He quickly figures out the opponent's move, but this hit lands on his own leg. Whoa, this injury's looking way more serious, with blood everywhere, like a ketchup explosion. Turns out the energy's going wild, and he's totally clueless about what's happening. His old power-up? Yeah, not working this time, bummer. Then, boom, the big bad monster's back in his face. He tries all his tricks, but nada, zip, zilch, nothing works. He's trying to bust out of this bandit dimension prison. Not being able to use his powers? It's driving him bonkers. He's so mad, he swears he'll break free once this fight's done. No other option, beating the enemy's top priority, and more blood finally shatters the illusion. There's Shin, all bloodied up, kneeling on the ground. Even though he's hurt and knows it's been a nightmare, he grins. Now, it's showdown time with the boss. He's got a brutal attack ready for this pesky creature, and bam, the knife goes right into its gross eye. SOS messages are flying out fast. Hunters on the list are calling for backup. Siwon's all about respecting the brave sacrifices. And then, guild members start pouring into the dungeon. Wolves are sniffing out the trail left behind. The trio's on the move, following the bloody scent. Meanwhile, Sohui's worried, searching for some names. She hopes these folks don't get taken out, 'cause the maniac's planning to end them with her own hands. Finally, the monster's toast. Its dark force levels up to 73 out of 100. He's checking out this power boost, ready to use it with his new skill. More power-up alerts keep popping up, until the boss finally vanishes from his view. He grabs a messed-up contract off the ground. Then, one of his skills tells him to seal the deal. Out of nowhere, the bloodthirst glutton starts messing with the Dimension Bandit, but it gets cut short when the black hair senses a strong vibe. He promises the orange screen he'll keep his word, and then the scrolls opened right in front of him. He signs his name at the end of the text. This finally frees her from her rival. Suddenly a gate starts cracking up, until it explodes like boom, thanks to the energy. The one who smashed it? Siwon, leading the squad. Finally they hit the dungeon's final stage. But there's nothing there. Maybe they messed up. Out of nowhere, the dogs freak out at something. They're barking like crazy at something bad. A dark shape starts creeping out of the fog. This proves they picked the right path. Cause the super boss Argus just ambushed the guild. His magic ribbon's out, and he's teaming up with Guanyong. Everyone else has to back them up in the fight. And Sohui's pumped about it. He's flying, with fiery energy in his hand. Then, a massive fire's summoned by the sharp-dressed one, until the other agent notices their buddy's gone. The traitor hides, realizing she barely escaped. Luckily, she got ready when she hit the ground. Then she whips out her pocket mirror to check her face. Seeing it, she's all, "No way I'm forgiving my enemy." She remembers her master needs to fight and will spill all the tea on what went down, but now she's using her phone to bail out of this mess, until she hears footsteps echoing through the tunnel. She's so relieved, she shouts out that she's there, but the creepy voice leaves her totally freaked. It's Sohui, showing up with a crazy vibe. Seeing her there, she's scared and ready to throw down. Then, the psycho's prepping her flame magic to attack. Meanwhile, the whole guild's going all out against the super boss, his massive powers blasting in everyone's direction. Then, one of the leaders gets his shadows ready to strike back. He moves fast, slashing dark and red energy at the monster. This hit seems to hurt the enemy, tearing part of its arm. Sihuan jumps in, firing his flame sphere at the opening. But it's clear the creature's not down yet, and he turns to his right-hand dude. He's wondering where his new sidekick's at. Since the sneaky one bailed, no point chasing her. She's probably long gone. First, they gotta take down Argus, and the sharp-dressed one promises to make up for her being MIA. His supreme attack is charging up with some serious dark magic vibes. Everyone's on high alert, bracing for whatever's coming next. They're all like, "Whoa, that's a lot of shadows packed in there." One dude's worried about side effects, but the commander? Totally chill. Cause the big boss is special, can handle the dark force like a pro. Someone's watching this whole drama unfold from a distance. Then, bam, they hit a blue screen to summon a contract. Turns out, you can swap your constellation with your targets, but it weakens your power. Glutton's all, "What's the black-haired dude up to?" Just keeping promises. He's freeing her from the dimensional prison, but no free passes here. He faced Ailrose just to snag an item to ditch the bad constellar vibes. All those orange notifications are roasting the situation. Now, Shin's about to level up his astral game. Bloodthirst tries to make a deal, but Shin's like, "Nah, got better loot from the boss." Then, the rascal swaps power with Shawan, ending his deal with Glutton. Out of nowhere, the group leader's feeling super off. Both quickly realize their powers just did a switcheroo. He's loving the new perks he scored. Meanwhile, his rival's totally baffled by the chaos. This makes the slick dude lose all grip on the dark force. His crew's like, "Uh-oh, something's way off." His power's crumbling, and a massive beast is closing in. The warrior's in total shock over this mess. Then the sphere's launched right at the Titan. His eyes go full-on dark mode, and boom, the explosion hits the beast. Now, fire's blasting towards the imposter. The rascal barely dodges the attack. Meanwhile, Sohui's locked on, determined to land a hit. Her foe glances back, nearly zapped by a beam. Plus, she's running low on mana for defense. Then, her enemy lets her run, just to mess with her. 'Cause now, the hunt's about to get intense. She bolts from the cave, but she's got burn marks. Her mission? Spill the tea to her master. Until she senses a scary energy creeping up. She's totally freaked by what she spots. Behind her, flames are back, ready to pounce. Her rival charges in, no mercy, to finish it. With one strike, her chest is pierced by the maniac. The taunting one tells her prey to wait for the next victim. The hellfire starts engulfing her body fiercely, until she drops, completely charred, done for good. The bloodthirsty one just dusts off her ashy hands, thinking, yeah, not a pretty sight. The main character's surrounded by notifications, pondering a villain-turned-hero tale, and Siwon's power came from sacrifices, not hard work. He realizes that getting everything for free makes losing it hit harder. The slick one drops to his knees, overwhelmed by it all. His sidekick shows up, asking what went down, and he spills about losing a power. Turns out Glutton swapped his constellation, and Glutton's not thrilled either. They chat about Sohui's escape from the brawl. Anyway, time to snag the reward. Though they gotta deal with the legs, they need at least one win. The Bandit Dimension jokes the reward could have been the hero's if he'd finished the monster, but he doesn't need it. Siwon's hit with another shocker. A notification pops up. He only leveled up once from the XP haul. Even the constellation's impressed with Shin, who just bounces. The internet's buzzing about the dungeon massacre. There's an interview with the Salvation Guild leader spilling the deets. The fakes acting all mad about the tragedy, lying about the boss self-destructing to wipe everyone out. They supposedly tried to save everyone, but no dice. Guanhyung gives all the props to his boss, who's hailed as the hero again. Sadly, all the civilians buy into the scam, except the main character, who sees through the setup. Of course, the scum keeps lying about the fallen ones. A woman watches this shady speech from afar. Another guy joins her side right then. This scene totally blows everyone's mind, cause standing there are the guild masters, Casey and Chongwayu, who legit saved humanity. Turns out the Salvation Guild teamed up with the International Guild Alliance. Their plan? To raid every dungeon worldwide and take on the baddies. Everyone's hyped about this, but Shin? Not so much. He knows Siwon's just looking out for number one. Meanwhile, someone else is tuning into this press conference. There's a knock on the door, and he gives the green light for them to come in. A person walks in, saying it's a good thing one group managed to save the day. Plus, this mysterious dude brought everything, didn't forget a thing, even if it meant slipping some cash. Inside the suitcase, a totally crispy corpse. But all they care about is this pendant. For now, they can't just toss the body out. Best bet is to send it to the crematorium since it's already toast. They hook up a cable to a gadget from the suitcase. And boom, it's on TV cause this sneaky dude wants to see what's up. It's a video showing the main character's face. The whole epic battle was caught on tape and sent to him. Then, one of the shots catches this guy off guard. He spots the dark energy gobbling up the dungeon, and sees Sihwan's face all lit up with excitement. Then, the video wraps up. The young dude quickly figures out the interview story was total BS. Basically, this is a win for him, like hitting the jackpot. They're thinking of blackmailing Sihwan with these recordings. If he doesn't play ball, everyone will know the truth. And this threat's from Kang. But the slick dude's not sweating it too much. The person on the other end of the line, though, is freaking out about the chat. Turns out, the Eclipse agency was set up to dig for mana stones in Korea. This person asks for more time to handle it, but the white-haired one says nope. Cause it's clear the big shot can handle this without breaking a sweat. So, the plan is to boot the company and cut ties with the blackmailing agency. When the call ends, it's obvious the shady guy's still on edge. His constellation got messed up, and he's still thinking it over. He suspects So-Hui caught him losing control of his powers on tape, so he thinks she was a plant from the start. Basically, they were after his power all along. His sidekick comes in asking how he's holding up. He's got a box with some potion vials in it. The potions are made from the Bioranti herb, meant to chill out the dark force effects. Seeing this ticks him off because he wanted more potions, but getting the plant and making them is tough. Plus, things got messy when Master K bailed, and they just sped things up with that kid. The right-hand man's plan is for the boss to keep his power on the down low for a bit, but showing weakness could be game over for him. None of this matters because the world revolves around him, and he'll handle all the side effects. He orders to spread the word that he'll join the joint dungeon with Shintu. Speaking of Eclipse, they're hunting down the traitor who caught his slip-up. When the dude in black suggests taking out Kang, the top dog says nah, not needed. We see a woman talking about the Salvation Guild's moves. She spills that the security agency started helping out forgotten areas. Then, the first target to take down is Eclipse's third in command. In this, the girl asks the main guy to step up, but he's got a question. Cause she called him and also got the Seyok team involved. Turns out the biggest guilds hit the agency hard, but things got worse when their enemy hid in the detention field. That place turned into a fortress, and the Black Lion took a hit trying to break in. So, the Blue Eyes took over the fight, and the recruits are the special forces to back them up. Then, the clever one asks Shin again, and he thinks it's time to take down his rival. In the original story, he and his crew got wrecked by Sihwan. So it's better to focus on this enemy and then check out the agency's situation. If the team can get in the fight, he can sneak in and take out the target. But one of his buddies shoots down the idea and takes off the mask. Cause, to him, sneaking up on the enemy is a no-go. But here's the twist. One of their crew is the only one who can sneak out of enemy land. After that epic escape, the defenses there went into overdrive like they hit the panic button. Now, crossing those hills is a no-go, thanks to all the traps and gnarly terrain. Plus, there's a squad of soldiers always babysitting their leader. Everyone's hyped about the main character, seeing them as the ultimate hope against Eclipse. That's why they can't let him bounce, even after he risked it all to escape. So the black-haired dude's all, "You scared, bro?" Cause if they chicken out, they'll never get a shot at taking down the bad guys. Going back to that sketchy place is his way of shaking off the past and getting back at the one who did him dirty. He's all in, whether he's rolling solo or with the squad. Only the brave should roll with him on this wild ride. Then, Seyong spills the beans on a sneaky way to slip by unnoticed. Her buddy's not feeling it, cause it's super risky, but she's like, "We can't just sit around. If Sayok bails, the revenge-hungry one is going solo, cause she's got a score to settle. So the dudes got no choice but to roll with it. The secret path they found is a hidden route they stumbled on ages ago. Thanks to a spy they've got chilling with the enemy, but things could get messy once they're in. Cause even the three of them can't bust through those defenses. They'll need a tank for backup, a mage for blasting, and a warrior to lead the charge. Lee's a mage, so she's down to join, but she's gotta lead the outside crew. So, Shin's got a plan to hit up a buddy. His friend's phone starts buzzing, the dude picks up, and the main guy's like, "Yo, need your help, Dongaje." Cause this dude's the only one who can save the day. Since it might get a bit abyssy, the recruit's bringing some backup. Even though it's a wild ride, the guy's like, "I got this." So the buddy's in and promises to send reinforcements. Hearing this, he thanks his contact for the hookup. A kid stoked the black-haired guy called, but his uncle's like, "Go get someone else." Now Sangmi's got a mission. She's pumped to find out what's up. Now the trio's getting a call about the Biorante research. But the assassin's not into that, just wants to chat with Yuri, who's totally surprised. Someone's all jittery, tapping the table, and it's Kang. Nobody's paying him any mind until his contact finally hits him back. He's ticked that his boss isn't doing squat. Cause if they don't move, Eclipse is toast. But the guy's like, meh, let it crash and burn. Ditching his own crew's got the dude fuming. He warns his student to watch who he teams up with, and the desperate recruit's like, "We made deals with Siwon." But the mysterious dude's like, "Nah, I've got plans for Eclipse in the detention field." Cause according to the shady guy, both are thanks to the Salvation Guild's leader. Then, he doubles down, saying he's not lifting a finger for the nervous crew. Cause he doesn't care about his beef with the white-haired slick. At first, Kang's like, "Fine, whatever." But then he's like, "If I make it, I'm coming for you." Hearing this, Casey, the Fortuna Guild's boss, just wishes him luck. He's so mad he smashes his phone out of nowhere. Plus, he's all about getting back at those trying to take him out. The Pandemonium dungeon vid's going live, and he's set on knocking the big guy off his throne. Yuri's looking stressed about what she heard on the call. One dude's worried about Shin's plan to hit the enemy. When the younger one steps up, his big bro's like, "Focus on leveling up." Then Grandpa's all, "What's your move, granddaughter?" She's decided to go, but she's clearly a bundle of nerves. She's going cause Shin saved her back in the day. If she hadn't met the main guy, she wouldn't have met the old dude either. That's why she's all in to help him out. These words totally cheer up the old dude, who promises to help her out. Then, he decides to show her something epic before anything else. They roll up to a warehouse, and what's inside? Mind-blowing stuff. Since she's gonna help the guy who brought her fam together, she can snag any herb she wants. The phone buzzes, and the assassin realizes his backup's on the way. Right then, his buddy mentions the Abyss, and knowing Master K, Korea's top apothecary, now Sayok gets that he might have given up without even knowing. Cause he lost a bunch of pals to Kang, but with the help of the person in front of him, they can totally take down the enemy. Now that they've got a squad, the leader's all about discussing the plan. The dude's confident look says he's super interested. Everyone online thinks that video is totally fake. Obviously, these comments make the blackmailer lose it. Plus, all his posts, poof, gone. He figures that guy's influence is massive, yet his rage keeps bubbling, and he won't back down. Cause now he's going all in. One of his soldiers burst into the office, freaking out, and it's bad news about the Blue Eye. We see the allies already making moves to invade their turf. The leader channels her energy from one hand, promising a show. The invasion plan is to grab the adversary's attention. All the soldiers start moving, ready for orders. Each one listens to the Supreme Leader's speech, hyping them to retreat before the enemy. Now he orders his crew to take down every invader. They're pumped with the order and dash into battle. On the way, one goofball jokes about getting a promotion. Meanwhile, another clown's hyped to face the enemy captain. We see the spy in action sneaking up to some boxes, and by shoving them aside, he signals they can go, cause the cameras are off. We see the crew gearing up and one poor dude barely squeezes through the hole. The protagonist's grin is huge, feeling super confident. He remembers this place well, having been there before. Right now, the defending forces commander strolls the halls, plotting their defeat. Then, he decides to hit a restricted area needing a password. From afar, someone spots him typing the code to get in. It's Sohui, boiling with rage, seeing him bail. Now, we see the special squad ready to roll. The chaos kicks off and many have already fallen in the war's start. Two soldiers clash with their swords, until one gets totally surprised and brutally taken out from behind. They say the Blue Eyes isn't that tough and aim to take down the commander. A tiny creature chills on one of their shoulders. It's a small green girl, looking super friendly. Out of nowhere, targets pop up on the soldiers' bodies. Then, a jet of energy fires, dodging all obstacles. It's aimed right at one guy's face. Now everyone gets hit by a barrage of violent projectiles. Of course, there's no escape, and each enemy is taken down. One manages to recover, shocked that such a powerful attack was used, and the user shows up. Crystals start swirling around her hand, releasing energy. It's Lee, saying she's got enough mana to pull it off. Now the poor guy gets blown up without mercy. We see the protagonist watching the chaos from afar. This makes him grin as he suits up for infiltration. The rest of the crew's ready to jump in. Several prisoners at the site were taken down, and now some team members disguise as inmates. This whole scene leaves everyone there totally horrified. Some cruel guards stomp on the bodies without a care. The survivors are forced to clean up the mess. Even if Yuri wants to help, she's stopped because this cruelty's a regular thing. As much as the other guy's mad, there's nothing to do. Because if anything happens, they'll have to face all the big shots there. Everyone's got to remember they can only save them by taking down the boss. It's clear one of the operations crew is super uncomfortable. The one staring him down is the assassin himself, getting suspicious. Earlier they were chatting about this dude's loyalty, who, even though he's a total rat, will do anything if you throw some cash his way. Then, Shin scopes out the other guy hanging around the block. Outside, there's this mega bright spot at the top of the tower. It's the snipers, locked and loaded, ready to pounce when needed. Now, someone rolls up to the infiltrator for some mysterious reason. The dude gets stopped by a fortress security guard demanding to know where the imposter's been hiding, especially since the plan was to chuck the prisoners in their cells and rally at the gate. And his excuse? He was rounding up the stragglers. These words make the fool visibly ticked off. One of the infiltrators starts sweating bullets listening to this convo. At this point, the fool decides to mess with one of the prisoners just for kicks. The main character is totally shook by this, not sure what to do. Meanwhile, the bad guy's gearing up to smack the poor dude. But even though he's scared, the lucky guy dodges his jailer's hit. Because Sangmi swoops in before things go totally sideways. She starts yelling about the kid being just a young boy. The problem is, the coward decides to go after the girl too. But one of the other inmates jumps in because they gotta focus on the crisis. He clocks her ID number, which is 2024. Then the madman doesn't waste a second to threaten her. Plus, he keeps cowardly calling her trash. The issue is, another bad guy soon rolls up to her. He grabs her so hard he lifts her up, remembering her number. So, he demands an explanation right away, because the woman's rocking the uniform of the guy he took out yesterday. When another dude's about to speak, someone targets him. As soon as the bullet hits his head, the girl strikes back at her oppressor. Now that chaos is unleashed, it's go time for the shooters. At this moment, the guards gear up for a showdown, just like the girls, who quickly unleash their powers. And they easily wipe out their opponents, who are just weak. Since everything's gone haywire, Shin's obviously grumbling. After all, everyone there starts closing in to take them down. We see So-Hui coming down the stairs, her clothes all bloodied. Even she didn't know the detention field knew this spot. Her nose picks up the scent of drugs and blood too. So much so that she wonders what Kang's scheming in that place. Now, the maniac just wants to see his face when he finds out he lost this base. The problem is, the psycho pops up right in front of her, ready to throw a punch. The lucky one barely manages to raise her guard and avoid a face smash, but the impact still sends her flying backward. He always knew his enemy was tailing him. Now, the sly one tries to get up, but her injuries hold her back. She questions why she was ditched while shooting fire. After all, she dedicated her whole life to the guy. But the sly one handles it easily, only keeping her around for her usefulness, and decided to toss her aside when she became useless, besides slamming her to the ground. Moreover, his foot crushes her prosthetic arm. To make things worse, the bad guy starts torturing her, asking if her hunter followed him just for this. But he doesn't expect the Avenger to be there just for this. And her hand starts glowing. A fire explosion engulfs the villain, making him scream in pain. After this attack, his whole body is totally charred, until he hits the ground unconscious after this massive blow. She knows there's something super important in this secret base area. So the powerful one decides to torch everything along with her enemy's body. As she starts to walk, we see the crazy one stumbling upon some bodies trapped in capsules. This sight leaves her completely shocked by this creepy scene. So much so that she asks what he was doing in there, but now it's too late because the brute rises to attack her. Outside, we see the defenders opening fire in all directions. But it's pointless, because the invaders are super strong, and Shin charges forward. His buddy uses the reinforcement ability to launch him like a rocket. He digs this speed boost because it launches him even further, because it lets him take out all the enemies in a flash. His cuts are super lethal and can brutalize everyone in his path. They don't back down and get ready to counterattack until the black-haired one activates the dimensional gate, and quickly vanishes from their sight, only to pop up behind them. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get wild. So the assassin's on repeat mode, doing his thing over and over. Something's got him grinning like he just found a hidden stash of candy. Turns out, Yuri's totally in sync with his moves like they're dance partners or something. And the shooters? They're jumping in to back him up, no hesitation. Loads of extras are getting taken out like they're in a video game. The warriors swinging her epic weapon, knocking down baddies left and right. The squad regroups after mopping up the weaklings. One of the few left standing is whining about the invaders. They're freaking out cause they got owned so easily. But like, guards keep popping up like whack-a-mole. Then, his buddy cracks a joke about deja vu. But his pals all, nah, this is gonna be epic. With a snap, all the fools start taking hits out of nowhere. Both are super impressed, realizing the hero's a mage and an assassin. Then, the Marines roll in, joining the crew. But things aren't looking too hot over there. Even though the Eclipse is getting pushed back by the Blue Eye, more reinforcements keep showing up. And to top it off, they still haven't found Kang. So Shin's like, time to use my mana radar. He quickly tells his friends to scram. Suddenly, the ground's cracking like it's got a secret to spill. A dragon-shaped flame bursts out, like a fiery surprise party. A massive burnt hole opens up right in front of them. She's relieved, and the dude's like, good thing I got skills, or we'd be toast. But oh no, Sayok's arm got roasted. Yuri rushes to help the buddy who got singed. He realizes the explosion was a mix of So-Hui's dragon flames and the enemy's storm fist. This secret base isn't in any history books, making him think his subconscious is playing tricks. The black-haired leader orders everyone to hold the line and then join the mercenaries. Their mission? Take down the enemy commander. One of them's not thrilled, but it's the best call since they're getting cornered. Kang's too strong for Shin to handle with the injured, so he asks his pals to beat the army and free the prisoners. When the injured one tries to argue, Yuri gets what the assassin's planning. She quickly hands him a salation pill from her grandpa's lab. It's for emergencies only. She calls him Ganghu, and the leader mentions hearing the guards use that name. Back then, it was his alias to dodge their pursuit. Hearing this makes her blush, knowing the poor guy's been living on the run. After the decision's made, everyone's ready to roll, and the woman wants to hear his real stories later. He grabs the meds from his supporter. Then he leaps into the deep hole. First thing he feels down there? It's like standing in an oven. From a distance, mana traces are lighting up the place. So, the hero whips out his knife, ready to rumble, and the first to show up is So-Hui, charging at him like a bull. First thing the psycho does? Grabs him by the arm, getting all up close. Then, she tries to cling to his clothes. But she starts slipping cause she's too weak to stand. Seeing her like this, he figures she might have kicked the bucket. Then he notices even she struggled with the Eclipse, and since the nut job's gone, Shin can't nab her powers. But no worries, the fighter's got another target. His eyes light up seeing the one in front of him. The opponent's got class 500 in martial arts and 4 constellations, each one geared for a different combat style. He jokes about being tired of the Blue Eye's flops, but the sight in front of him? Total shocker. Kang's explaining the body in the capsule is a Bazumiye. After Judgment Day, the madman learned power rules the world. Only those who conquer their weaknesses and gain power make it, and those who don't get it and settle for the status quo get left behind. A poor guy's banging on the glass, desperate, cause the losers are now lab rats. For him, step 1 to surviving, ditch humanity. What they're doing is recycling humans labeled as trash into tools. Alright, buckle up, cause this is about to get wild. So Shin's all geared up, thinking the villain's got 0 magic defense, thanks to his stats. He hits the older dude with dim vision, blinding him, and sneaks up using Shadow Walk, ready to KO him before the human weapons wake up. But plot twist, the sneaky dude's got more tricks up his sleeve than a magician at a birthday party. Bam! He punches Shin, sending him flying like a superhero in a comic strip. Luckily, Shin's quick with the shield, dodging the hit just in time. But the veteran's seen this trick a million times, so he's like, not today, kid. Zoom. He's behind Shin in a flash, planning to catch him off guard. Shin barely dodges the massive punch, then vanishes using his concealment skills. The villain's like, where'd he go? But quickly realizes Shin's still lurking around. Shin tries a sneak attack, but the villain grabs his blade mid-swing. If Shin really wanted to vanish, he'd have pulled a Houdini by now. Kang grabs Shin's face, and Shin's scrambling to activate his armor. With Hulk-like strength, Kang smashes Shin into the ground. No mercy. At least the villain's like, okay, respect, you've leveled up. But now Kang's got this mad scientist vibe, wanting to experiment on Shin. They plan to crush anyone who doubts them and rule the world. Mwahaha. Then, Shin's like, surprise, and summons his adorable slime buddy. But the villain's not having it and punches the cute slime away. This gives Shin the perfect chance to fire up his blade with some epic flames. And now, he's aiming for the villain's neck, ready to strike. With a swift move, Shin slices deep, and the villain's down for the count. The assassin's wiped out, but hey, at least the fight's over before the creatures wake up. But wait, the Dimension Bandit's like, hold up, it's not over yet. Out of nowhere, a massive beam comes crashing down, like a scene from a sci-fi movie. The blast is so intense it shatters the experiment capsule's glass. Eclipse guards are dropping like flies, and Sayok's thinking, we got him cornered. Prisoners are freed, and the archer's blushing with pride. But he's worried about the underground brawl. Shin's looking rough, pinned against the wall, barely able to talk. Meanwhile, the enemy's still standing strong, even with a neck wound. Shin's wondering what Kang did to himself. Kang's like, I ditched my humanity, went full beast mode. He's basically a Bazumiez, but with a twist, cause he can regenerate. Shin's not joining the dark side, so Kang's like, fine, I'll make more room. And boom, all these artificial beings pop out of their tubes. Shin's freaking out because now there's a whole army to deal with. Kang's got them under his control and two heads straight for the shooter. They're charging, ready to finish him off. These machines are like destruction on steroids, with super skills, sharp senses, and total loyalty to Kang. They were made to be tough opponents and test Sihuan's strength, but they weren't fully finished, so they're a bit glitchy. Now Shin's panicking, needing to help Dongjae. His punches miss the speedy assassin, and the second one just hits dirt. Shin figures out his dim vision and conceal tricks don't work because of Kang's upgrades. He's got two choices, fight or save his friends. He decides to end the villain once and for all. With a slick move, he grabs the villain and teleports him close, catching him off guard. Shin goes full ninja, slicing the villain with lightning speed. But then, his blade hits something solid and Shin's like, what the heck? Suddenly, his arm's grabbed with a vice-like grip. Another punch comes flying, sending Shin soaring like a ragdoll. The hit's so hard, he drops his knife, and it's game over. Alright, so he's on his knees, totally wrecked from all the damage. The dude who got slashed? Still standing? Like it's no biggie. But then, his cuts start glowing red, like a neon sign saying, danger. Boom, bloodburst magic makes every cut explode, wild stuff. Our hero, who's also looking like he's been through a blender, did this. He's wondering what happened to Kang's brain when he went full Bazumie. Even after going kaboom, Kang's all, this was a Russian experiment to make super hunters. His body's a mess, but he's like, I used this tech to make something even cooler. He did so many experiments, he's basically Wolverine now, healing and all. The black-haired dude's like, whoa, I could be like him if I just let go. The crazy guy's plan? Build a killer squad and make the hero his top project. But first, he's got something up his sleeve and he's grinning. Out of nowhere, he swaps places with his knife, leaving the fool gobsmacked. The fighter's back, knife in hand, telling him to check his surroundings. Suddenly, one of those fake monsters smacks an ally. The poor guy's struggling, can't hold on much longer. So, the mage jumps in to help Sangmi, pronto. Her power gets a mega boost from her buddy, and bam! The swordswoman slices the monster in half. She's grateful, and now the blue-eye mercs are saving the prisoners. Everyone's making a run for it, needing to stall for the evacuation. Another beastie shows up to crash the party. Just as they're about to get ambushed, a thunder shock saves the day. Yuri's all, chill, the team leader's coming back soon. The dude promised to win, and he's still going all out. While they're chatting, the creature's getting back up. It's about to pounce, but a bullet takes it down, no sweat. Ban's like, focus, people, we've got a battle to win. She's killing it, and she and her partner knew the risks when they signed up. More shots fired at the incoming Bazumie. And now, the poor girl's crying, just wanting to end this madness. A spell hits one of the baddies right in the chest. Turns out, Lee's the one who fired it, backing up the sniper's call. The big question, can the team keep this up all night? More creatures charge in. One of Shin's stabs, totally shattered. Kang's like, hey, I know that move. He even compliments the black-haired guy's skills but calls him a bit clueless. The dude's so tired, he's about to faceplant. His healing's off the charts, there's gotta be a trick. With mana tracking, they spot something funky in his body. A mana stone's chilling in his heart, powering him up. That's why his blade clanged just as Sohue touched his chest. He's face to face with the villain, ready to roll. Then out of nowhere, he gets hit hard. He's down on his knees, barely hanging on. Doesn't take long before he's out cold. All thanks to that pesky pill's side effects. And if that's not enough, the bad guy kicks his knife away. Kang's gearing up for a final punch, knowing it's game over. His evil grin says he's ready to finish this. But guess what? He doesn't need mana if he's out. He's using his last bit of strength to stand up. And his fists? More than enough to win this. The dark force freaks out the maniac, who charges in. He's ready to face his biggest rival. Dark energy's flying everywhere around the bad guy. And the Black Moon Ren kicks in, magic swirling all around. Everything's getting sliced up by this epic attack. Kang finally hits the ground, out cold, while the dark force recharges. Loads of new abilities unlocked by this win. The constellations start chatting with Shin about the victory. Even the Seeker of Darkness, which got swiped recently, gives props. He remembers when his arch-nemesis used it. The Dimension Bandits puzzled how the guy pulled off this forbidden move with just one shot. Turns out, his max dark force is still kinda weak, so he used it all up. And if he hadn't known about the Mana Stone, he'd be toast. While they're chatting, The dude suddenly starts to drop like a sack of potatoes, but he barely pulls it together and doesn't pass out. Phew. He's all confused about who spilled the beans on the Bazoomi. Now he's got to bounce back to help the squad, but he's in rough shape. Out of nowhere, a healing vibe starts fixing him up. Then, the cheeky guy thinks he might still have a trick up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the swordswoman is out there, slaying it like a boss. Her slash totally messes up this beastie. Problem is, her sword's not doing much damage, like it's hitting a brick wall. Then, the buffer jumps in to boost her again. Her power levels up, and Sangmi takes the win. Her epic slash takes down more than one baddie. But she's soon surrounded by these creeps, until a spell blasts those punks away. Plus, Yuri's quick with the portal, getting her out of there. Not much left to do, so everyone rallies for the final push. Everyone's wiped from using all their energy, and at this rate, they might get wrecked by the monsters. One of them gets yeeted by a massive hit. This smackdown seems to knock her out of the fight. Next up, Yuri faces the big bad head-on. A punch is coming, and dodging's not an option. But she still preps one last spell to take it down with her, until someone gets tossed in front of that beast. Her eyes go wide with shock. It's Kang's body that takes the hit. This messes with Bezumie hitting his own boss. The poor guy's totally freaked out by this. Right then, the hero jumps back into the fight with zero darkness energy left. With his dagger, he pulls off a killer Dark Moon Rend, slicing it in half. Finally, the beast crashes to the ground, defeated. He even lets out a big sigh of relief after the win. It was all a sneaky plan to catch it off guard, shocked by its boss's body. Everyone's stoked to see the assassin back, and he gives props to his crew for all the backup. Mission accomplished, and he's about to pass out. But someone grabs him by the shoulder real quick. It's Lee, telling him to chill after all that chaos. Plus, Yuri rushes in for a big hug with her bestie. She's over the moon that he's okay and alive. Time for everyone to peace out of there for good. After the win, the Black Lion got absorbed by the Blue Eye. Ban decided to team up for real to help all the Eclipse victims. News started buzzing about the horrors at the agency, and they snagged a bunch of loot and treasures in the investigations. Later, Dongjae and Sangmi headed back to their OG guild. His uncle gives him props for leveling up, and this whole thing made him even stronger. Now, the two buds are chatting again. He shows off the research on the Bioranti. Turns out the herb's first effects stop the Dark Force consequences. Basically, Shin figures out Guanyang gave this to Siwon. Losing the Seeker of Darkness means he has to chug this potion from his sidekick. But that was the assassin's plan all along, to nerf the enemies. They say their goodbyes after checking out the data. And the shy one gets all flustered inviting him for a raid. Then the black-haired one tells her to give a shout-out to Master K. We see them chatting about Sayok and his hero vibes. She, her fiancé, and a buddy traveled the world fighting injustice. Tears drop on the picture of her old crew. Even though he was ready to risk it all, it still hurts. Turns out the hero left the archer outside to stop Kang, just like in the story. Even with some world tweaks, tragedies still happen. He shares his feels about Ban's loss. Now they're diving into her investigation, which found something sketchy following Sohui's trail. It might link to the Eclipse power struggle, but they only know one thing for sure. Even after checking the detention field, the Salvation Guild was already chasing the dead. So they find out the Villain Guild and the agency were beefing. Before, the organization was trying to wipe out the guild's enemies and secure forgotten spots. Even though she wasn't into their game, Lee and her crew knew they had to take down Kang. Now, the hero's gonna hit up a buddy to keep digging into his investigations. We spot the villain and his sidekick with this pendant showing epic battles against Argus. Turns out the sidekick snagged it himself, feeling all proud. But his biggest headache? His current star sign, which is totally useless. So much so the sidekick's like, dude, we gotta find the Seeker of Darkness. When the white-haired dude mentions it might be overseas, his buddy's all, wait, what? Suddenly, some folks burst through the office door. They're his new squad of epic allies. Meet the stunning Elizabeth from the UK. And there's Vincent Meyer, straight out of the Netherlands. The execs roll out the welcome mat for these two. They hit up the veteran right after the press conference. Elizabeth's all about saving the world, like some kind of angel. While Vincent's more into causing chaos in Europe, the sadist cracks a joke, bragging about his new skills. And if we're talking body counts, no one's topping the blonde's scoreboard. The wild one claims she doesn't kill, just cleans the world of useless bugs. When she gets hyped, she slams her hand on the table, not caring about her rep. She's itching for the slick dude to spill the beans on their mission. On the surface, they're running dungeons worldwide. But the real deal? Recruiting top-tier hunters. The woman quickly guesses they're building a secret world domination club, and he's like, nah, just purifying. Her excitement levels go through the roof. One thing he picked up during the Pandemonium of Justice. The lesson? People will always try to snatch his achievements. Everyone here's got mad skills to set up a new world order. When the woman sighs, he spills the plan to link up with hunters globally, so they can grow and form a worldwide guild. Then, the maniac vows to make their dreams come true. Vincent's just keen on leveling up his skills. Meanwhile, the psycho's curious about how many members the white-haired dude wants. His goal? Rounding up 30 members for this squad. After the meeting, everything seems to be on track. He plans to use the duo to master constellation contracts, unlocking the world's secrets. Despite the swordsman's doubts, the commanders still got faith in them. Now, it's showtime for the videos. The computer's fired up and they're glued to the screen. They quickly spot Shin in the footage. We see the main guy chatting about the Eclipse and Siwon connection. It's Dohun, a hunter with the scoop on this. The redhead's news lines up with Ban's info. Turns out the bearded dude dug into all this on the down low, and Jung Tae wasn't flying solo. Taiso and Junho were also up to no good with the guild. This makes him rage, as they were supposed to keep the peace. But the black-haired guy's like, justice isn't the way to go. When his buddy's confused, he explains the media's in the enemy's pocket, so no one would buy the evidence. Basically, the world would turn against him once the truth's out. This realization leaves him shook. Then, the main guy's like, can't lose this key player, or the story's toast. So, the assassin asks his contact to chill and wait for the next move. But there's a reason the baddies need to be taken down ASAP. He finds out big forces worldwide are reaching out to them. He stumbled upon this when tasked with greeting guests. When he glanced sideways, he was totally stressed. At that moment, he didn't know Vincent, but Elizabeth was familiar. Seeing her was a shocker, confirming the villains are amassing power. Then, Shin figures out they're part of the 30 stars. So, the slick dude's moving faster than anyone thought. They exchange thanks for their efforts. The redhead's determined to do whatever it takes to crush the Salvation Group. His only ask? That Dohun stays alive, as he's crucial for the future. They review footage from the detention field, uncovering the main guy's actions. Plus, they learn his identity and that he survived the Pandemonium of Justice. Finally, the maniacs found his ultimate rival. This was the guy Yaren had mentioned earlier. Because of this, the sadists gotta wreck his alliance with Blue Eye. Then, his right-hand dude seems to have dug up more intel on it. So, before all the drama, he was totally vibing with this girl, but then, boom, the Eclipse snatched him up. And guess what? She was working under the big boss mage of the Blue Eye Guild. Plot twist, right? His master plan? Use the poor girl to spill the tea and get all the deets. Plus, he's thinking of using her as a bargaining chip to twist the mage's arm. Picture this. The dude with the black hair is on his phone, stepping out of his car, all business. He's laying down the law on what needs to happen as soon as possible. Oh, and don't forget, in his epic tale, the next big shot after Elizabeth and Vincent is already picked. This next target? A total beast of a barbarian warrior. But to keep tabs on this guy, our hero's gotta jet off to Japan. Adventure time. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye-bye.